frog sitting on the lily pond, and I was holding her in my arm. Come on, be kind to me. Can't you see I'm in misery? I call you on the telephone, tell me why you're never home. Come on, be kind to me. Can't you see I'm in misery?
I was beaming in his beamer, just beaming. Can't believe that I caught my man cheating. So I found another way to make him pay for it all. So I went to Neiman Marcus on a shopping spree, and on the way grabbed Soleil and Mia. And as the cash box rang, I threw everything away. When your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Get your hands on his cash and spend it to the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes, from the crib to the ride in the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. Pictures in his clothes and my bag and threw everything out till there was just nothing left. And I paid all the bills about a month too late. It's a shame we have to play these games. The love we had just fades away, fades away. Up style, get your hands on his cash and spend it to the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes, from the crib to the ride in the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. Hey ladies, when your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Get your hands on his cash and spend it to the last time for both the hard times. When you go, then everything goes, from the crib to the ride. Close, so you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up.
Now that I've lost everything to you, you say you wanna start something new. And it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Maybe I'm grieving, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear, but then a lot of nice things turn bad out there. Oh baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child, girl. You know I've seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two, because I never want to see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl, but if you want to leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember Just remember there's a lot of bad and beware. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child girl. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. And it's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. And I'll always remember you
You should be here with me, giving me what I need. Won't you come closer? I can't wait that much longer. If you could only see how you're affecting me. Wish I was your home. Wish you were never gone. Why? Days is all I need. We could just make believe time doesn't matter. Let's just get lost together. Jump through the fire for me. Cross over land and sea. If you could take it, then we can make it. Why?
Nothing's happened, but I think it will soon. So I sit here waiting for God in a train to the astral plane. magic rings I made have turned my finger green, and my mystic roses died. Guess reality is not as it seems, so I sit here hoping for truth and a ride to the other side. Prophet stole the only light I knew, and the darkness softly screamed. Holy visions disappeared from my view, but the angels come back and laugh in my dreams. I wonder what it means.
we don't believe you, cause we the people are still here in the rear, yo, we don't need you. You ain't a killing off good young nigga move. When we get hungry, we eat the same fucking food, the ramen noodle. This simple voodoo is so maniacal, reliable to pull a juju. The irony is that this bad bitch in my lap, she don't tell me she make money, she don't study that. She gon' give it to me, ain't gon' tell me nothing back. She gon' take the brain to where the plane she spit on that. The doors and signs with, don't try to rhyme with. VH1 has a show that you can waste your time with. Guilty pleasure take the edge off reality, and for a salary, I probably do that just sporadically. The OG Gucci boots are smitten with iguanas. The IRS piranha see a nigga getting common. Niggas in the hood living in a fishbowl. Gentrify here, now it's not a shithole. Trendsetter, I know, my shit's cold. Handsetter me because I ain't so bold. But yeah, all you black folks, you must go. All of you Mexicans, you must go. And all of you poor folks, you must go. Muslims and gays, boy, we hate your ways. So all you bad folks, you must go.
The fog and the smog of the media that logs false narratives of guys that came up against the odds. We're not just nigga rappers with the bars. It's kismet that we conflict with the stars. You bastards overlooking street art, better yet street smart, but you keep us off the chart. Some of the fuck your numbers and your statisticians. Fuck you know about true competition. Just like the AO picture on there talking about he hitting. The only one who's hitting are the ones that's currently spitting. We got your Missy smitten, rubbing on a little kitten, dreaming up a world that's equal for women with no division. Boy, I tell you that's vision. Like Tony Romo when he hitting Whitney. To try and be the best in 8 division. Shaheed Muhammad cut it with precision. Who can come back years later, still hit the shot? Still I'm trying movie off the fucking block. Babylon blood clot. You up on your head top.
All of you black folks, you must go. All you Mexicans, you must go. And all of you poor folks, you must go. Muslims and gays, boy, we hate your ways. So all you bad folks, you must go.
watch TV while the lights on the street put all the stars to death. It's been on my mind since Bowie died, just checking out to hide from life. And all of our problems, I'm gonna solve them with you riding shotgun, speeding 'cause fuck the cops. And you must have been looking for me, sending smoke signals back and circling, burning trash out on the beach. I buried a hatchet, it's coming up lavender. The future's unwritten, the past is a corridor. I'm at the exit, looking back through the hall. You are anonymous, I am a concrete wall.
Well, I painted a design on the sign for you, mister. I painted a design pretty good. I painted a white horse for a fine breathing dragon. I painted a design on your wagon. I've been around and I've been working this town till the sun and the moon went down. Best kind of a woman I found, kind that will bring you up and won't let you down, Lordy. I painted a design on the sign for you, mister. I painted a design pretty good. I painted a white horse for a fine breathing dragon. I painted a design on your wagon. The sweetest thing that I ever seen was just the way she looked at me, and in them eyes I fold ever see. And I can paint a picture of sweet mercy. Well, I paint a design on the sign for you, mister. I paint a design pretty good. Well, I charm of your heart when it breaks. Well, I made a design on the sign for you, mister. I made a design pretty good. And I paid a white horse for a fire-breathing dragon. I paid a design on your wagon. The crazy mama that I used to know, she followed me wherever I go. Name I remember, but the number gone. She never had no number for very long. Well, I made a design on the sign for you, mister. I made a design pretty good. I paid a white horse for a fire-breathing dragon. I paid a design on your wagon.
It's getting late, but we're still awake, and the morning's rushing like a wave. Gonna find some sleep someday. Dirty speakers screaming our face, and the teachers keeping some secrets safe. That's why we read between the pages. I've been chilling with my kinfolk. We've been puffing on the blunt smoke, digging for our hidden treasures. Don't you see? Goodwood, no money could measure. And we could be free if we'd pick the hidden treasure. Chasing faces like a train, not gonna save my love for no rainy day. I'll never find no peace that way. I've been chilling with my kinfolk. We've been puffing on the blunt smoke, digging for our hidden treasures. Don't you see? Goodwood, no money could measure.
turn on the tea and let it brew. I like 6 cups, not 1 or 2. Break out the cups and the honey too. And turn on the tea and let it brew. I don't care that she's left me. Just so long as the cupboard's full of tea. Oh, my nerves are shaking and my heart is breaking. Oh. That's just because of all the tea I've taken. Poor old Buddha turned into stone.
That we'd fade out. Sometimes only doubt shows you what you want. And when it's bad, feels like I don't know which way I should
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. Should we keep the mute on for now until we start, or yeah? Should I mute my mic? No.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for Grains and Revolution. We are so excited to start this day off with our first panel on community grain projects. And we have a great day planned all day long. So we hope you guys can continue to join us throughout the day for a number of baking demonstrations and panels that we have planned. If the panel is ready, then I will let them take it from here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And thank you for joining us today. We have to believe that you're out there in the ether because we can only see each other on this little screen. I am Amy Halloran, and I feel so grateful that Chatham decided that there was a need for this kind of programming. I've worked in grains for a while, and some of these people we have lined up to talk today are heroes I've known and invisible heroes until today or until recently. And this is the kind of visibility that we need to have in a very, very white industry as it's evolved so far. So with that, I'd like to invite the panelists today to introduce yourselves. We're going to break this panel up into 3 different sections. The first being our introductions. I think everybody articulates their projects and self very well. And I'd like to start with Fresh. Are you ready, Fresh? You're in the hot seat.
Sure, I had a feeling you would pick me first. I was like, oh, maybe I'll go last. Okay, great. I'm Fresh Robertson. I am a farmer and a chef, and I am here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm originally from North Carolina, but I've been in Chicago for a while now, so this is home. And I am the director of Chicago Bread Club. And what we do is we share the art and knowledge of bread, and we promote and expand racial equity in the regional grain economy. And so a lot of the work we do, one of our signature programs, or what we were often known for here in Chicago, especially up until COVID, was our Chicago Bread Club meetings. And those are our monthly meetings where folks gather, bring bread or bring whatever it is that they baked, or things that go on top of bread, and just gather for conversation and community. A browsing library there, as well as there's always a host. And so the host often will talk about anything that fits into the grain economy. So there's bakers, sometimes there's brewers or yeast scientists, or we did one at a pizza oven. And so just any of those types of things that people can come and have a speaker, and then just kind of build community with each other. And then since COVID, we've kind of been still trying to figure out how to take those meetings virtually. But one of the things that we have started is our community grain shares program. And for us, that looks like trying to give everyone access to local grain and beans. And so we curate local grain from farmers, we get it in bulk, and then we'll repackage it to get it out to our community and mutual aid efforts. As well as we're trying to structure the program to have a component where we curate these shares of grain that people can also purchase, who have the means to purchase, to help kind of sustain this work. And yeah, so that's kind of some of the stuff that I'm up to and who I am.
That's wonderful. And Fresh, I have to call out the fact that you are doing a social media post. You're blogging every day on your Instagram channel, Chef Fresh 82, and inviting us into your world even further. And I think that any invitation that we can have into each other's lives is wonderful. And I love that it's not all bread on my scrolling TV screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So I encourage you to follow Fresh and everybody else, such as Don, coming to us from beautiful Arizona. But you're muted, Don. Can you?
All right, there we go.
Hey.
I'm ready. Yeah, my name is Don Guerra from Tucson, Arizona, and I'm a community supported baker. It's kind of the term I've given myself since I started with the new company Barrio Bread, baking out of my garage, starting in 2009. So I'm a believer in, bootstrapping, start small and grow, and kind of just head out in the direction you want to go and get a little distracted along the way. So yeah, my company is Barrio Bread, and it's about local grain economy development, bread production, and community outreach. So I'm a College of Ed grad from the University of Arizona. So a big part of what I do is community outreach, getting out and teaching what I do, how to do it, and getting more people baking and learning about grains and getting excited about preserving some of the wheats that can be grown in my region. I work with BKW Farms about 30 miles away from my bakery for a large part of my grains and flour, and they're fourth generation Chinese farmers. And then also Hayden Flour Mills in Queen Creek, which is about 90 miles away. Steve Sossaman is one of the farmers I work primarily with, and then Hayden Flour Mills is owned by the Zimmerman family. So been working with them since we started with the grant back in 2011 with Native Seed Search called SARE Grant, Sustainable Agricultural Research Education. So I work with grant funded projects, and Barrio Bread is one of them. I was awarded 2015 with the USDA grant, and then another for my new project called Barrio Grains, which is expanding the grow in my region and then sourcing and repackaging in flour blends and getting it out and getting more people baking. I use a lot of video learning right now, and so it's super fun for me. But yeah, that's my company, Barrio Bread, Barrio Grains, and I'm very excited to just keep pushing what can be done in my region, which is the grain growing and the strengthening of community through food and agriculture and economic opportunities for all.
That's great, Don. I also, can you talk a little bit about the Twin Cities? Because you traveled to Poland, right?
Yeah, so I work a lot. I work closely with UNESCO and our city. We're in Arizona, or excuse me, Tucson. We're a city of gastronomy, so an umbrella under UNESCO's. And I get to travel with this group, and not so much anymore. I can't wait till it opens up again. But yeah, I love to teach and work with other communities that are wanting to start local grain economies. And that means from seed savers to the growers, to millers and bakers and brewers and distillers. So I've worked, globally with some communities, and our fun project was in Taiwan as well, and to help them get started. And there's some amazing bakers there that are producing natural leavened breads, and more brewers. So it's really exciting to see. But this is what I love to do, is connect and talk about bread best practices and strengthening knowledge networks globally, and work in communities. And when I say community, it's not just my local, but national, international communities as well, because I think we're all just wanting the same thing, is to create a better future for our people through food and knowledge and agriculture.
That's great. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
And I'm excited to have you tell your story to everyone, please.
Yeah, it seems like Mary left. I was like, okay, I guess that means I'm next. I'm looking forward to hearing her talk about the Braddock Project. But yeah, so I'm Mai Nguyen. I'm a farmer in California. I grow heirloom varieties of wheat, barley, rye, and then I have some trials of millet and rice, upland rice. But my entry point into farming was really about trying to grow for a whole diet, right? As many of you might have experienced in the days of regularly visiting farmers markets and seeing the abundance of produce and vegetables, honey even, but our staple crops of grains being largely absent. And so I wanted to be able to provide that in our local food source and food shed. And I came from a background of climate research and social justice movement building, and I wanted to infuse that into my farming practices. So when I started looking for mentors, I found this community of people who were really trying to raise up these climate adapted, regionally adapted grains. And it was mostly based in Northern California. And I started my own farm business 6 seasons ago, and found that there were many people who were very excited to have local grains, and particularly whole grains. And that was important to me too, is not just having a whole diet, but that the grains that we get are also intact, right? They have their complete set of nutrients and fiber. And it was terrific to see all these people excited, and I wanted to bring that to more people. At the same time, I also wanted to make sure that these farmers who had mentored me, who I was in community with, that we could not just survive, but really stand out in this market, right? That I knew would grow. And what we've seen in the past, when we learn from the past of when these sort of special items grow, they get co-opted, right? Organic or heirloom tomatoes, right? So how can we secure the place of these farmers who took a lot of risk, farmers who are doing these ecological practices in community, to also have a place? And so that was my motivation to start the California Grain Campaign. And I partnered with Dave Miller, who is a whole grain baker and has been doing so for 30 years, and was also really excited to get more whole grains out to the public. And we decided to start a campaign called the 20 by 20 campaign, which was to get 20% California whole grains out into farmers markets by 2020. So starting 2016, we were working with farmers markets to try to have their vendors, who get to be there because of all the farmers around them, but to actually source from grain farmers who it's challenging for us to really get to market. So that was a way for us to connect the farmers the bakers and customers. And by having a roadshow, going to these farmers markets, meeting customers, telling them about, why all of this is so exciting, and getting them to taste the flavorful and often, absent sort of special, flavor boom of whole grain wheat that's heirloom, right? Getting them excited. But we also wanted to support that chain of people more deeply as well, right? So of course, there's the front-facing customer side, doing a lot of coalition work with nutrition groups and schools to bring out that information, but also making sure that bakers know how to use whole grains and how to source from local farmers. So we went deep into that and worked with a lot of bakers to develop materials for them to really embrace whole grains. And then of course, this core piece for me is supporting the farmers. And that involved creating field days and doing the peer education amongst farmers who were doing this work that doesn't have a lot of research backing. There's not a lot of research on organic systems, dry farm systems, no-till systems in California. And so we also had those convenings to really support the farmers and make sure that they have the connections and support throughout the chain so that they're viable businesses as well. And we'll get into sort of what's next for the grain campaign later. But that's our introduction.
That's great. Thanks, Mai. And I wonder, it looks like Mary is having some difficulty with her audio. So I don't know if we can have an update from Mary right now about what is, she's going to come and try back in. So while we're waiting for that, I'll just mention that I write about regional grain projects, and I work now with the Artisan Grain Collaborative in the Upper Midwest, working to support off-grid grain systems from field to loaf and drink. And I also work with the Northeast Grain Shed here where I am in upstate New York. We recently got a planning grant and are working on doing a coordinated consumer marketing campaign to try to really raise the awareness and build the market for farmers so that it's not, we've gotten pretty far in the Northeast. We got a head start. I think that places that don't have a regional, that don't have an existing commodity grain system have gotten into this a little bit faster, but it needs a little nudge so that we can really support growers and encourage folks to transition to direct marketing grains and creating connections all the way through. The whole supply chain is not a very lovely word for the community aspect of this, but it is a supply chain. I think we still are waiting for Mary. I'm sorry that she's having some technical difficulties, but I wonder if we should use our time productively, and in the meantime, we can for sure have a lot to talk about. So let's, instead of having a lot of dead space, let's talk about the way we are going to structure the rest of this. The next round, everybody is going to be talking about their projects a little bit deeper and talk about the lessons learned as they've come along, because starting this stuff from scratch is not, there's no map to this. So everybody's trying to figure this stuff out, and each area and each economic farming situation has its own way that they've found success. And we want to talk about those challenges too, like how how has it been going, and what are the constraints and barriers that maybe others who are interested in jumpstarting some community grain work in their area can learn from these examples that we've gathered today. So while we're waiting for Mary to join the conversation, Fresh, would you like to talk a little bit about lessons learned and bring us in?
Sure. I think that I don't even really know where to start. I think a lot of our things that we're doing right now with our community grain shares is just still in the midst of really getting its footing and getting going. Where we started was, trying to do this response to COVID. Like Maya was saying, everyone talks about local food, everyone talks about fruit and veggies, and folks don't often talk about people needing grain and beans and things that we call staple crops. And so right away, I was trying to think of, like how to kind of approach this response in COVID and how to get people things like grain and flour and corn and grits and beans and what that would look like. And so, one of the things that we were often doing during our Chicago Bread Club meetings when we were meeting in person is that we would always have our community tabletop meal. And so we would have our meal, we have all these local grains that we can mill right there on the spot for folks. And that was an important part of, what we were doing. And so we had these connections with, many of local farmers. And so when COVID hit and I was thinking about how to get staple crops to people, I was like, well, we have local farmers, we can buy from them in bulk and save them some headache and then repackage them. And so, when that started, all of these things were coming to my living room. And so it was just like, we were out on the sidewalk trying to package beans and do this stuff. And so I think that, figuring out space was one of our first challenges. Also, things always taking and seeming to take way longer and more capacity than you anticipate. And so even thinking about getting 50 pounds, 100 pounds of beans, I was just like, okay, that's fine. We'll just get these beans and we'll package them up and then we'll give them to people. And then not really thinking about sorting them, not really thinking about that my bean farmer also grows corn and all this thing. And so I'm sorting beans and taking out, corn seed and rocks and things so that, as we're giving them to folks, that's less and less work that they have to do. And also they don't get discouraged by our beans by seeing all these other things in them. So I think some of those things were things early on, realizing that okay, if I want to give out 100 pounds of beans, it's going to take me a good chunk of the day just to sort through beans and do that kind of work. So I think that those were just some logistical things that were happening early on, and realizing that I couldn't always bag up beans on my sidewalk in front of my house. And so getting some space to really store and hold and all these things, including freezer space. Cause one of the things we're getting out in community are oats that aren't heat treated and rolled oats, which are great for folks in our community, but, wanting to store those in the proper conditions while we're packaging them and getting them out. And so just a lot of logistics things has been learning lessons, and just kind of those things in doing this work. As well as, we are all volunteer power and trying to figure out funding and all of those things, that this is work that's not just, from a place in our heart. Is that we also have to survive and make ends meet. And so I think that's been a challenge of this is volunteer work. How do we get this done and have capacity to still, do the things that we need to do for finances?
Right, how to secure it. And have you been able to make the community grain shares begin to approach the cost of running, at least the cost of the grains or grains and beans?
Yeah, I think that, so one of the things, and this is some stuff that I want to hear from other people too, is sometimes when these things happen, these community organizing and movements happen, it's helpful to like just jump in. And so I think a lot of what we did was we just kind of just jumped in and we were like, okay, people need these things. Let's package them up. We got farmers, like, you know, logistically, we can bag beans, we can bag cornmeal, we can bag oats, we can do this, and we can just kind of jump in. And you know, like I like to think about systems and things like that. So I'm just like, okay, this model will work. And I think where we are now is we've been doing a lot of the community distributions and solidarity shares distribution work. And then we're just kind of starting to like get everything organized so that people can purchase, you know? And so yesterday there's a mobile market that goes around our community here in Chicago, mostly on the south and west side. And we were able to put like a lot of grain on this mobile market, you know? And so that was great. And like thinking of ways that we are gonna be able to do things that more and more people can purchase. And we're working on this curated box, but we haven't put our first one out yet, where people are buying the subscription. We get to have like local chefs and folks put in recipes, put in like cute things about the grain and about the farms. And I think once that gets moving, that will help us be able to sustain the effort of like what it costs to purchase, what it costs to maybe get some labor to help package, all of those things. But it's kind of like we're working on those steps in the process and aren't quite there yet, you know? And so.
Great. There's one quick question from the audience, and then we'll get Mary on and hear her voice. Someone's asking if you were able to pay for the grains and beans, or they were donated, or a combo.
Yeah, so it's definitely a combination. So the model that we went into this with is we want to support each part of the system, right? Each part of the chain. And so I know that, you know, there's often farmers who do have stuff that they can donate. There are some farmers who we are like, most of the people, we are trying to purchase from all the farmers. Sometimes they give us, you know, a deal or a lower price, and those things are super helpful. Or there's folks who are milling their own stuff. We'll have, I think the farmer told me it's like a purge one where they have to like run something through, and then they'll start the next round of stuff. And so some of that we can get donated, some of that we can, you know, get at reduced prices. And then some of our farmers are donating like some of their beans and things, but we are also purchasing from farmers. And so for us, that's important because, you know, we appreciate and love donations, but we're trying to help create a model that everyone in each part of the system is benefiting from. And so us being able to purchase and support local farmers, us being able to then, you know, spread some of that as solidarity shares in community, but also have people purchase from us because, you know, all of this took work and has value. And even if we can like reduce the cost that they purchase at, you know, maybe I can get folks organic beans for $1, you know, even that still reinforces that these things have value to them. And so we are putting things in like mutual aid bags and things that are being given out to community, but we're also trying to figure out how do we create something that's going to sustain and that's not free, which is one of the pieces of like, how do we pay for labor to get this done? Because we know people can't volunteer forever always, you know, so.
Right. Which is the classic problem of the emergency feeding system. Goodwill will feed us. It's not gonna. Thanks, Fresh. Mary, we would love to hear from you an introduction about the Braddock Project and everything that's going on there. Hopefully this will get you seamlessly now. Here we are. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Mary.
Great to see everybody and hear everybody's voices. Basically, I work at the Braddock Carnegie Library, but I do volunteer work at our Braddock Community Oven. So I work where I live at as well. So not only where I work at, there's a lot of good things going on in our community. Braddock is trying to come back, and we have what we call the Braddock Bread Oven. It's our community oven where we work with different organizations and different groups. We work with Grow Pittsburgh, and we work with the Braddock Youth Project, where there's kids who are paid to work in their community, and they work in the garden, and they come help with the oven. our biggest hurdle at the oven is basically something that was given to the community is basically almost taken away from the community for private use and private purpose. And that's our biggest hurdle right now, is trying to sustain something that was given to the community for the community to use, but now is being almost taken away.
So Mary, say a little bit more in detail about that. The community oven has been there for quite some time. And
right, it's been there since, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm not sure who said that. I don't know. How long has it been there?
It's been there since 2008. It started off as just a brick oven that was done by the Trade Institute, which is based in Homewood. Some young men and a group of students came out and built the oven. Then it was rebuilt because the brick and stuff wasn't built, I guess, upright. And this is before I came along, you know. And then once I came along, I worked with another young lady, Shauna, who helped build the oven. And we wanted to get the community in there to basically get the neighbors that see each other every day, maybe not even speak, to connect with each other, you know, to be able to, neighbors helping neighbors. And somewhere where they can come talk, eat, enjoy pizza, learn how to fire up the oven, something for them to utilize that was free. And it's easy to get flour, water, salt, yeast, and make bread. You can do anything with those combinations. You can make bread, pretzels, whatever. And we was just being a connector, connecting the kids with the garden, the free garden, you know, learning how to be volunteers there. And if you teach your kid to be a volunteer, they'll teach somebody else to be a volunteer. Everything doesn't have to be paid for. There's things that you can do free and share with others. And just connecting people with different things that was free in the community that has always been here, but they really didn't know nothing about. And still trying to keep that for the community. But sometimes there's other people that have other ideas of what they want to use and how they want to use it. There was actual times when we came down the oven to have a pizza. We did it like a monthly pizza night, and we did an international night every other month. We focused on different people in the community with different backgrounds, and they would come and share with us their heritage, their traits, and everybody would eat. We had like a taste of Italy, a taste of Ghana, a taste of Mexico, a taste of Japan. And these were people that lived in the community, you know, that shared with us what they ate, what they grew up on, and gave people a chance to see another way of life, to me, you know, a different heritage without being prejudiced, you know, towards it. Just because you see something that might not look good, doesn't always be that way, you know. So kids ran into times where they was like, I didn't want to eat this, I didn't want to taste this, but when they tasted, they realized it was something good, you know. Chance to embark in another country, in another world, without being prejudiced towards one another, and just having fun. But powers that be decided they wanted to use it for something else. So there was times we would walk in and they redid the oven and made it a patio without us even knowing about it. Didn't even tell us about it. So when we came, it was like, not pizza night tonight, you know. And then it's basically they're telling us when we can use it and when we can't use it.
And the they that you're talking about, Mary, are they a restaurant, or is this who owns the oven and the space around it?
Well, the oven belongs to the community, but it's on the space of our former mayor. It's on his property. That's where it was first built, on his property. Basically, the mayor and his family, you know, sometimes they join in, but they haven't much to say. But there's a new restaurant. There's a couple other little things that's around it that partakes in what we do and when we can use it. Well, at least they try to.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's a lot of trickiness in ownership of a community resource.
Exactly. And even at one time, I mean, everybody was getting along. We were able to use the bathroom. It was just like they were doing little things so we wouldn't utilize it, but we still found a way. When there's a will, there's a way, you know?
Have you been doing anything during COVID, or is that sort of?
No, we did just recently in August. We had it was our second event. It was a taste of tobacco. Jamaican food, and basically people pre-ordered. You know, there's bread made, and we celebrated the anniversary. People came, hung out for a little bit, listened to music, but it was like coming and going. Nobody stayed in one place, and we wore our safety masks and stayed 6 feet apart. But people, it was pre-ordered, and we're still going to try to do like once a month, just baking bread, teaching people that live in the community who want to learn how to bake bread in the oven or pizza rolls or whatever, that they can still utilize the space. You know, we set up a website, email to where whenever they want to use the space, they just give us a time and date. Make sure there's wood down there. The wood has been donated. So, I mean, hopefully it'll work out.
I hope so too. Yeah. So I think that covers a little bit your first and second, but I want to make sure you feel like you've said, introduced yourself, and then you've named a problem in your growing. Anything else you want to say about that, Mary?
That's our biggest hurdle, truthfully. Other than that, we have so much fun. You know, it's just like when we end up in, one of the young kids was DJing, and we asked him, you know, we had got some money that was donated, and we asked him, like, we could pay you to DJ. He DJ'd his first time, and he had so much fun, he just DJ monthly for free. Oh. So we have, you know, it's like once people join in the fun, it's like they bring toppings for everybody. We say, if you're going to bring some toppings, make sure you have enough for everybody. Everybody was sharing in, eating pizza, tasting other people's, what they liked it on their pizzas. We even we got a pizza called the Nico. Young man put Cheetos on his pizza. And everybody just started putting Cheetos on their pizza. So everybody be like, well, I want to make a Nico, you know, so we call it Nico instead of Cheetos. You know, so it's fun to watch the kids make their own pizza. It's like they're there to, instead of coming to eat the pizza, they'd be happy that they can make a pizza. Everybody makes a pizza. Everybody gets a chance to put their own toppings, but they got to be ready for when it comes out the oven, because if it looks good, everybody's in line to taste that pizza too. Right. So it's lots of fun. We have lots of fun. And people that meet people down there, you know, they might see each other in the Family Dollar or one of the local drugstores, like, is you want a pizza night? You know? And it always turns out we always have a good night. No matter what hurdles come, we always have a good night. Even to where we're supposed to stop at a certain time, we sometimes go over and people just sitting around just talking. You know, enjoying each other, learning about each other. And that's what I like about it, community, just basically being one again. You know, when you know your neighbor, like, I know when I was growing up, if I see my neighbor's mail was getting all hot up, my mom would be like, go check on Miss So-and-so. You know, people don't do that no more. And this brings us back together as a community. You know, we learn about the oven. We learn about Grow Pittsburgh, where there's a community garden. You could go down there and help and learn about gardening for free. You know, just the little things that make the big difference to me anyway.
That's great to hear. We can all use more news about connection and community right now. Thanks, Mary. Great. So how about you go next and talk about this lessons learned part? Talk about the challenges you've encountered in the California Grain Campaign and getting it off the ground.
Sure. I think there's kind of this near-term challenge that I just want to echo in connection to what Fresh had brought up, is around this infrastructure piece. And so, you know, for the past 4 years, we've been trying to build the infrastructure to connect farmers to the cleaners even, right? We need seed cleaning that gets the grain cleaning down to seed quality, because we are growing out these climate adapted, regionally adapted varieties. And we need to be able to share those seeds with each other. So they also need to be non-patented. So those seeds are not available through seed companies. We need our own cleaning infrastructure. Then from there, you need it to be bagged, then stored. And in California real estate, storage is very pricey. And then from there, you know, getting it out to bakers, and the bakers who are the most enthusiastic are typically the ones who are smaller and also don't have that storage space. Connecting between is milling. We have 2 mills that source from California grain farmers, one in the north and one in the south. And they're relatively small. They're trying to grow, but we need to build that customer base to help them grow and to help the farmers grow. So it's really this, all these things need to happen in tandem. But essentially this infrastructure piece is something that we had been working on and was a real snag in this 20 by 20 campaign. And with the pandemic hitting and people wanting local grains as the sort of industrial flour that's usually in the grocery store shelves, those were gone. And so people were looking for local grain. And it's sort of this time where we're like, yeah, today is a bit late, but it's better than tomorrow. So that's really what we are focusing on in terms of that infrastructure piece. But what I actually really want to talk about is the community part. And I was really excited to really think on that and reflect on my experience of trying to build a grain community in preparation for this panel. And so there are just these questions that I have from my experience that I want to put out, because I think these questions about building community are go across grain communities, but I think they also are relevant to our society as a whole. And to start with, it's really about this support of farmers. Right? So to contextualize it, there are fewer than 2% of people in the US who are farmers, less than 2%. Of that less than 2%, 6% are 35 and under. So I'm one of them, but there are very few of us, right? So we really need to think about how do we have farmers now and into the future, and are centered in our communities. And we're losing farmers because there are all these kinds of risks that we're facing, right? And we've been underpaid, and I mean agricultural workers in particular, right? And that has started with the inception of this country through the enslavement of peoples, indentured servitude, and perpetually underpaying people in the farming sector. So how, what is the motivation to really stay? And it's taken a toll, right? Where we are out there in California during the wildfires, inhaling all these toxins. They're my farmer friends in the Midwest who faced all the floods and all that loss, and then had that government shutdown, so they couldn't get their payments for seed, plus a trade war, and then a pandemic, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty that we had been facing before this pandemic, right? And then just seeing how it's played out, where it's like there are deportations happening of farm workers, COVID hitting farm worker communities, agricultural worker communities, much harder than in other areas. And yet we're essential workers, but what are the protections? And there's an emotional toll, right? For agricultural workers, that's the highest suicide rate per sector is in agricultural workers. And farming in general is 4th highest. So we're losing farmers in so many different ways. And how are we really centering farmers in our communities so that we are sustained? And I want to, I think there's a lot of ways that we can do that in our policies, right? There's basic income, healthcare, all those things that we need to do as voters. But I want to speak to the community level and what that's looked like for me as a farmer, to also see how scarcity and this precarity play out. And there was an event in Los Angeles that one of our campaign members had put on, Lena Lightman, put on this like baker, farmer, like meet and greet. And I came down for this, and this was, I think, in like early 2017 or something. And I was talking to a baker friend who actually was really critical in the startup of my farm. And we were pretty close, which is, definitely like a pre-COVID time that we were like this close. And then this other farmer just cuts in like steps right in front of me and like just talks about her samples. And I was like, yo, man, like I was talking to my buddy here. And, you know, she just sort of paused and had this face like she had like smelled a fart or something, and then just like kept going and like talking to this baker. And I was like, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna walk over and talk to other people. And I was talking to some bakers, and some of them like are from kind of famous bakeries like Justa, which is one of those LA establishments where there's like a line around the block. And then like my friend was like hyping me up to these bakers, and just like, you know, my grows with like horses and wakes up at like, you know, 4 a.m. just like to wrangle the animals and all that stuff. And then this like other farm like sales rep like also again literally steps in front of me to then like make fun of me waking up early in the morning and all this stuff to these bakers. And it's just like in these times where I really see like that feeling of scarcity and competition that these farmers have, because there are these real experiences behind it, right? But it's just like what they're doing in those moments is wielding their white privilege and using the tools of racism and sexism to then undermine me, right? And so this is a part of why we really need to support all farmers, so that it's also a part of the process of undoing racism and sexism and all these other forms of bigotry and oppression, right? So my question to you all then is, in your communities, how are you going to share risk with farmers and ensure farmer safety and sustainability? So that's one question. I got two others, maybe three. So I also think that we need to think about community beyond community. And Dawn kind of spoke to that, right? It's like, it's community and we're also connected locally, nationally, globally, but also within our regions, who's missing, right? And I was at this like invite only, like grain movers and shakers convening. And there was this, again, conversation about feeling the scarcity, feeling like farmers and bakers, like we've already tapped out all the people who are going to buy our stuff and it's saturated, like how do we expand the market? And there was just kind of this like 2-hour conversation churning on that. And then so I came into it and I was like, look, you know, actually I work with people who are part of WIC, which is Women, Infants, and Children program, with schools, with, you know, low-income communities and nonprofits that work in low-income communities. And there are all these people who are like, oh my God, I've been looking for whole grains because my uncle had diabetes. And, you know, I saw what that looked like. And I know how important it is to have whole grains. And so it's so much more important for me to like get that now rather than, you know, pay the medical bills later. And nobody responded to that. There was just this like, in a barn, just like crickets. And I was like, okay, all right. You don't want to think about all those people, cool. And then fast forward to 2020, and there was this conversation amongst you know, grain community leaders. And again, I was the only person of color on that call until I actually had to leave early, and then another person of color came in because, you know, there can only be one of us at a time. So I was, you know, we were all talking about what are we doing in response to COVID, and you know, I said, I'm very concerned about the impacts on BIPOC farmers, BIPOC communities. We are going to suffer the most. And so we need to do whatever we can to like support those farmers, make sure they're still operating, that they're safe, and also make sure that food is going out to people who are facing unemployment, and it's going to be disproportionately people of color. And there was no response on that call. I did get an email afterwards, but it's just that kind of in the moment, like you say this thing and there's nothing. And then like a few months later, you know, after witnessing all the footage of unarmed Black people being murdered, you know, then people come out with their statements about Black Lives Matter, and I want to believe them. And I think they do mean it, And I also think that in the moment, it's really important to acknowledge that you're not seeing the communities beyond your community. And also acknowledging that we need to follow women of color leadership. Because after that, I worked with partners in California and we raised over $500,000 for BIPOC farmers. We got 6,000 pounds of meat donated to the Dene and Pueblo nations. We got $200,000 for a 14 producer BIPOC collective to then get food out to BIPOC communities, and also fundraise to support 200 BIPOC families to get those food boxes from local farmers, right? And having that food connection in a network. And we could have done so much more, had this group really embraced seeing community beyond their community and leadership of women of color. So questions there are, how will you engage in seeing community beyond your community? To see no stranger, as the Sikh proverb is. And to really support and follow the leadership of women of color. And I want to definitely give time for other people. And my last question is, how are we going to work together? Because corporate agriculture is not going to save us. Right? Cargill, which is one of the largest grain companies, only 4% of their lines go to retail, right? They did not pivot. They didn't care to pivot for 2020 and pandemic times. And it's really these communities that did. But my experience is that people really look to corporations for the answers. And when I was on maternity leave, there were some people within the Grain Campaign who gave our strategic documents and analyses and customer relations documents to a group that represents a lot of large agriculture, thinking those people want to get whole grains in, but really those people also really want to have more customers. They've been export oriented and wanted to get into the California market. And so that kind of undermining, which I think I'll connect back to how do we support women of color leadership? But the other part is that undermining of our communities is really detrimental, because we need to remember that this corporate ag is a part of destroying communities across the world, right? Like that they benefit from Public Law 480, which enables us to just dump our surplus subsidized grain into other countries to make them dependent on us and to destroy their agricultural economies, right? And then of course, we can look back to the role of wheat in the transatlantic slave trade and also the genocide of Native Americans. So that kind of big ag is not really what is our future. So when I think about grains and revolution, what's revolutionary is to really support our farmers, to think about all communities, all people, to support women of color leadership, and to work together and have scale through collaboration, not by investing in corporate wealth. Invest in community wealth. Thanks.
Thanks, Mai. I honestly don't know where to go with that information, those questions. I think you bring up a lot of great points, and I know that there's a lot of answers that are being pursued, trying to connect all communities. The neighbor loaves that I was a part of in the Artisan Grain Collaborative as a response to COVID was a way to secure farmers, millers, bakers, and people who don't have money for food. And I know a lot of bakers did this on their own without, an organization stepping into it too, because bakers are inherently generous. There's a lot of problems in agriculture, and I wish that the USDA money for the emergency feeding system could go to the community grain shares that Fresh is doing. I worked in emergency feeding for 6 years, and I distributed a ton of food that was paid for not directly to the kind of farming that we want to support. So there's a ton of work to be done. Don was still, yeah, I am gonna have other people answer these questions, but we hadn't gotten to the lessons learned part. Don, would you care to answer any of Mai's questions or talk about the different struggles you've faced as you've built your businesses?
Sure, love to. I'd first like to just start out by saying, in response to Mai's question about how do we support women of color in leadership positions, and I think this is a perfect example of it. I love being the minority right now in this group, on this panelist. So yeah, I think this is what we're doing, and it's an honor to be with these 4 women right here in this panel and being the male minority. So first off, I'm just gonna say that I've told a lot of people about it, and they ask about the panel, and so it's an honor to be with you. But as far as some of the challenges, I'd just like to say also that it's starting small is probably the best place to start. I mean, most people right now, we've been influenced by bigger organizations or wanting to do more right away with our communities. But for example, with myself, you know, when we started 2011 with our local grain economy, here in Arizona, Southern Arizona, there wasn't a lot of grain available. And I thought, you know, maybe if I just make one type of bread with local grains, I'd get started. And then what I started to think about is, as I scaled, you know, 10% is better than 0%. The next year, 20% was better than 10%. So I kind of scaled up with this approach and not trying to take it all on and base my entire company on local grains, but to scale up and along the way recruit others that could help support the mission and vision of what I have is to connect community through bread and build a local grain economy. But it takes time. And I think there's resources available, but it takes this community connection and networking to do that. So one way I've done that is to let many people know, as many people know about what I'm trying to do. And along the way, I've learned that I can't do everything, and there's so many people out there that have you know, knowledge and resources in these different areas of developing these food sheds, local grain economies. And so it's been beautiful to learn that. And one way I've learned that is through these planning grants. And Amy, you've mentioned you have a planning grant as well. My new planning grant is now happening, $100,000 from the USDA for Barrio Grains. And so these are the exciting moments when I've worked, you know, a decade now, and then with this new grant to really identify the people in my community that can help support the bigger vision I have. And it's not just one person, but through strengthening your community through involvement. And it happens in different ways. I think just talking to as many people, and then they start to talk to their people, and those people start to talk to their people. So it's not really starting from one point, but it just keeps splintering. And so that's really what I've learned is connecting my community by involvement. And then also I hear a lot of talk about innovation. So Chef Fresh was talking about how these different ways she's getting people to become involved, or the products out there to, you know, how people can access them. And I think, you know, in this time, that's just limitless. It could be digital media. It could be these Zoom conferences. There's so many ways to do it. And how even you get your product in the hands of other people, as you know, maybe in these mobile markets. So I think, you know, these are the lessons I've learned is there's no one way to do things. There's no one model that you need to look at and apply these ideas to grow. There's so many different ways, but it's really about your specific community. And it's about maybe the person that starts to initiate it, like what are his or her strengths and what resources do they have to start these things. And so, yeah, starting small and really community involvement and just talking about it, starting the dialogue. And I think to explore these USDA grants that are coming up. So local food promotion grants. So everyone should get on there that's, involved or interested in starting these local grain economies or just promoting what grows local as a processor and getting out to community with education outreach. These are some of the requirements for local food promotion under these grants. But yeah, that's kind of what I would add to it. But starting small, and there's no single model that's going to work for a community, but it's specific to each community. And then what you really want in return from it, I mean, what I want from it is to leave a legacy in my community where we continue to grow grains and make bread, and not just at a bakery, but for my total community to make bread and learn how to do it. So, I've done that through a lot of in-person teaching, through the University of Arizona or my own campaigns, but through COVID now a lot of digital. And so it's so much fun, and it takes this spirit of entrepreneurship really to get it out there. And if, the single person doesn't have that, maybe there's other people that can assist with, helping you to get there.
Great. Thanks, Don.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh, do you have any insight to offer? Mai posed several questions. Do you have any answers to shine on them?
And just to say that, I was posing those questions as ones that I think everybody should reflect on. And like the audience member, Angie, had said, yeah, these are things for everybody to ask themselves. Because those are the lessons learned from trying to build community as a grain community, as a diverse community, because we celebrate the fact that food brings so many people together, and community is beautiful in that way. And also, when you go deep into community, just like family, it can be complicated, right? And so I wanted to share these questions from lessons that I'm definitely happy to hear panelist reflections on it. And I also don't expect for those questions to be answered today. And I think that they also need to be a part of a continuing dialogue with all of the participants as well.
Thanks for clarifying. Yeah.
So those are things that I do want to sit with, those questions. And I think, thinking about a lot of that is work that I often do. And, I don't think I have any grand insights. I did want to say a couple of things. You mentioned Neighbor Loaves, which, I'm really honored I get to do a lot of coordinating for, and those types of models. What I've been really happy to see, I think, since COVID happened, and it's been a way that my work has been rooted, I think, for a lot of the work that I do, especially around access and having things be accessible and shifting the food system and things like that, is just greater and greater opportunities for mutual aid and how we do this work, and how how the work can really be kind of community rooted and looking at kind of all pieces versus kind of, you mentioned emergency feeding a lot, whereas, in these kind of charity models where it's just like, here, take these things that I say that you need, here it is. And so what's really been helpful through a lot of COVID thing is thinking about this work in mutual aid, thinking about getting to dictate what it is that we need and how to respond to what it is that we need, right? And so community, what do we say we need? How are we leading this work and responding and doing work in the way that we need it to happen, right? And so I think about kind of everyone along the path kind of getting a say and getting what they need. And so you mentioned Neighbor Loaves. And so that program, the farmers get grain purchased from them, the bakers, especially when a lot of stuff here in Chicago were shutting down, still gets to buy grain from the farmers and bake with that grain into loaves of bread that community members are purchasing for folks who need access to that food. And so like that model works great for these neighbor loaves. And how can that model work elsewhere? It's just so many spaces where this type of model can work, where we're supporting local economy, we're, getting folks that, are providing labor paid for their labor in that work, and we're supporting people in our community who need that. And so, I do a lot of work, especially, centering BIPOC farmers, centering queer folks, centering folks who are often at the margin, especially in like this food work and grain economy. I put together a weekly harvest bag from like local farmers who are producing honey and some beans. We don't have a lot of folks who are growing beans and grain, but we include what folks that do, and produce and all of this to get out to community members who can purchase those, as well as community members who need solidarity shares. And so I just think about like, it's so interesting. I was talking about, I also have a project called Fresher Together, and that's under the name of what I farm under, what I do pretty much most of my work under. And it's not registered as a non-for-profit, but someone said to me earlier this year that like, oh, you don't have to worry about all that other stuff. That's nonprofit work. And so I'm like, no, this is everyone's work. And I think now, especially since COVID has happened, this shift and this thinking of mutual aid and how we think about like our whole community, how we think about everyone is kind of what I often think about in response to like some of the questions that my proposed, and around like, how do we kind of make sure everyone's taken care of? This is not just a business to make sure like I have money in my pocket. It's like this work that I do is like, centered around like, how do I make sure my whole community is nourished? How do we make sure farmers are getting paid? Who do I choose to support when I have the ability to purchase from farmers? And then like, who's processing and cooking and working with like the grain, and then where is that food and that baked goods and those products going, and then like, and how do we make sure we take care of community members that are often getting missed or often aren't getting centered in this, And so I don't know, I think about in the work we do, looking at all of that all the time, right? Looking at all of those different pieces as much as possible, and kind of and it's not new, but I think it's often coming up now, that new way of looking at things, right? And people really being about mutual aid. And so like, that is an exciting thing for me that's come up from COVID is, even thinking of these projects and thinking of everything that everyone's doing, it's like, this really full systems approach, thinking about Don's and baking and the grain work and all of the things that he's doing. Like, I work with this farmer, I do this, and this is how I'm teaching community how to bake their bread, and I'm thinking about kind of this full spectrum of coverage. And so I think like, if anything I had to offer, it would be that, like, are you taking a step back and looking at the big picture, of things like, who are you supporting? Where's money going? How are people getting paid? How are you taking care of people at the margins or centering people at the margins, and thinking about that and how you're doing your community work, because that's community to me, like thinking about my whole, everyone.
Right. Fresh, there's such a tendency in charity-minded emergency feeding systems to us and them. And so that there's nothing community-oriented in that othering. We have to really change the framework. On so much of that, I want to point out in terms of thinking in systems, that where we get our news and information about food really matters. The reporting on all of the sides of the food system, I think, has been done really well by Civil Eats over the years. Civil Eats is tremendous, and the Food and Environment Food Environment Reporting Network, which was established as a way to make sure that all of these parts of the food system are really looked at. They're reporting on how many, they started tracking how many cases of COVID in meat packing systems and then expanded to all other food processing systems. And it's just been stunning to watch that. And yes, to Mai's point, that really shows the, we have a myth of food including all of us and bringing all of us together, but it's only been as more and more people have less and less that we really get to see the inequities in our basic foodstuffs. There's so many inequities on the way toward food getting to us. It's hard to keep it all in our head, but I think there are some really great sources to look at there. And Mary, do you want to add something to this conversation now? Are there things that have resonated to you and you'd like to comment on?
Also, Mary, real quick, there was a question that asked how the oven got started.
Thank
you. Too.
Specifically about money. People want to know how the oven was funded, if you know that.
It was funded from different organizations, was donated for the community, for the youth of the community. As I said, it was way before I came aboard the oven. I do know it was being utilized only with the Bread Off Youth Program. Me personally, I think there was already a total different agenda for the oven from the beginning. I never thought it was just based on me working with the community oven and doing different things. I don't believe it was ever really planned for the community to continue use because people didn't even know it was there. The only ones that knew it was there was the Bread Off Youth, who utilized it only in the summertime. And then just different things that transpired during the time that I worked down at the oven doing volunteer work. It was just, it's a long story, and I don't want to say nothing that, as I could say, white man privilege. I don't know how it could affect me in the long run. I mean, I really don't care, and they already know that, but I don't want it to affect the use of the oven. They have tried to shut us out a few times, just using the oven, and they said it was for the community, but I don't think that was the agenda, the total agenda. They never knew that two people, me and another young lady, would work together, and we started basing our activities down there. Anything and everything that was going on, we did it down there. We had Halloween parties. If people, I work in another public space called the library, and when people come in, they want to have an event and party, I would connect them here. We did bread workshop, teaching people how to bake their own bread. You know, we basically had the workshops at the oven, and then we had them in other places, but everything always transpired back down to the oven. Just bringing the community to use something that's supposed to be used for, and then the more we used it, there was always another problem. Mm-hmm. We started having people where if they wanted to have a party there, they would just donate money towards the oven for the next pizza night. You know, they told us we couldn't have parties down there. People couldn't do that. You know, we had to make sure we had insurance. But in the next breath, they used it on their, a group of people used it on their website, and they're charging thousands of dollars when all you had to do is donate $50 to $100 for the next pizza night with us. But they was charging thousands of dollars just to have an event there. And I'm like, well, and that money that they used, they never once said, well, here's $100 for y'all pizza night, or pay for the DJ, or, so as I said, I don't think their agenda was ever to have it used as much as it's been used in the last few years. And I mean, we was doing pizza night twice a month. We was doing international night every other month. And it was always a problem, always a problem. The more people came, the more problems it was, Sometimes we was connecting with, there was a restaurant that was built. There was a theater that was built. So we were like clashing with another group of people. So it's like these low income people and kids was clashing with these people that were spending big money. So it was like, and then when they would come back there to the oven, it was like, oh, so-and-so doing this for them. I'm like, no, they didn't. It's like, they were using us in their own little way. You know, like they were hosting this community event for the people in the community where they really didn't have nothing to do with it. They didn't even really want us back there when they were open. So, as I said, it's a long story, and it's just my thoughts. But I really believe it was never intended really for the community to use as much as it's been used.
So at least the community has prevailed, and
oh yeah, for now, I think during this COVID, it's probably going to make it kind of easier for them to really. It's like they really want us to stop coming, and that'll be their excuse to just take it fully over. But I have scheduled something that we'll bake once a month, even in the wintertime. We're going to at least bake on Sundays, some bread down there. If it's only, you know, the oven has been used in different events. We have a yearly Feast for Peace where a lady who owns a cafe, she started having police officers. A week before Thanksgiving, she would have police officers come together with people in the community dressed in regular clothes and let people know in the community that all officers ain't bad. These people are human people, you know, human beings too. They go home to families too. So she would have this Thanksgiving feast where everybody would sit down. We had baked bread for that event. That way we break bread, you know, so that bread was that we shared at the Feast for Peace was made at our community oven by the hands of the kids and the people that was coming down there for pizza night. So, we did some good things with the oven, really good things. And the kids love, as I said, they love coming down there. They don't come down there to eat. They come down there to make their own pizza. Some don't like pizza. They make cheese sticks, bread sticks, you know. I just love having the community come together, you know, and that's my goal, just to keep them coming together.
That's awesome. I've always been such a fan of community ovens. And Mary, are you familiar with the Dufferin Grove Community Oven? It's up in Toronto. There's a park, and they actually have a tandoor oven and another oven. And I know that they've encountered a lot of restrictions from the park system actually on their operations.
Right, especially during the COVID. I just found more of the young lady I used to work with. She's from Canada, so she's back up there, and she's just recently sent me pictures down and how they have basically shut that oven down due to the COVID. Mm-hmm. You know, which she couldn't understand, but she can't wait to get her hands on it. Just started back up.
Yeah. There's a guidebook that's related to that particular oven, and I'll find the information and make sure that the organizers can send it out. Yeah. So, Mary, do you have questions for this group? I mean, we have an opportunity. We only have about 10 more minutes today, but you know, we have this opportunity to think together. Do you have questions that you would pose to your cohort here about your operations?
I'm with Mai. It's like we have to back the women of color and leadership. We have to worry about the big corporations, especially during this COVID time. It's a way that they can really take over right now, because you can't be out there. You know, they always wanted to find a way to keep us from utilizing what we have. So now this is their excuse, the COVID. They don't want so many people at a certain event or a certain place. You know, who replaces those people then? Your corporation. You know, they say, well, we're hiring more people, but what about the people that was already working? What do you do with those people? You know, they say we're bringing more money to the community. We're bringing this to the community. But what about the people that's already in the community? What are you bringing to them? Is there any type of training process? It's all about the corporation. It's not about the people that's in the community. And I'm all about the people in the community. You know, what about the people that's already there, that's already present? How do you help those people grow and sustain in a community? Like, you got to move forward, and there's always going to be change. But what about the people that's already in the community? How do you help them reach that change, and how do you help them get to that change instead of just looking like a drunk walking down the street, or, you know, just confused about what's going on? How do we help the people that's already there, help them go forward? How do we help them make that change, get ready for that change? Besides these corporations, they just move in and they say, well, we're offering jobs, but those jobs that they offer is not for the people in the community. They still bring it outsourced. They're outsourcing, not helping the people in the community, not training, anything. They're not giving the community a chance. It's just like, how can I say it? I can't think of the word that I want to say, but it's like they're just stepping on us. It's not about the people. Yeah, right. They're not worried about the people in the community and what happens to them. They were just worried about the more money that they can make, how much they can make, and where to take them from there. They're not worried about what's in the community, who's there.
Right. And the solutions really do have to be community-based.
Mm-hmm.
I think anybody who wants to create change would do well to speak to the people they want to change or help change. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Mai, do you have reflections you'd like to add?
I got a question through the Q&A portion. I think there's two of them actually, and I think it's worth answering more publicly and drawing attention to them. One speaks to, how can minority, BIPOC, undocumented immigrants, and other historically disenfranchised peoples be empowered to be fairly and equitably compensated for our work and have opportunities for leadership or ownership? And I think that the answer to both of those questions is not so much, how can we be empowered or yes, the question is how are we empowered? And I'd say we already have power, but we need people with a lot of power who are wielding most of the power to share it with us, right? I don't think it's that we need to do more work, right? When we look at the elections and who carried the vote for Hillary, it was mostly Black women, right? And we've just seen the power of communities of color, but it's really, we can only be so powerful in a landscape where it is shared and that there's equity and reparations for us to really be in that position of shared power. The other question was about lessons learned from grain, and then this other person is in beef. And there is so much transferable experience of all of us who are on this small, mid-sized production working in community to other kinds of communities of production. And so there's so much alliance and coalition work that can be done so that we can, as Mary was also just speaking to, we can really make these deeper investments in community wealth instead of corporate wealth. Right? And also to use food that has been used by the industrial system to instead take it so that it's nourishing people and not oppressing them.
Yeah. Food is an incredible tool to create change. Thanks, Mai.
I would like to say something real quick when Maya was saying about the power, and that's why I said I want to be careful what I say, but I know there was a couple of times that we had an article was printed about the oven and the other things that was around it, but to me it was a lot of lies, and I got really upset. But they wanted to retract the article, and it's like when they retract the article, it didn't do nothing but made the other places even look better, even after interviewing me. It was like, so it's this power thing. You don't know who you're talking to and who's really out there. You got to watch who you talk to and what you say and how you say it, because they'll take it and misconstrue it in a different way to make it seem like it's this power thing. So you got to have some people. You can know what you know, but you have to have those resources. Like Dawn was saying, you have to have those resources and them connection with certain people, and if you don't, what you say won't make a difference. They'll gut. That's the only good thing I like about social media. You can put things on social media. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but sometimes it'll get the point across that make people notice you as well. But sometimes it can basically backfire on you as well. You know, but you got to have some power behind you. It just can't be you sometimes. Even, you know, if you want to. I know everybody's not an Aaron Brockovich, I guess.
Yeah. It's tricky when if storytellers don't necessarily have your project at heart. It's really they have other goals than seeing the whole picture or your particular part of the picture even. So that is super tricky landscape. So we are going to have to finish up here. I'd love to see if my panelists want to say a few last words before we go. Fresh, start with you.
I just feel like we have to have a means to do this again. You know, I know that this is, you know, one day part of the 2-day summit, but there are just so many great questions coming through, so many big conversations and discussions to have and be a part of. You know, there's someone asking about the connection of food system and agriculture and environmental racism. And it's just so many big, great things that I just wish we could all discuss right now. And I know that there's just kind of not a lot of time and capacity to do that. So my question is, how do we kind of move forward to keep, you know, this dialogue open, to be in community with each other and to continue to have these discussions and conversations? But yeah.
Yeah. So what is the next container we can build to keep? And toward that, do people? I know, Chef, I saw you put your email into the chat, or did you give that personally to someone? I didn't notice.
Oh, anyone can reach out. Someone asked for it, but yeah.
And Don, would you like to say a few words? And also, if you feel free giving out your email and stuff like that. Thanks, Fresh. Oh, Don, you're off again.
Here we go. Yeah, I just like to say thanks for this opportunity. I've learned a tremendous amount being on this panel and being in front of the audience. And so I'm happy to share. I enjoy it because I'm not out to benefit solely for myself and just for my local community, but I do believe through strengthening knowledge networks through these sort of gatherings that we can all benefit. And I'm happy to share my information for sure. You know, I've learned a lot, and it was, you know, a garage bakery I started out of in 2009. Before that, I had owned a larger company, so I had some know-how, but 2009 is when the economic crash happened. And so there was no SBA loan. So even though I was ready to go and retire from teaching in the public school system, there was no money available. So I had to rethink everything. And that's starting with the money, how I was going to raise the capital. But the garage bakery happened. And I'm glad I took that on and didn't give up. I spent 8 years in a 450 square foot garage. And after 8 years, made 375,000 breads with these hands. So I know there's a lot of work to be done, and it's sometimes overwhelming, but what I did along the way is just talk to people, and they could see what I was going through and be open. And I've learned a lot by just putting a lot of caring people around me. And
That's
this
great.
is a good group to share that.
Thanks, Don. I'm really glad you did
Thank you.
stay in that garage for a while. It was good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm out now, but my company's doing well. You know, I have a beautiful new facility, but with no debt, thanks to the USDA and a lot of those 8 years of grinding away, you know, no pun intended. So yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good. Mai, would you like to say a few closing words?
Hi, I just want to reiterate that community is all that we have. That is the foundation for us to be able to build everything else. And so we need to make our communities stronger, inclusive. And I think we have these really wonderful models. And I actually just really want to use this time to thank each of you and your dedication and the love that you are showing for community through the work that you do, right? The food that you're bringing out, the people that you're connecting and showing up in this space, it's really out of love. And I see that and I appreciate that. And so I am excited to continue to be in community with you.
That's great. Thanks, Mai. Mary, do you have anything closing to say?
Well, I just wanted to quote like two famous thinkers, John Lennon and James Brown, power to the people.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all so much for this incredible conversation. I am also recording all of the questions that we did not get to in this session, and I will be sending them to all of the panelists. And someone asked if we could post the names and contact info for everyone. We will do that after the conference if everyone is okay with it. So, so stay tuned, and then hopefully, you know, we can connect everybody and continue this conversation. But thank you all so much for being here today. It was incredible to listen to you all. Next, next we're going to take a little break, and then we'll have an Indian breads demonstration coming up. Thank you all.
Wheels up and I'm on my way. Been 3 weeks since I've seen my baby. Send a text as we're touching down, but she's already circling round on the ground, waiting. She's waiting just for me. I won't forget it. I won't forget it. Get it, get it. You won't regret it. I won't forget this, baby. She's the best. She picks me up at LAX. What gets me through the longest flight? Down through the night. My baby, baby, she's the best. She keeps me cool when I get stressed. Can't wait to hold my honey pie. Won't be long now, I'm on my way. All over you like I'm TSA. Brought you something back from a distant land. She brought fajitas from a taco stand. Understand it's waiting. It's waiting just for me. I won't forget it. I won't forget it. Get it. You won't regret it. I won't forget this, baby. Hey, I love my baby. She's the best. She picks me up at LAX. What gets me through the longest flight? Down through the Baby, she's the best.
Hello, my name is Jayashree Iyengar. I'm the owner of Popping Mustard Seeds. I teach Indian cooking classes in the Pittsburgh area. Today, we're going to show you in this video of how to make idlis. Idlis are a South Indian breakfast food, an ancient breakfast food, I should say. It's made with rice and lentils, but it's a particular kind of rice and particular kind of lentils. I can show you here. This is the kind of rice we use for making idlis typically. You can make it with any kind of rice, but this works best. This is a short grain rice and also called idli rice from the Indian stores, or punni rice. Punni is named after a river in South India. And urad dal is typically the whole urad dal contains black skin on top of it, and this is with the skin removed. It's called urad goda. I also like to use a little bit of fenugreek seeds in with when I'm grinding them up. It gives softness as well as helps in fermentation. So all that I need is maybe like half a teaspoon of fenugreek seeds for maybe a cup of rice. Now the ratio of rice to the dal is typically can be anywhere between 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. I like to use 1 to 2 ratio, meaning 1 part of dal and to 2 parts of rice. Rice is always more than the dal, but when I use 1 to 2, I find the idlis are really soft. Now you can also use this batter to make dosas, but this combination is typical for idli making. What you do is first you soak them separately, the rice with the fenugreek and then the dal separately, and then you grind them separately and then mix together. The reason you do it separately is because it's easier to grind when you grind them separately, because the urad dal grinds very easily and rice takes a little longer to grind. You do need a very powerful blender to grind them. The reason you need a powerful blender is because the rice takes a while to grind and you just want to make sure the blender doesn't get overheated. One thing you want to make sure when you grind it for both the dal and the rice separately, we will be showing you how to do that. You want to make sure it bubbles up when you're grinding it. You'll see it in the video. That tells you that it's ground really well. But before I grind it, I like to drain off the water that it was soaked in, then add little water at a time. You don't want to overwater when you grind. You want just enough water for it to be able to grind. And if you put too little water, it's not going to grind well and the bubbles are not going to appear. And if you put too much water, it's going to thin out the batter too much. A thick batter, like a pancake batter consistency, is good for fermentation. Talking about the batter, this batter I ground yesterday in the morning and I put it in the warm place like I was telling you before. And you see this rubber band? This is where the batter was when I started yesterday. Now that I measured was about 3 inches. Now, and it has risen really well since yesterday, and it's when I see how well it's risen, and also you can smell the sweet and sour batter, then you know the batter is ready. If you are not going to make the idlis immediately, you may want to refrigerate it at this time to stop proofing it anymore or fermenting any further. Otherwise, fresh batter is great to use. You can also store it in the fridge after you use it once. And you can use it a few more times for 3 or 4 days. It'll last well in the refrigerator. This batter was made with 3/4 cup of urad dal and about 1.5 cups of rice and just like a teaspoon of fenugreek in it. So this amount I will make 32 idlis. So this is an idli mold, and this stack makes 16 idlis at a time. You can make about 32 idlis with this. Now I'm going to measure how much it's fermented just to show you. So I'm going to dip my spoon in here, and it's up to here. So if I compare it to what I had yesterday, get a paper towel here so I don't make much of a mess. And you see, it's about 1 inch taller than where it was yesterday. So that, I know just from looking at it, it's fermented well. But that just gives me an additional proof that yes, this has fermented really well. I'm very pleased with this fermentation, and now I'm going to show you how to make the idlis with this batter. So here's this idli maker. You can buy it online, or you can also find it typically in most Indian stores. You should be able to find the idli maker. And I'm going to mix the batter well. You want to pre-oil. This is already pre-oiled. So you want to oil the molds first. Just a little bit of any kind of oil will do. This batter is quite thick. Like I said, maybe a pancake batter consistency. I'm going to add just a little water to it. Maybe that was a couple tablespoons of water in there. And that should be maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And the consistency should be okay now. So I'm going to fill each mold with the batter, and then we're going to steam it. We'll get to that once we are done with this part. So here's So once you have the batter set in the mold, you want to steam it. So there are a couple different ways you can steam it. You can steam it in the pressure cooker if you have a pressure cooker of this size, or you can take a pot. This is kind of a bigger pot. You don't need such a big pot, even a pot of the pressure cooker size. Make sure you have a lid. And you want to have some water in the bottom of the pot and the pressure cooker, either of them. You need a little bit of water. And we are going to place, so I'm going to show you how to make it in the pot today. So we're going to place this, and if you have Instant Pot at home or another way of steaming it, it doesn't matter which way of steaming it, the idlis have to be steamed. So I'm going to place it on the stove to cook it for 10 to 12 minutes. I'm going to put 12 minutes just in case. After the water boils and the steam, I see some steam coming out. So I'm going to wait till the water is nice and hot and boiling, and then I'm going to set my timer for 10 to 12 minutes. And then you can turn off the stove after that, and then we'll show you what happens. Idli is ready now. We're going to open the cooker, and I am going to carefully lift the part of here. It's very hot, so be careful. And now I'm going to remove this and have something like this or a spatula, small spatula handy. You can just go around. Spatula works even better than this typically. Like this. So I'm going to remove all the idlis from this tray. They look beautiful, beautifully done. You see how spongy and puffy they are, which tells me they're going to taste really good. Idli is typically eaten with chutney and sambar. We don't have sambar and we don't have the typical coconut chutney that in South India it's eaten with. But I do have some tomato chutney here, and all that you have to do is just take off a little bit here and then dip it in your chutney. Yeah. The idli turned out really perfect. The two things that are important for idlis are how well the batter is fermented, because if it's not fermented well, the idlis could be really hard. And the other thing is to make sure you're eating it with something really fun like sambar and chutney. Thank you all for watching this video, and I hope you can all make idlis at home and enjoy it.
Hi, Jay. I think you're muted. There
Hi,
we go.
Imran. How are you?
Good. Yeah, so we're going to do a little quick Q&A. I have some questions coming from the audience. So
I'm sorry, one of the questions I said I'll answer live. I was going to type in, but I can answer them live. I see three questions. No, two
let's
questions.
go ahead with that one. Let's do that. So they asked, what are some other popular Indian breads and what grains are used to make them?
So this is a good question because it's not clear if this is a bread. You want to call it a bread. It's made with grains, and therefore bread is not a bad, I don't know what else to call it. So this is typically made with rice and lentils, and a mixture of rice and lentils. And the other bread that's made similarly is dosas, but it's not steamed. It's more like a crepe or a pancake. You make it on a griddle. Very similar with the exact same ingredients, except the ratios can differ. Rice is what makes, it gives a crispiness. So for dosas, we add more rice, even 1 to 4 parts of rice. Whereas for idlis, we just did 1 to 2 parts of rice. The other bread we do make is similar to this steamed bread is called doklas. They are made in the western part of India. It's called Gujarat, and that's made with chickpea flour. And in the, I think, ancient ways making was fermentation, but now they can help it with something called Eno salt to ferment it and then steam it. The other kind of breads Indians make are, you might know, familiar with, naans and rotis. Those are all made typically with wheat flour, but there are many communities that do make with other kind of flour, like buckwheat and millet flours and so on. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think you answered the second question with talking about how fermentation is used. Someone else asked, how much water do you use with the 3/4 cup lentils and the 1.5 cup rice?
So when you're soaking it, it doesn't matter how much water you soak it. You want to make sure it's fully covered and maybe like 1/2 inch more. So if it might absorb some of the water, but when you're grinding, like I said, you want to drain all the water first and then start grinding it. So the amount of water you use could vary depending on the quality of the rice and when you buy it and how fresh it is. Same thing with the lentils. So I would start with a minimum of a quarter cup and then slowly add water to it so the batter doesn't get overly thick. But you do want to have enough water for it to be able to grind. Otherwise, it'll get caught in the grinder like any other food. And also, you want that bubbles to come like we saw in the video when you're grinding it, which is really important for it to aid the fermentation. So you want it bubbly and smooth. Rice typically doesn't grind as smoothly as lentils, but it'll look very smooth like a paste. If you touch it, it may be very, very slightly coarse, but that's okay. That's how much it grinds. Make sure your blender, you use a powerful blender, otherwise it will burn it, the motor. So, because the rice takes a longer time to grind.
Awesome. Thank you. So I think just to answer a couple of other people asked, we will be sending out the recipe after the event in an email. But Jay, do you want to just quickly mention like how people can follow you and Popping Mustard Seeds and the other work that you're doing?
Sure. So my business is Popping Mustard Seeds, and I now teach Indian cooking classes in the Pittsburgh area. And you can follow me on Instagram, Popping Mustard Seeds, at Popping Mustard Seeds. Or I have a website. It's called poppingmustardseeds.com. I also work as a maker in residence for Craft, who's organizing this conference. And so we are working on expanding my business. So more to come. Keep an eye, and hopefully soon I'll have email, you can contact me via my website at poppingmustardseeds@gmail.com. But once I have on my website a list of, contacts, I can also send you updates, which is not ready yet, but it's coming.
All in the works. That sounds great. Thank you so much, Jay. Great. So we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we're going to move into our next panel, which is women of color working in grain. So thank you so much.
I see one question. Is there another kind of grinder than a high-powered blender that would work well? Well, there's an Indian grinder you can get, which is actually got two stones, rotating stones, and it's like a real, it's an imitation of a grinder, I guess, hand grinder. But if you online, I don't have one of those to show you, unfortunately. I use the Vitamix for mine, which is great blender because it has high power. But there are other ones in the market like that too. But this one I'm talking about, you can say dosa grinder or idli grinder, and it'll come up.
Awesome. It looks like
got a mini version of it too.
It looks like someone else is asking a follow-up question. Would using a mortar and pestle be the traditional way of grinding the flour for these?
I think it would do me a lot of work using a mortar and pestle. However, if you look at the old Indian hand, grinders, they are made of stone with a little hole in the middle. I wish I had a picture to show you. And then it does look like a mortar and pestle, and that's what they use. But you need a big size. Just using nice stone mortar and pestle might work. But like I said, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do, but it's doable. Of course, they did it that way in those days.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's the bulk of the questions. Like I said, we'll email out the recipe and the best way to contact Jay for anyone who has any other follow-up questions. And then we will get started with our next panel at 2:00.
Thank you so much, everyone. This was such an honor for me to do this for Craft.
I'm so happy to have you.
Thank you. Bye.
this empty space you left behind. Now you're not here with me. I keep digging through a waste of time, but the picture's incomplete. This is empty space you left behind. Now you're not here with me. I keep digging through a waste of time, but the picture's incomplete. 'Cause I'm missing you. I miss you.
Esta noche aquí, la presencia del mejor conocido como el Profesor Holocausto. La música de los últimos días, los acordes de las últimas cosas, las enseñanzas, la tradición oral. Les pediría un fuerte aplauso para el maestro Alejandro Flores. Pinta mi cosecha, pitiza alegre, siembra una llanura de patata y fresas, ojalá que llueva café.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with panel 2. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're really excited about this panel. We're going to hear from some wonderful women working in the grains industry right now, kind of across the sectors of the grains industry. So I will let Tiara, the moderator, I'll let you take it from here. Thank you all.
Hi everyone, how are you guys doing today? How are you ladies doing today? My name is Tiara Andrus and I am the Academic Program Director for Culinary Arts at Northeastern Technical in Cheraw, South Carolina. I'm a professional chef. My background is in education in the restaurant industry, and I really push my students to look at becoming a chef or working in the industry from a holistic standpoint of view. It's not just about cooking the food, but it's very important to know where your food comes from because it has a story. So I'm gonna let everyone else introduce themselves, and this is the Grains panel. You wanna start, Rachel?
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Bernier Green. I am the owner of Lane's Bake Shop. We are an artisan baking company located in Chicago, and we have a social and environmental mission behind our company, which is how I got involved in kind of the sustainable agriculture and grains work.
Don't be shy. Who's next? Introduce yourselves.
My name is Adriana Azcarate Ferbel, and I'm in Portland, Oregon. My business is Three Sisters Nixtamal. We make tortillas the traditional way with organic corn. And so we're also into sustainability and also respect for the food and the culture. So thank you for having me here.
Hi, my name is Mariela, and I own Comadre Panaderia. I started in Seattle, but I'm currently back in my hometown of San Antonio, Texas. I focus on making baked goods that I grew up eating. I am first generation American to Mexican parents. So we make a lot of pan dulce, but we make it not with white flour. We focus on providing some options with whole grains, with organic and locally sourced ingredients as well. Yeah.
Should I go next?
Yes, you can go.
Okay, so my name is Zion Tadessa. I'm the owner of Queen Sheba restaurant. I've been doing Ethiopian restaurant over 15 years. I also the founder and the CEO of Sheba Farms, trying to grow teff grain that I grew up onto in Ethiopia, and that's the main staple grain that we use for over 3,000 years now. So I just want to share that amazing grain. It's called super grain with the rest of the world. And that's it.
Is that everyone? I think so. So I want you ladies, the first question I'm gonna ask, and we just agreed to keep this very conversational. As far as your business and what you stand for, how does that relate to your race, your culture and identity, and what you really want people to take from it? Like what are some things you want them to learn, that it's just not about the product that they're eating, how important it is for them to know the story behind it? And y'all can feel free.
For me, because I grew up in Ethiopia, I'm from Ethiopia, and also I grew up eating the teff. That time I didn't realize how important that grain was. So when I opened my restaurant, Queen Sheba, most of my food are gluten-free. The only thing that we have gluten in it is the injera bread that we make, because the teff is so expensive here in the United States. So we have to mix it with barley. So and I know teff has the most amazing nutrition, 3 times the fiber, and also gluten-free. So I was thinking, you know, if this is so much demand for it, like sometimes I can't even keep up selling the gluten-free injera, which I charge. For the other bread, I don't charge. But people are still, you know, we still don't get enough of getting the teff. So that's why I was thinking, why not? We are in the United States. We have the technology, the knowledge, everything, especially in California at UC Davis. And this is an agriculture state. So why don't I get, you know, in touch with the food ag department, with the city, whatever, and see how they can help me. So that's how I ended up with UC Davis. You know, so that they decide to actually they jumped on it, and now I'm working with UC Davis research team to be able to grow teff, and we grew it last year for the first time in California. We actually grew teff for food. So now I have 2 farmers that I am partnering with here in California, also in Ethiopia too, just trying to help the farmers so they can produce more with the technology and with the information and knowledge that we have here, and then take it there. So in that way, we have enough teff to be able to sell it, you know, to the, not to the high price, at least to the market price. It shouldn't be just only rich people who can afford teff can buy in America. I want everyone to be able to afford teff in the future without affecting my people in Ethiopia, without making it expensive for the people in Ethiopia. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
Anybody else? Why is it important for consumers to understand the background as it relates to race, culture, and identity?
I feel like my entire business is formed off of people knowing about my culture, and about me constantly putting that up on the front. Growing up, what I did, or growing up, you know, like Mexican sweetbreads or Mexican food was just associated with really cheap ingredients, and it was never really respected in a lot of ways. And it was very important for me to let people know that that is so wrong, and that thinking is so scary for so many cultures. To value our food as cheap is terrible. So I've always been pretty clear about and have been vocal about always putting my culture and my experience as a Mexican American person on the forefront of what I do. And honestly, it's like the response for the most part has been amazing. It has connected me with so many people. It has empowered me. It has enabled me to empower other people. And I've learned so much through taking that approach to running a business, which is still weird to say. Yeah.
I'd like to piggyback on Mariela's in that also, like, yes, true Mexican food has been seen like has to be cheap and, you know, really not respected. And for me, working with corn has been is a grain that has been violated. It's using for like corn syrup, for gas, it's like there is no respect for the spirit of the corn. And for me to work with corn is like going like really, really getting in touch with the ancestors. And so for me, like it's like corn is a very important grain in the Americas. You know, people call like, oh, this colorful corn is like Indian corn. All corn is Indian, you know? And so it's just that, so that's an important grain. There's more grains in the Americas than that, but this is an important grain that I'm working with. When I work with ancestral food, it reminds me of where I come from. It reminds me who I am. It reminds me what's my path, and not to forget, and to share it. And when I share the food with others, we make community. And when we're in community, then we see each other and we respect each other and we have empathy for each other. So I love sharing this culture of the corn with other people. And so that's kind of what is important. We even have a saying in Mexico, say, sin maíz no hay país. Without corn, there is no country. So it's like, it's such an important part of our culture. And in really, the industrialized food have really kind of destroyed the culture of corn, because they make this industrialized flour. And so, so that's kind of an issue, and we can talk more about it, but I'll give space to Rachel now. Thank you.
I think you guys covered that part wonderfully, so I'll chime in later.
Okay, so I want y'all to talk about some barriers that you faced working in the grain industry, how that has affected you. Like, how does marketing play into that? How does race play into it? You all talk so lovely about why it's important for people to know about your guys' culture as it relates to your business. So I want you to speak on like some barriers and like how marketing and industrialization and colonization has played into that.
I mean, for me, because teff, people still don't know what teff is. Do you see what I mean? So it is harder, as even though the demand is as high as right now for teff, it has never been marketed. Probably the only people who know in America about teff, even in most world, is only those people who are allergic to gluten. Because when you are allergic to gluten, you can't eat wheat. Well, you know, you're going to Google what is the gluten-free grain available for me. So for that reason, teff would come up, you know, with the gluten-free. So that's why the past, especially, you know, I would say 10, 15 years, the demand of teff going up. That's why even Ethiopian government, they can't really export it because they don't want the same thing happening like quinoa. So when it was like superfood quinoa here, it got so expensive for the people who are depending on that quinoa. So our government is like, no, we're not until we figure out how to maximize growing teff, because the whole nation in Ethiopia, our best diet is teff, especially when it comes to bread. So that's why I came up with here, if we help you from here, California, bring my knowledge, my technology that I lived here in California, if I do that, and then I don't touch the farmers' teff, so I had to negotiate with the people in Ethiopia to be able to actually grow it without affecting the farmers. In fact, helping the farmers. So instead of getting, let's say in 1 acre, they can get 1 ton, why not get 2-3 tons? You know, using the technology and the information that we have here. We're still farming in Ethiopia in, you know, ancient time. So why not bring that farming into the 21st century? So that's what I'm working on right now with the UC Davis, with Ethiopian government here, see how we can maximize the productivity of teff. And also teff is like, you know, we eat it like a family style. So it has that culture side to it. It's not like, you know, any other bread, you can just buy it from the shop and just, you know, make it food. It actually, you have to ferment it for 2-3 days. You know, the process of making injera with teff is not just something like you're just going to make bread. It has the whole process into it. You have to put your love, your spirit into it. You know, it's not like you just throw it in the oil and cook it. So I think, you know, that would give, you know, the value of food. Like here in Western, you know, civilization, you know, we are so far away from food. That's why even though we have everything, we're still sick when it comes to food. Our stomach is sick, our mental health is sick. So I believe I bring a unique grain that been eating for thousands of years as a diet, and it's still working and it's good for human beings. So I'm just excited about the whole adventure I'm in, that I'm not only just benefiting myself growing it, benefiting here for the people, and also in Ethiopia, the farmers, for their economy. So I think it's just an amazing project we are in. And you know, the result is going to be amazing. So I'm just looking forward to it.
So
Yeah.
I'll jump in a little bit. So I think specifically as a person of color in grains, kind of some of the barriers that I've run into, I think fall into really three categories. The first being access, the second assumptions, and then knowledge. So we're based on the south, well, we were for a long time based on the south side of Chicago, and now we're on the west side of Chicago. Every location that we've produced in has been in an under-resourced neighborhood, and often they're food deserts. So even when I find a farmer who is producing regeneratively grown grains that I want to source, often the distributors don't actually come to where I'm located. And when they do, they might only come to my location once a week, versus other locations they come, 5 or 6 times a week. And so that has been a bit of an obstacle. And then I think one of the other big pieces has been knowledge, because as a couple of the panelists have alluded to, people are so used to cheap commodity-driven food that people don't really understand the value of using whole foods. And so there's some education when it comes to our consumers and even the retailers that we sell our products into, because people don't necessarily see that value. They're just like, oh, well, I'm used to paying 50 cents for this. Why does it cost $2? And so explaining why this is important, not just to our health, but also to the environment, to our entire ecosystem, has been kind of an unexpected labor of love added, onto the production of the food that I didn't expect coming into it. And then I think the last piece for me has just been some of the assumptions that I run into, especially when I start making connections with the farmers or other people in the grains ecosystem, particularly because we have a social mission to our company. And we do a lot of work with reentering citizens and other people that have been kind of cast off by society. And so that has been in some ways stigmatizing and polarizing for some people. And so that's kind of added an additional layer of interest to forming the relationships we need to get the grains that we're trying to incorporate in our products.
My experience with grain, I started getting interested and learning about grains through baking sourdough. And I knew from the very beginning, I've been baking for like 12 years. Like I'm deep in this. And like, I knew from the very beginning that I wanted to make healthy-ish food, nourishing food for people. That's always meant a lot to me. Like, my parents worked all the time, and at a certain age, we just had to fend for ourselves. And we ate so much pizza, so much Taco Bell, so much trash. My grandma died from diabetes. Like I know the impact of what bad food does to our bodies. So that's why I got interested in grains. And like first dabbling in it, it was like dominated by like white dudes and like showing their like skills when they like show the crumb shot with the sourdough. And it was a very like bro mentality. And so I knew I wanted to shake that up and make space for other people, including myself. And I just started learning more about grain and reaching out directly to farmers, especially because so many labor laws in Texas were so bad. We were all just getting treated like crap in kitchens. I knew the people out there growing our food were getting treated like crap. So that was another reason why I wanted to get involved with GRAIN, is to empower the people that are caring for this land and caring about the food that they are making for people. And it was actually really easy in Seattle. They've got, there's that whole like foodie culture there. And the Pacific Northwest grows some beautiful things. I mean, beautiful grain up there, beautiful wheat. They grow teff up there too. And just beautiful, beautiful things are grown there. So it was pretty easy to connect with farmers to be able to use their ingredients in what I was baking. Being back in Texas, it has been harder. Not only am I restarting my business here, but that mentality just isn't there as much. And it's been hard, but I know it's really, really important. It's just not as accessible here, but I know the qualities here. I know doing it is going to empower so many people. So I think it's just putting the energy behind it, and we can make some big changes to the grain industry here.
Thank you everyone for what you share. And I have a lot of things in common, like access to corn. The Northwest is not a corn growing place. So trying to access organic corn, local corn, forget it, but organic corn. Organic corn in the United States is grown for animal feed, not for human consumption. So I had to be looking. I called hundreds of different farmers, and what I had difficulty with is the farmers would say, yeah, I can sell you with a truck full. Well, I'm a small business just beginning. I can't get a truck full. So that's a difficulty on the access. And then also I will finally find someone that will get me organic corn. And sometimes they'll bring me the corn all broken. To make tortillas, you need the whole kernel, good quality. And so I would say, no, I can't use that. And I'm like, well, you're too small for me to really pay attention to what corn I'm selling to you. So it has been hard. And, I've been doing this for a while. So I got a farmer in New Mexico that grows blue corn, and he connected me to farmers in Mexico, in the north of Mexico. And now I'm even connected with some in Oaxaca and Morelia area in the center of Mexico. So it's just really cool that it's beginning to be more common. And now that people are asking for tortillas made the traditional way, so the access is getting bigger. The other thing is competing with the industrialized flour tortillas. To make tortillas the traditional way is not that simple. You have to cook the corn in limestone, soak it overnight, rinse it, pull it out, grind a stone mill. It's a wet milling, and in many places still do it in a stone, called metate, by hand. But places like me, we use electric steel stone, like a stone from the volcano stones that are sharpened for these, and it's with water, and it's a wet dough. It's never a flour, it's a wet dough. So people hear like, oh, you already mixed it? No, we didn't mix it. That's how it comes out. It's not a flour that I just open up the bag, put water and mix it. It's not. That's the industrialized thing. So I think and so it's competing with the industrialized on price is incredibly difficult, just like Rachel was talking about that. And then the other thing that has been not easy and a challenge for me is cultural appropriation. It's a problem. And what is this a problem? Because the people that bring the attention to the food, like a discovery, and then they're like, oh, they're doing this, but they're not focusing, they never look at the culture with the respect where they're bringing it from. So I'm happy for people to do it, but give respect and knowledge to the people that food comes from, that we've been eating it forever. That's what I call like Columbusing. It's like Columbusing. They just discover the food, just like the Indian corn. This is maybe I go a little out there, but we were not Indians. They thought they were going to Indians. And it's like if I say, hey, your name is Juan, and they're like, no, my name is Lucas. oh, I'll call you Juan, you know, like here, oh, you're Indians. No, we're not Indians. Well, we'll call you Indians anyways. You know, that's kind of like, you know, how I see it. So that's kind of the thing. Like, I want people to bring respect to like the indigenous food traditions, and that's important for me. And by doing this, bringing that respect to the way we're making the tortillas, that is huge for me to bring that back. And one last thing is, as women, we get difficulties because, you know, it's a patriarchal society where we live in, and you're not as valuable, or, you know, you're not, I want to say the word, you're not like acknowledged as you're as good as men are. Also, with an accent that I have, it makes me even like I'm not as smart as others. And I'm getting older. I'm getting to my 50s soon, and my business partner is around 55. And sometimes, like, I see how they diminish her, like they don't even want to, like they ignore her, like if she wasn't even present. So those are the things that I encounter in difficulties.
I'd like to just piggyback on one of the things you said. So I think we talked a lot about as women of color, but as women specifically, I've actually had to resort to, my husband used to work in the business with me, and I have his email address. And with some of our suppliers, I only engage with them pretending to be him, because the tone of respect and the conversations that are had are entirely different than when I show up. And we also look very different. And so there's a level of privilege afforded to him that I don't get. And after a certain time, I realized with some people, that's not a battle that I have the emotional capacity to fight all the time. And so I just pretend to be him, because that's a very real challenge.
And the other challenge I may add also, you know, getting access to money. Like for me, even though I have the vision, I have all the you know, what we want to do, but without the money access, we can't progress as fast as we should progress, because it's a new grain, it's a food, you know, and making people believe that this is worth investing until they see, because they don't know what TEF is. So it's just so hard getting that money access, even though you know for sure that that is, you know, worthwhile even for people investing. So it's just so hard convincing people what you're trying to do, especially when it comes to food. People are so far away from food. As soon as you even mention it to them, oh, what you're eating is not good for you, they're like, oh, leave me alone, you know, let me eat and enjoy my food. And then as soon as we get sick, and they're like, oh, how do I change now? You know, so we're living in that type of society. Where I came from, is the other way around. You know, you live for your food practically, you know, and then everything else comes secondary and third. So we're here especially in the United States where we're living, food is not as valuable as the money we're making, or the work we're doing, or other things we're doing. So, you know, we have to come back to that. That's why, you know, for me, being from Ethiopia, every time I go to Ethiopia, the respect of the food is just beyond, you know, it's like you can't even get up from your food while you're eating. That would show us a disrespect for the food. So I came from that culture where we really value and respect food. What else here? It's like food we eating just to survive, you know, to live. But eventually we chase money, but we get sick and we lose that money for hospitals and, you know, healthcare. So I think what we're living in right now, especially with this COVID stuff going on, I think it's a different mindset is opening up. So I think us being, especially women, and being in this grain in food, because women are the you know, we are the nourishing, you know, we nourish, we raise the men too. So I think us being into this, it will give us a huge platform and advantage to be able to inform and educate people the importance of food, regardless, you know. So I think, you know, with TEF and with all this grant that they've been putting on the side, I think we can bring it alive eventually with our hard work, with our voice, and with what we're doing right now. It's not going to be easy, but it's tough, but it's going to be worth it for me. Yeah.
Y'all, this is incredible. Like, I hear access, education. I know, Rachel, I think somebody mentioned food deserts. For people who don't know what a food desert is, it's basically a location, usually like in a small town or rural area, who don't have access to like fresh produce. But you got access to fast food restaurants and an assortment of things that are not really healthy. So that's basically what a food desert is. So I think I know for a fact I want to ask you guys, I hear nutrition and like whole health and just being aware is a common core ethic for everyone. So like, how do y'all feel about people cutting grains out of their diet? Because we live in this world now that where people like fantasize like these fad diet trends like keto, you need to cut grains out. Well, honey, all grains ain't bad for you. You need to have a balanced diet. That's what you need in your life. So I want y'all to speak to like how grains is portrayed to like health and specifically in the United States, where you're told to like cut it out. You should eat an all meat diet, or Lord forbid you tell anybody to eat grains and vegetables. It's the end of it. So if you'll just speak to that.
Yeah, so I think a lot of that is driven by there's so much big money in food that I don't think a lot of people realize that like a lot of these dietary trends and advice are not actually coming initially from nutritionists, that a lot of that is a financially driven decision. But also people are so disconnected from their food that it's really easy to misinform them. When people don't realize that there's, different types of grain or the nutrients that are in, like if you actually have like a whole grain versus you have something that's completely stripped and bleached and sitting on a shelf, for 2 years, that those are not the same thing at all. But people just have no idea. And the farmers who are growing these grains and the people that are using them often don't have the same financial reach to educate consumers that kind of like Adriana, like the big corn lobby or whoever is coming up with these, coming up with these nutrition advice and kind of passing them along to people.
Anybody else?
If I add to that, American diet, everything is bread, bleached wheat, the pizza, the pasta, the breaded chicken, the breaded fish. Everything is all wheat and wheat and wheat. Like she was saying, it was it was promoted. Now people are getting sick from eating grain is not bad. Every culture in this world has certain kind of grain in their diet. So from the time we were created. So it's not the grain is the problem. It's like she was saying, what they push, especially when it comes to wheat, the bleached flour, the worst flour, because it's cheap, is pushing into our American diet. Everything. That's why a lot of people are sick. Their stomach is sick. Most people have a stomach sensitive right now. And that came from all this grain, garbage grain that being sold to them, especially our kids. Eating all that carbs is not carb is bad. It's what kind of carb you eating is what is bad. But now people start figuring it out. Oh, now I can't eat wheat because it's bleached. Oh, I can't eat wheat because it's gluten. So it's changing in a way. Even society are waking up to grain, because without grain, it's really human being. That's part of our diet. It's like protein is part of our diet. Fiber is part of our, all that comes from grain. So I think it's changing eventually, whether we like it or not, especially in the United States, it will change how we eat food, Yeah,
and I think Mariela made a great point earlier when you were saying that like your food, like even though they're desserts, that they are healthier or nourishing. And I think that that's messaging that I've struggled with, because we do primarily make desserts and pastries. However, our food is deeply satiating, it is nourishing. And I think that we have kind of like this disconnect where we have good foods and bad foods with no qualifiers. And so people assume just because something has grains or just because something is a dessert that it doesn't have any nutritional value. And I think that that's kind of a false trade-off that we don't necessarily have to make.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all are so right. And just listening to y'all speak like re-energizes me, and it's so great because so much of what we know is just connected to people that have a lot of wealth, and ways that they can continue to hold their wealth, make more wealth at the expense of so many other people's health. And, you know, I think we're all pretty into decolonizing ourselves, our practices, our food system. And through educating myself about that, I've learned just like, I mean, I love wheat. I love wheat. I love it. But that's also led me to start learning about amaranth and quinoa and corn. And it's like, once you get past just the like wheat in your face, you start seeing, holy crap, there's so many beneficial, tasty, diverse grains that should just be accessible to everyone. Why aren't we using these things? Like, they are amazing. Why aren't we using more grains? I'm so confused as to why people are hating on grains so much. But yeah, it is tied to marketing, diet fads, the way, you know, it's so tied to, especially as women, like, you got to look this way, you got to be able to do this thing at that age, and your skin has got to have collagen and blah, blah, blah. And so much marketing. I feel like we're so brainwashed. So I'm really glad we're doing this to help push some of the brainwashing out of us.
I agree with all of you, of course, and I love amaranth. You know, that was grain of the gods that Spanish prohibited in Mexico. But and quinoa is great, and the Chenopodium family is not just there's so many Chenopodia families, which is really incredible. Actually, in Mexico, we eat the plant with the flowers before they're the grain, Huauzontle, and that's like, we eat the flowers, and it's a Chenopodium family. And it's incredible, the variety of grain. It's not just like the grain, but it has flowers. You can eat all these other things on the grain. But I wanted to bring something about, I think with all the pesticide uses and the genetic modify of the foods have caused a lot of allergies, and like everyone says, like they're eating like not real grain food, that it's really healthy and the right grains. That's why people are going back to more ancient grains, because of all the modification. And so, I think that's an issue that people are like, well, I'm allergic to corn, I'm allergic to wheat, I'm allergic to that, but it's because they have not been eating the right grain, And so I think that's one issue. Like, I have now naturopathic doctors tell the patients to eat only my tortillas. They couldn't eat any corn, but now they can digest only my tortillas. So I have people with cancer, with GI issues coming in and eating what is made in the traditional way. So that's, that's the difference. And also the wheat and, like corn and like quinoa and all, there is many varieties of them, and they have different nutrients on them too. There is yellow corn, there are white corn, blue corn, red corns, pink corns, green corns, and they're all are different, and they have different nutrients and different properties. And the same thing, I can't speak up for other grains, but I love it. It's not, it's not that simple. Like teff, you have to ferment teff. Like they do this whole process I tried one time. I was a failure for me. I couldn't do it. It's not easy. It has so much culture and knowledge. And so I think like that's what we lose when we go into an extreme way. And then, so it's complicated. And, in the past, people, you eat like whole grain, and then the revolution came of whatever it is, and they changed it to white bread, and the rich people were eating white bread, and then that's the cheap one. And now, so it's complicated. It's not that simple. So we can't just simplify eat grain or not eat grain. It's like, it's more complicated. And then I also think like we could not feed ourselves of only meat. One, we're humans, we can eat so many different things. We're not like, if you're this animal like koalas that can eat just these leaves, we're not like that. We're animals that can eat so many things. We're so lucky. So for God's sakes, enjoy it, but eat the right thing. Get the right grain. So it's more complicated. We can't just have cows, like huge amount of cows, and just eat cows. That's bad for the environment, bad for, so yes, it's very political, it is complicated. So I think let's enjoy what we can eat and choose the right food, like good grains. Let's get that culture of the good food, the ancient, what brings us with, connects us with our ancestors.
Yeah, I agree with all that, honestly, but we have that platform to change all that. I mean, it's fight against all these big people with the money, but they're getting sick themselves too. So eventually, human being, we're gonna come back to our food, because that's what we are. We were created to eat food and live life, but we brought a lot of things ourselves. We brought money, we brought competition, we brought this and that. Now our food got lost in there, and instead of investing their money into organic food, they invest money into GMO and other food where they can get the same results investing in a better food. So I think for us coming up in a different timing, we can change all that. And because right now United States, as you know, I mean, the whole, we don't even have any land left. It's all chemicalized. Do you see what I mean? The only thing a little bit left as a land is even California a little bit. So because of what human being did, we destroyed our earth, we destroyed our soil, even though we have enough land to live and, make our food and share with everybody else, every culture sharing food. So I think eventually as a human being, whether we like it or not, we're going to come back to our core, which is our food, So us being the voice of this grain, especially grain, like I was saying, is the most important part of our diet as a human being. And eating the best grain for us, for our body, for our organ. We're not eating for just our mouth and for the taste. We actually, every single nutrition came from that earth, goes into each our organ, so it can function accordingly. So with us saying, no, our mouth is better, as long as it tastes good, it goes in there and do okay. So I think we forgot about our organs, and focusing on our taste. So I think for us being in this and trying to educate people in general, let's get back to our food. Let's get back to, once we get back to our food, then family comes in. Like in Ethiopia, when we eat, it's a family thing. You can't eat by yourself. It's a culture thing. Food is like, even you have to wait somebody to come into your house to eat. So it's not an individual thing where you're eating on the street, or you have to actually respect the food when you eat. You don't eat by yourself. You eat with your family. So here, we don't even know what time we eat. We eat as we go. We eat fast food. So I think, we know eventually all this is not going to be a beneficial for human being, and we got to go back to how our ancestors used to eat. So I think I'm just so happy to be part of this. Even if it's a small change, we have to make change when it comes to food. and connect to our ancestors, other ancestors from Africa, from Mexico, from Asia. Why not? You know, why not reach ourselves to them? Because they know they've been growing that for thousands of years, you know. So that's what I'm doing, reaching out to my people in Ethiopia. Help them, help us.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have some questions. Can everybody hear me good? Adriana, what types of corn would you like to see grown?
Landrace. Still in Mexico, there is like 55 types of landrace, but we can't access to them. Why? So I would like to have more access to them. Why we can't access to them? United States has, you know, those a lot of gives money to the farmers. How's that called? I just the name flew like they give money to the farmers here, so the corn here in United States is super cheap. I would like to keep growing landrace corns in Mexico and here also. There's a lot of corn in here. We're actually working with a farmer right now growing like 5 different types of corns. There's some greens, some reds, some yellow, some whites. So I really would like to see a variety. Why do we need a variety? We want to work with corns that feed back the land. Some corns actually secrete certain secrete like something that actually feeds the micro flora of the earth, so it doesn't deplete it. So we need to make sure that we learn to grow those corns that actually feed back, maybe even not a monoculture but a multiculture, you know, like putting different plants together because they support each other. I think it's healthier for the earth. It's harder to harvest, but it's healthier for all of us, also for our own diet. Also, I would like, I think someone was asking a question mostly about teff, but I will answer also a little bit about corn. The indigenous people in Mexico, many times, they have worked with corn for thousands of years, passed like from generation to generation. And right now, like there is a corn that has these little finger legs and absorbs nitrogen from the air. And that's in Oaxaca. And sometimes scientists go and study that and they don't acknowledge that. So yes, there is an issue on making sure that the indigenous people get their acknowledged, and you know, they get it's not like we should not patent food, so I'm not into that, but to be able to give them access to grow what they're doing, and they want the ones that earn. So I answered a couple of questions. Is that enough? Is that answer the question?
You did. So someone asks, are there any models for ensuring benefit monetary intellectual property rights for the indigenous communities with Ethiopian communities and teff when facing a globalizing industrial agriculture market pressure? So yes, you did answer that.
Sion should be answered that too, no?
Yeah, she should.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Okay, so I'm going to repeat it. So are there any models for ensuring benefit monetary intellectual property rights for indigenous communities with Ethiopian? Oh my, what happened to my question?
Yeah, I get it. But, you know, that is why, like with the, you know, in Europe, the Netherlands country, they try to patent teff. So the teff, the government, the Ethiopian government had to fight them for few years, just to, you know, how, you know, we're living in that kind of society right now. But right now it's recognized as Ethiopian grain. So when I'm doing this, I am very careful how I am bringing my ancestors' teff grain into United States, so it doesn't get lost into that bureaucracy where they're trying to make money off it, they're trying to water it down and all that. That's why I created like a win-win situation where we're gonna partner with farmers here, organic farmers in the United States, as well as partner with UC Davis, and as well as partner with the agriculture in Ethiopia. So all we doing is for our farmers, giving them the access, the technology, the information, the irrigation system that they need, make it easy for them so they can grow it, like I was saying, produce it more, 5-6 times more without using GMO or, you know, just organically. So in that way, if they do that, we can bring it here in the United States. So I'm working right now trying to get some land to create a processing and manufacturing and training center so we can bring it and package it, even have like a business where we can sell gluten-free bread with teff. In that way, we create a win-win situation for everybody. So the people in the United States, at least they're getting the teff grain, a healthy grain, and the people in Ethiopia, at least they have the means of, you know, making money through grain. It benefits them, it benefits the family. So we're trying to create a win-win situation for everybody. And for the people, of course, they're getting teff, which is the best grain for you, for your health. And, you know, so we're trying to create a win-win situation. Even though it's a grain, we still have to respect it in a way. We're gonna be eating it into, you know, health.
I'd like to add to, because I think a couple of people, I know Adriana alluded to this earlier, that that maybe the answer is not like an intellectual property protections or traditional means like that. That if we're really pushing for more equity in the food system, that we might need to reevaluate how we go about making sure that the communities that are producing foods are, you know, adequately compensated for them. And so in my mind, we might need to shift away from using traditional legal measures to protect that, and instead move to like cooperative growing. So if we have indigenous or other cultures that they have the knowledge, they're growing the grains, then instead of moving to mass produced commodity farms, that they have a cooperatively owned farm. So all the people working on the farm are actually participating in the wealth that is created from the farm. I think that we need to get a little bit more creative in how we make sure that things are equitable, and that answer might require us looking at things in a, at least for Americans, in a significantly different way. I don't think that there is a path that's kind of like the traditional MBA answer that gets us to the equity that we need in the food system.
Okay, so we have another question. To everyone, thank you so much for all you do. As a baker, one thing I think about is how to pay farmers what they deserve for their grain and still make our food accessible to our community. How do you address this in your business?
So this is like my favorite thing. So my background is actually in finance, accounting, and engineering. And so operations and anything related to like systems and money was like my jam before I came into baking. And so my thing is this: there are 3 outputs in any food product. So we have the ingredients, we have the labor, and then we have kind of whatever system we're using to produce the process. My perspective is I'm not willing to compromise on paying people less than a living wage or compromise on the quality of the ingredients. So therefore, it really only leaves us one area to play with, and that's how efficiently we can produce things without losing quality. And so I think that that's the challenge for us as bakers. And so often for us, that means we're repurposing tools, or we'll partner with like an engineering school to have someone 3D print a tool that we can use to like do something faster than we did before. But I think we have to get creative on that end of the spectrum unless we're willing to compromise on the other two. But the other piece of that is people have an unrealistic expectation of what food should cost. And so I don't think the answer is necessarily try to get as cheap as what people are used to. I do think we have to radically shift what people are used to paying for food, because we cannot pay the people producing like the raw ingredients, the people making the food, the people delivering it. That whole ecosystem is not sustainable if we're trying to meet the price point of commodity driven food.
Thank you,
Rachel. You are so right. Like I am very small. I've never owned a brick and mortar. I always work out of commissaries. I sell for the most part direct to customer. I have tried to take out a lot of middle action so that ingredients are always the best thing that I can get my hands on, and those people are getting the money that they deserve for those ingredients. And when I do hire people, at this point, I can only afford to hire one person part-time, that they get paid what they deserve to live. And that is so important. And honestly, I work 60 to 70 hours a week. I don't know, I'm so small. I don't know how to grow in a sustainable way. I don't have access to capital. I don't really have access to investors. Space is so hard to come by, and it's expensive. So sometimes I feel like I just don't know. I don't know how we move forward. I know there is a way, and I know it's going to take a lot of work, and I know it's probably going to be the youth, and they're going to help us break out of this system that we've just been going in circles continuously, and it's not healthy. It's not sustainable. But yeah, educating the public or the customer base as to what food really, really, really costs. I am always complaining. Whenever I get to do a pop-up, like a safe pop-up, people will be like, how are you? I'll be like, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. You know why? Because I have to work this much to make this food. I am always letting people know how much work goes into what I'm doing, because I think they need to hear that. People need to know the reality of what this industry requires and takes from people, and the sacrifice that it takes to make responsible food. So not keeping quiet and letting people know how tired you are, how swollen your feet are. You've been up since midnight. I think educating and letting people know and not being quiet, and absolutely pricing your items for what they actually cost. I'm not selling a $1 concha. I'm not doing that. That's not sustainable.
And not apologizing for it.
Yeah. No one should have to charge a competitive price,
Walmart, they don't apologize for nothing that's priced in there. You're either gonna get it or you're not. So I know for a fact you shouldn't be apologizing for your prices. So we have another question. I'm looking at the time. Do we have until 3 or 3:30?
I think 3:20.
3:20? Okay. So we have more questions. Another question, what are some ways to reframe the discussion around bad foods? I'll start this one off right here, because that's all in my lane. As a chef, as an educator, I try not to get severely annoyed when people try to convince me of what's bad. Well, I think we have to, it's not even a thought. You have to reshape whatever food you're talking about and look at it, how it's prepared and how it's grown. Yes, should you eat fried food every day? No, it's not good for you. You have to look at your diet as a whole, or how you were raised eating, or the culture, or the region, or whatever you like to cook. You have to look at it from a proportion standpoint and a balance standpoint. You shouldn't deprive yourself of anything you like, but you also got to pay attention to your body and what diseases run in your family. What are you more prone to? But I think it comes down to bad food. It just comes down to preparation and knowing more about what you're eating and why you're eating it. For an example, I'm from the South. I'm from Mississippi. I see people have told me all the time, oh man, I bet you eat fried everything. I don't, but I'm not ashamed that we can fry good food. Do you see what I'm saying? So they people try to give you a backhand comment, but make it a comment, but it's really just backhand and rude. So I think changing the narrative to be proud of how you were raised and what you were raised on eating, but also know the nutrition, sound education stem from, like how it breaks down in your body and how it affects you. That's just my point of view.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, we have an incredibly toxic relationship with food, like the desire to label things as this is inherently bad or that's inherently good. Like food is not a value judgment, and it should never be. And we need to, I think, remind people that your body generally tells you what it needs. If you're listening to it, you know what's nourishing, to yourself. And it doesn't need to be what someone else, has said, these are the 1, 2, 3 rules that everyone needs to follow, because all of our bodies are different. But I think we just need to take a lot of the judgment out of food, eat things that nourish you and make you feel good. And it doesn't have to be that much more complicated, I don't think.
Anybody else?
Yeah, especially in the United States, honestly, we have no excuses not to eat healthy food, because we have so much food in the US. We're actually throwing food. Do you see what I mean? So for me, I think food is like I always say, it's the essential part of human being. We can eat in a moderation. I eat still fried food, but I'm not gonna be eating some breaded fried food every day. Do you see what I mean? So I eat my vegetable every day. I make sure I'm eating 75% of my fruit and vegetable, which we have enough choices. This is America. We just have to pick and choose what we're putting in our body, and our body communicates with us. When we're not eating good food, obviously we're not gonna feel good. We're not gonna think good. We're not gonna, you know what I mean? So our mental health comes from that. Our physical health comes from that. So for us not to recognize as a human being especially in a civilized society where we're living at, the education is there, the Google is there. We have no excuse except denial and say, I don't care, I'm just gonna eat anyway. And then when I get sick, I'll think about it. So I think, moderation to me, it's not about I'm always on a diet or I'm always eating vegan or vegetarian. I eat everything. That I am very moderate and I'm very picky and choosy what I put in my body. Sometimes I'll say, what the hell, I'll just eat whatever, but that would be maybe once a month, So in that way, I feel good. Honestly, I mean, at my age, I've never been to the doctor except for checkup or have kids. I don't feel I have the energy. I'm 46 years old. I get up in the morning. I do work that 20-year-olds don't do. My mental health is as clear as anything. I'm still a human being. I'm just saying, I really give it that my ancestor came up with that food, and I am so in tune into that. You see what I mean? For every single thing, what they came up with, the garlic, the ginger, the turmeric, the cinnamon, the cardamom, the herbs and the spices that was given it to us from our ancestor. But because of the money, we kind of forgot about it and we are far away from it. Now we're trying to get back to it. And I think eventually, whether we like it or not, we're gonna go back to that as a human being, as a society. That's all I can say.
We have another question. This is for Maricela. What are the challenges there have been in establishing a market for using local grains and produce in Texas? Also thinking about, I don't want to butcher this name, Amaranth and quinoa. You're on mute.
Let me read that real fast.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard it. It was great.
Okay.
What are the challenges? It has been hard. I hate using words like market and business. Oh, it's so weird. Like, I don't want to say I market to a Latinx customer base, but I mean, that's the food I'm making. I'm making, you know, conchas and bolillos and masa madre, like these, you know, the things that I'm making are, you know, the Latinx or Chicanx or Mexican American community is going to relate to them. And in Texas, they're not really used to caring about having a whole grain in their sweetbread. And it's been hard. Luckily, there is Barton Springs Mills in Dripping Springs outside of Austin, which isn't too far from me. I sell to San Antonio and Austin. So thankfully, they've made it easy and they've made it interesting because they also carry or they also source Sonora and Yecoro Roja from farmers, which are two grains that were cultivated in northern Mexico. So I think doing things like that, like making the choice to use a grain that is connected to my heritage, has made it more interesting for people in Texas. I also just like push it through social media. I just try to be vocal about the delicious flavor that whole grains bring to what I'm making, some health benefits, how they fill you up. I try and pass on my excitement to people. It hasn't been easy. Definitely a learning curve coming back to Texas, because I left Texas 5 years ago because I was like, it's like, I can't get the things that I want here. I need a break from such a conservative environment. These people aren't gonna like what I'm doing. So I left, but now I'm back because I feel stronger, more educated, and I feel like I can go after resources a lot better. So I think slowly we're making some changes, and that's just through working with like-minded people and vocalizing my excitement for what I believe in.
And for me, I'm still at the, trying to build the system because, like I was saying, teff is it's not an easy grain to grow to
because the soil stuff needs a lot of nutrition. So growing it here is going to be tough. So I'm trying to create a system that works connecting Ethiopia to California. In that way, we kind of trading that a lot of activity, not problem.
I guess science connection is not, it kind of.
Sorry, guys, did I get disconnected? Can you hear me now?
A little bit, I can hear you now.
Okay. So what I was saying, I'm trying to create that system so teff is not only grown in Ethiopia right now. Actually, Idaho is growing it. Other few states are growing it right now. Israel is growing it. Australia, South Africa. But I want California to be the main grower and distributor to the rest of the world because of UC Davis, and also California as an agricultural state. So they can give us a lot of knowledge and information technology to send it to Africa, Ethiopia. So grow the teff there.
I think
French bread or even tortilla, we can mix it with teff. So any grain at all that uses, we can mix it with teff. That would give it extra boosted up, even when we're not allergic to gluten. Do you see what I mean? So we can revolutionize how people see grain and sell it in all supermarket, Whole Food. Right now in Whole Food in Washington, D.C., you have to line up early in the morning to get teff bread. That is how much the demand is, but we don't have enough supply. See, that's what I'm trying to work on, how to get enough supply so it's cheaper teff for everybody else, not only for people who can afford. So that's what I'm working on, and finger crossed, everything is working out that way. And I'm getting a lot of support from different, from UC Davis, from businesses here in California. So I'm very hopeful that hopefully within a few years, we will revolutionize how people eat, especially grain. That's what I'm hoping.
anyone else? So I think the last thing that I'm gonna ask everyone is a question on here. Let me see, can I find the question? It was a question about grain. Specifically, like, what would you like everyone to take away from you guys' discussion on grains, and any specific grain, like we know teff, you would like to highlight? Would you guys like to leave anyone with anything specifically so they can stick with it about grains?
I would say just pay attention. Pay attention, honestly, be cautious. Pay attention to what to eat, what to put into your body, especially grain. That the grain gives us the fiber, the nutrition, and all that stuff that our body needs. So we really, really, really have to pay attention. If we pay even extra $1, $2, it's worth it, because it's our health, it's how we feel, it's what is going to make us feel. It's going to go in there, digest. So when our stomach is digesting it and it's not filling it, so guess what? We're not gonna feel good too. So it's really, really important, honestly, more than anything else, to pay attention to our food, especially our grain, because that is part of our diet. And we have so many options, so many. God gave us so many grains, different good grains, that we don't have to be fixed on some wheat, bleached wheat flour. Even there are so many good wheat, whole wheat, that we can use. Even when we're eating wheat, we still can pay attention to what kind of wheat we're eating. So if it's 50 cents, $1 extra, it's worth it to me. So, and I believe grain is not bad for our diet, as long as we don't overdo it. So we gotta eat it in a moderation. So I think that's all I can say too when it comes to grain and in general food. Pay attention into what to eat.
Some things that I'd like to say about grain is look and research into whose land you're occupying, and see what grains or ingredients they worked with on that land, and then research and try and get some of that, or try and source from people, or try and put your resources, your money, your connections that you have to like empower them, and yeah, their like grain experience or the changes the progress that they're trying to do to like the grain economy. You know, wheat's around me here in Texas, and you know, I started learning that, you know, amaranth is just like growing all over here. You know, sometimes I see it growing in people's gardens when I walk by, when I'm walking my dog in the neighborhood. So it's just like keeping your eyes open for what's growing, I think is a good thing and a good way to progress with grain.
I love all grains, you know, but since I'm working with corn, corn is very flexible. You can do a lot of things, you know. When you do hominy grit, you can do hominy grits. Like you make drinks with it, like we call atole. You can make tortillas. You can make sopes, gorditas, pupusas, masa balls in soups. You can be creative. Don't just think of tortilla, corn tortilla. That's it. Corn is, you can use it in so many ways. It's incredible. We drink it, we eat it, you know. So I just don't limit yourself to that. It's just corn, it's just for tortillas, or you know, sugar for the drinks that they make. But you know, remember, corn has so much flexibility. Corn and humans have worked together for thousands of years, from a little grass that the human began to grab, and so it's a relationship. It's a relationship, human corn. So just remember that when you're eating your grain, remember it's a relationship that we have built from ancestors. All different type of grains. That's awesome. So when you have the positivity and think of that, it's going to be healthier for you. When you have positive thinking, your food has positive, you know, it's good in your for your health. So remember that.
Thank you. So I think in closing, I want to say that I imagine that most people on this call, that we probably all think we need to do things very differently as far as sustainability for grains in the future. But my takeaway I'd like to leave people with is that that sustainability also includes more equity in this space. And that means more access. And it also means compensating the entire supply chain fairly, and that we might need to look at things radically different to accomplish that. To one of the points that a couple people alluded to of how hard it is to scale as a small business, I think a lot of collective efforts are necessary. I know that I wouldn't have gotten to where I am now if I wasn't working in cooperation with a lot of other small businesses so that we could get our heads above water. But also I know there was one question that I saw earlier about like legal structure. One of the things that we're doing is we're an LLC now, but I'm selling the company to my employees in what's called a stock option buyout, employee stock ownership program, so that they actually get to benefit as the company grows. And I think that creative things like that are necessary, not just in grains, but in the food system as a whole, to help move us closer to where we need to be.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you all so much. This has been an incredible conversation. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to be baking with Rachel pretty soon. So I hope you all join us for her live demo. She's doing rye brownies, so I'm pretty excited. But thank you all so much for this conversation. I know we didn't get to every single question, but we wrote down all the questions and we'll be sharing it with the panelists. So hopefully they can stay connected with all of you and maybe answer some questions on their own outside of today. But thank you all, and we'll take a short break now, and we'll be back soon with Rachel.
Said she moving out of spot. Said she got a new friend. Said she got a new date. Said she living in the hills, she don't worry about a thing. Said he give her dollar bills. No biggie, got a Benz. We used to kick it at your crib when you stayed in Topanga.
get it. We too cool to admit it. All we have is the internet, limitless at our fingertips. Don't sweat it, just get it. We too cool to admit it. All we have is the internet.
It's okay to be afraid. Feeling stuck, unlucky, okay. You're the only great escape. Gotta let you make the mistakes, even though it gives me pain. It's a lesson you won't forget. If I had it my way, I would hope one day you can say
limitless at our fingertips. Don't sweat it, just get it. We too cool to admit it. All we have is the internet, limitless at our fingertips. Don't sweat it, just get it. We too cool to admit it. All we have is the internet. If I say no, it's not that I never adored you. I'm not unsure. Too many people have control. Chasing trouble, leading to nights that I'm above. You won't survive. I need you sober, all your power. Limitless at our fingertips. Don't sweat it, just get it. We too cool to admit it. All we have is the internet. Limitless at our fingertips. Don't sweat it, just get it. We too cool to admit it.
Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Baby, stay. Time has changed us so in every way. Beyond our dreams and more, the stars are not aligned. Let's say farewell another million times. Hold on, sun reflect every side of you and better yet. What you never knew, let's break a million times. Reflections in the light. Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Hold on, where you going? Where you going?
Been traveling these wide roads for so long. My heart's been far from you, 10,000 miles gone. Oh, I wanna come near and give you every part of me, but there's blood on my hands and my lips are unclean. In my darkness I remember Mama's words reoccur to me. Surrender to the good Lord and to wipe your slate clean. Take me to your river, I wanna go. Oh, go, take me to your river, I wanna know. Dip me in your smooth waters, I go in. As a man with many crimes, come up for air. As my sins flow down the Jordan, oh, I wanna come here and give you every part of me, but there's blood on my hands and my lips are unclean. Take me to your river, I wanna go. Oh, go.
Hi, Rachel.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah. All right, we're excited to see what you have to bake. I'm gonna pop off the screen and let you take it, and then I'll come back with some questions, and if people have any questions, they can put them in the Q&A or in the chat, and we'll go through a couple.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Okay.
So hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Bernier Green, and as I shared before, I am the founder and owner of Lane's Bake Shop here in Chicago, and I started the company about 8 years ago. Today, we're going to make one of my favorite brownie recipes, and I love this recipe for two reasons. One, it's so versatile, but two, it includes some ingredients that we're not used to seeing in brownies, but that kind of adds to the flavor. So this brownie is going to be definitely on the fudgier side. It's a completely rye-based brownie. And so today I'm using a dark rye flour from Janie's Mill, which is a local farm in Miller. And then we are using two types of chocolate. So for me, the best brownies always include when you have both melted chocolate and then when you have cocoa powder. And so for both of the chocolates, we are using Callebaut chocolate. And we specifically use that brand because of their commitments to eradicating child and slave labor in the supply chain, which is a really big issue with cocoa suppliers. And so today we're doing a version of this brownie that's inspired by a Mexican hot chocolate. So I don't know if many of you have had it, but I know American hot chocolate tends to be, it's milky and sweet. And so the first time when I was growing up and I had a Mexican hot chocolate, it was a completely different experience. So it was rich, but I think the part that stood out to me the most was the intensity of like the warming spices that accompany the chocolate. And so much so now that spiced chocolate in a variety of forms is one of my favorite things. So whether we're talking about this brownie or if we're talking about
rich mole sauce. Or another version of this brownie that you can do at home is, so today we're doing the Mexican hot chocolate version, but recently I've tried this Ethiopian spice blend, berbere, and this actually makes a great change to the brownie. So I'd encourage you, we'll walk through it today, but I encourage you to play around with the flavor profile and the spices that you add. You'd be surprised at what pairs really well with chocolate. So before we get started, I wanted to point out one last thing that makes this brownie special, and that is the rye flour. So probably say like 2 years ago, I thought rye flour was for making rye bread, which I was not particularly fond of. So I thought, there's no need for us to have rye in the bakery. But thankfully, when I joined the Artisan Grain Collaborative, one of the things I learned, and one of the panelists, Adriana, spoke to this earlier, is that it's really important that we use all of the grains either in a rotation or grown collaboratively. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I keep an eye on the comments. So that when we're growing these grains, that they are actually regenerating the earth that they're in and not just depleting it. And so that was when I learned, okay, maybe it's important for us to try to use things other than wheat. I was not particularly sold on rye, but we did a trial where we tested rye in a variety of different recipes, from cookies to pie crust. And that was the first time I said, okay, there might be something here. And for those of you that don't know, rye has a naturally lower gluten content than wheat flour, which makes it well suited to providing a more tender crumb to cookies, using it in some cakes, and it's going to make this brownie even denser and is fudgier a word? We're going to pretend that it is for right now. So to start off, I have this bowl, I have some dark brown sugar, and then I have some raw sugar. And then here I have my eggs and vanilla already mixed up. So normally I do this in a hand mixer, but today, to spare you guys the sound of listening to the KitchenAid whir, I'm going to whisk this up by hand, just breaking up this brown sugar, have those eggs in there. And meanwhile, my chocolate and butter is cooling. So in the recipe, it does suggest melting the chocolate in a double boiler. But one of the nice things about this is because we melt the chocolate with butter, it actually allows us to melt the chocolate in the microwave without it breaking. So that's a kind of time-saving tip if you want it. So I'm basically mixing this until it's kind of light and foamy, and all of the chunks of the dark brown sugar are mixed up. And so then we have this chocolate over here that has been cooling. And I'm just going to whisk this into our eggs and sugar. Let me tilt my camera down so you guys can see that a little better. We're going to scrape the rest of this chocolate out of here. And it's hard to believe, but growing up, I thought I did not like chocolate. I realize now that I just had not had the right kind of chocolate. But these brownies were definitely a part of my kind of chocolate conversion. I don't know that I ever craved chocolate until I made these. So we're gonna go ahead and whisk the rest of this in. So now, and this comes together really quickly. So now we have this rye flour, and I don't know how well you can see it, but if you've never worked with rye flour, it has almost like a tannish, bluish tint. But one of the things that I really love about working with both this flour and the other grains we work with is that a lot of times when you're using commodity flour, people are used to flour just kind of being a carrier for other flavors. They don't really think that the flour can add any character or texture to the end product. And so that's one of kind of my favorite parts about it, especially when we transitioned to some of these grains. We didn't initially tell our customers. And so we got a lot of, oh, this is great. I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know what you did differently, but I love it. And so watching people's reactions when they found out, oh, well, we switched and we have, we're using buckwheat here or we're using rye flour here, and that they're whole grains, people's mind are blown because people have this kind of idea that if we're using whole grains and something is healthy in that context, that there's like a flavor trade-off, when sometimes it's the exact opposite. So to this delicious rye flour, I'm going to add some cocoa powder. And today we're using a Dutch cocoa powder. And then I have my baking powder, my cinnamon, my chili powder, and some espresso powder. And one thing I often get when I'm showing people this recipe, they're like, oh, I don't like coffee, leave that out of my chocolate. But that's one of the beauties of espresso powder, is that if you're using a small amount, and so I think here we're using less than a tablespoon, it does not make the end product taste like coffee or even like a mocha flavor, but instead it elevates the flavor of the chocolate. And so when we have this cocoa, this espresso powder, and then we have the melted chocolate, and we add this rich cocoa powder, and this is a really high fat Dutch cocoa powder, the intensity of the three of those really like ups the ante on the chocolate. So if you're a chocolate lover, then this is going to, be a great recipe for you. So I'm just going to mix those dry ingredients together. I'm using this tiny whisk because all of the whisk in our kitchen are like this big. And so when I'm converting to working with things at home, I have to improvise a little bit. So this batter is going to be pretty thick. So I'm going to get rid of this whisk now. And we're going to just fold in these dry ingredients. It smells so good in here. So as you fold this in, if you're trying this at home, you'll notice this is a very thick batter. And one of the things I always share with people when I'm sharing this recipe is that one of the beauties of working with rye flour, since it does have that naturally lower gluten content, is that it's a little bit more forgiving. So, and I especially like it when I'm working with kids. So I do a rye sugar cookie dough. And when you have kids rolling it out and then they're reusing the scraps and rolling them back out, it gives us a little bit extra forgiveness so we can roll it out an extra time or two more than if we're using just a straight wheat flour before it starts to develop any toughness. Okay, so I'm just about getting those dry ingredients incorporated here. And so I'll just show you how thick and delicious that batter is. And so now we are going to take this pan. So I love this pan. It's from a company called US Pans. It's actually a mini loaf pan, but to me, the best part of the brownie are the edges. And so at our shop, we use these pans for all of our brownies because then every bite has a brownie edge. So before I throw these in here, I'm going to grab these walnuts that I toasted earlier, and we're just going to toss these in. This recipe works really well with really any toasted nut. My favorite thing to use is actually a red walnut. The toasted red walnut, pretty good with the flavor. I feel like it gives like a nice festive fall look. And I also love pecans, so I put them in everything. So this recipe gets a little bit of, whatever nut I have readily available. So just gonna grab my scoop here and I'll scoop these brownies out. And once I have the brownie scoop, I take a little bit of flaky sea salt and just sprinkle the top. And then I actually like to sprinkle a little extra cinnamon. Cinnamon and chocolate is such a wonderful combination. And so I'm going to set these aside and answer questions now, and I'll finish scooping these and eating them later. I wish that I could share them with you guys, but maybe next time we can do this in person. So, okay, I see we have some other lovers of Mexican hot chocolate on the in the chat.
Yeah, these look so good, Rachel. I wish I could taste them right now.
Yeah, I'm hoping everybody makes them at home. They're really great.
Definitely. And we will be sharing the recipe after the conference with everybody, so you can make them at home yourself. We also are, this is kind of an aside, but we are putting together a Grains and Revolution cookbook from today. So that cookbook will include a ton of recipes from people that are presenting today, including this one. Okay, so some questions. Firstly, someone loved your quote. I thought rye flour was for rye bread. That is a great quote. What are some other great things that you can use rye flour in other than bread and brownies?
So the other thing that I use rye flour in, we first converted all of our brownies to using rye flour, but what I used it in most after that is sugar cookies. So we make 14 different flavors of sugar cookies. That's one of our kind of signature items. We do a lot of gifts or like creating logos on cookies. And so we incorporated, we don't use a straight rye flour, but we've incorporated some rye in those, particularly in the chocolate rollout sugar cookies. And we have a hot buttered rum sugar cookie dough that we do include some rye flour in as well.
Wow, that sounds delicious. And this rye might be the answer to this, but someone asked, what is your favorite grain to bake with and why?
Oh, that's a hard question. I'm gonna poke my head in my refrigerator and see if what's on the shelf gives me an answer. I probably say right now, I'm playing a lot with spelt and buckwheat, but also corn. Hazard Free Farms is another local farm that I source from. And I actually played around this summer with an Italian cornmeal cookie, which tasted like a honey butter cornbread, but like in a handy cookie form. And it's like one of my favorite things now. So I have a lot.
Incredible. Yeah, there's just so many delicious grains out there, and it's fun to try them in new recipes and in new ways.
Definitely.
I have another question here about using locally sourced grains. It says, when using locally sourced and whole grains, do you find that you need to be more flexible with your recipes?
So that was actually one of my concerns when I first started baking with the grains. And the answer is yes and no. So one, we're not a bread bakery. And so cookies and some pastries are much more forgiving. So it does give us a little bit more leeway than we might otherwise have. But we also, the farmers that we work with have been really great at providing us, like, these are the specs for this flour. So if we, for example, if a certain crop came in and it had a higher protein count or than we were expecting, that we can mix it with something else. But yeah, in general, that because we don't bake bread, it hasn't been as much of a burden as I anticipated before we started transitioning.
Well, that's great to know. So cookies and brownies and just might be a little bit more forgiving when it comes to grains that are less, what's the word I'm looking for? Like
less standardized in a sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the word.
But I feel like the biggest transition was just that you can't transition things 1-to-1 for wheat flour. And so figuring out the formulations from that perspective was actually harder than anything else with the transition.
For sure. Great. And then I guess we have time for one more question. Somebody said, it's the edges of the brownies in each bite for me. Do you try to source most of your ingredients sustainably and ethically? And also, what is the hardest item to procure?
Oh, so the answer is yes. So we have kind of a value spectrum, and we're actually working right now. I'm working with a designer to actually have this graphically and put it on our website that shows kind of all of the criteria that goes into our sourcing. It includes how sustainably things are sourced. We give extra points in our sourcing criteria for employee-owned companies because historically they tend to treat their employees better for obvious reasons. We also look at, so beyond sustainability, like animal welfare, when we're talking about dairy products. So we have kind of like this whole list, which has been a little difficult because sometimes we throw suppliers out that have been really good, but then they like do something egregious that violates one of our values. And so we have to part ways. But the hardest thing to source, actually, you know what? Egg yolks, interestingly enough. So we work with a Amish farm locally, and as our production increased, we stopped cracking shell eggs, and we would get liquid eggs because it was easier to, you know, when you have to crack 200 eggs for a recipe, not a great thing. But it's very hard to find organically free range liquid egg yolks separate. They only have like the commodity version. And so I've been like on the hunt for those for probably 2 years, but right now we're still manually like separating the eggs.
Wow. Well, that's really interesting, especially that you're having a harder time sourcing something that's not a grain. That's interesting to me. And yeah.
I would add a caveat to that. So the only reason that's the case is because I'm a part of the Artisan Grain Collaborative. And so for those that don't know, it's a collaborative based here in the Midwest, and it brings together bakers, millers, educators, nutritionists, farmers, so like the entire grain kind of value chain. And so through that organization, I've had the opportunity to actually meet and work with a lot of farmers. And so, for example, if a distributor is not coming to my location to drop things off, I have a relationship where I can text or email the farmer like, hey, can we bring our van down here and, you know, pick up directly from the farm, or they'll let me know what's the best way to get their products. And so, yeah, that has made like that part of the process much easier than it was ever before.
That's great. Yeah, they are a wonderful organization. If people who are watching don't know about them, you should definitely look them up. They're also a sponsor of today's event, which has been great to work with them. Okay, I think that is just about it, Rachel. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today, both on the panel and in your kitchen. It's been wonderful to hear about your business and to learn from you. And we will be sharing this recipe so everyone can make these delicious brownies at home.
Great, thank you. It was my pleasure to be here today. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, bye now.
Bye-bye.
We are going to take a little break and then get ready for a presentation from Dora Tombo and then the seed saving panel. So we will see you all very soon.
I wanna know. I wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Take me to your river. I wanna go. Lord, please let me know. Take me to your river. I wanna know.
To forget you is to hide. There's still so much left to recover. If only we could start again, pretending we don't know each other. I could not come back the same. This city's changed. It's not what it was back when you loved me. Walking down that path we made when we thought what we had was such a good thing. Hiding out inside my head, it's me again. It's no surprise I'm on my own now. Every time I turn to you, I see the past. It's all that lasts and all I know. Learn to look me in the eyes, and I still don't feel it's me you're facing. Say your road is always mine. What about old times you can't erase now? Wishing we could only find one another. All we've done here is blind one another. Hate can't live in this heart here forever. Have to learn how to make it together. Way you scream like something else is a man. Way you scream like something else is a man. Way you scream like something else is a man. Maybe I was there in a hand. I was there and he put it all on me. Baby, I was there in a hand. Right there when no one else could see. Took me into his arms. Told me that I was the reason. Told me that I was the one he'd always be losing, always be.
Hola, vamos a dar el paso a la presentación de Dora Tambo. Ella es ingeniera agrónoma de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, Facultad de Agronomía, carrera de Ingeniería Agronómica de La Paz, Bolivia. Tiene estudios de posgrado y diplomado en Evaluación de Impacto Ambiental de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, Facultad de Agronomía, y a su vez es productora de quinoa de la comunidad de Pomani, municipio de Ayoayo, provincia Aroma, departamento de La Paz, Bolivia. Bienvenida, Dora.
Muy buenos días, muchas gracias. Bueno, pertenezco a una asociación de productores de quinoa del municipio de Ayoayo, La Paz, Bolivia. En primer lugar, agradecer por la invitación a la organización para ser partícipe en el evento del segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación en Quinoa. Bueno, mi persona va a compartir algunas experiencias y expectativas sobre la producción de la quinoa, sobre los conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa. En este caso, como introducción, vamos a hablar netamente sobre los conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa. En la actualidad, el cambio climático ligado a los fenómenos meteorológicos extremos, en este caso, están provocando alteraciones en el uso de la tierra y en los sistemas de la producción de diferentes cultivos, que son los factores meteorológicos, la helada, la granizada. Existen algunas inundaciones en el sector oriente y en otras regiones. Entonces, para evitar estos riesgos, nuestros antecesores empleaban algunos conocimientos tradicionales sobre la predicción del clima, basados en este caso en los indicadores naturales que aún en este tiempo se va valorando, ¿no? Y además con este tema de la pandemia que vivimos el mundo entero, nos permite reflexionar este caso. Por otro lado, no solo vamos a hablar en tema de los conocimientos ancestrales, en tema de los usos de indicadores naturales en la producción, sino hay conocimientos ancestrales que siempre van manejando nuestros productores en el campo, en el área rural. Por ejemplo, con este tema de la pandemia del COVID-19, los productores generalmente aplican o manejan como conocimiento ancestral, elaborándose algunas infusiones de extracto de eucalipto o huira. Acá, por ejemplo, tenemos los extractos, la planta de la huira, que ellos generalmente hacen hervir como mate, toman como mate de infusión. Aquí tenemos el eucalipto. Este eucalipto generalmente no se debe hacer secar en el sol, eso nos indicaban nuestros padres. Actualmente sigue que debería haberse secado en lugares ambientes, en ambientes cerrados, ¿no? En un periódico quizás envolviendo. No secar directamente al sol por el tema de que va evaporando algunos elementos nutritivos. Y para el tema del tos, por ejemplo, el gripe, generalmente a nosotros nos han enseñado a consumir lo que es la naranja quemada, ¿no? Nuestros abuelos y actualmente nuestros padres también. Entonces, y así vamos combatiendo lo que es el gripe, el tos en las regiones altoandinas, en la región de Bolivia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abba Kaiser, and I work with the WSU Food Systems. We're just going to do a quick switch of the video that we were lucky enough to work with Dora Tambo to get a few videos and for the Quinoa Symposium, and we're just pulling up the right one. So just hold tight for just a second while we do that. And in the meantime, yep, there it is. Great. Looks good. I think the other one's still playing.
Hola a todos.
So if you can mute the other one. Yeah, great. This is a good time to just take a little stretch. It's been a great day so far.
Bienvenidos a la última sesión del segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación en Quinoa, en la cual tendremos una entrevista a Dora Tambo, de Bolivia, quien es ingeniera agrónoma de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés y pertenece a la comunidad de Pomani, en el municipio de Ayoayo, en la provincia de Aroma, en el departamento de La Paz, Bolivia. En esta oportunidad vamos a tener una conversación acerca del estado de la conservación, protección de semillas y las prácticas tradicionales mantenidas y utilizadas por agricultores y agricultoras en los Andes de Sudamérica. Entonces, para ello, damos un cordial saludo a Dora y vamos a hacer una introducción a este tema en la cual nos interesa sobre todo poner en valor, destacar la importancia del rol de las semillas en las culturas andinas y sobre todo en su conservación y la alimentación, cómo éstas se intercambian, cómo se usan estas semillas en el sistema de producción de alimentos, cómo se gestionan, cuál es el conocimiento y la relación que se tiene con el mejoramiento genético de las semillas de quinoa y cuál es el beneficio que éstas tienen o brindan a las comunidades en el contexto del mercado global. Por lo tanto, damos una muy bienvenida a Dora. Gracias por estar con nosotros hoy día, Dora. Y bueno, quisiéramos hacer una primera pregunta a Dora en que la quinoa ha estado presente por miles de años en las diferentes culturas andinas hasta el día de hoy, siendo la base de la alimentación y el desarrollo social. La pregunta sería, ¿cómo se vive la cultura de la quinoa en tu pueblo? ¿Quiénes conservan las semillas y qué ritos se celebran en torno a su conservación?
Muchas gracias. En principio, saludar a los organizadores del segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación de Quinoa. Soy Dora Tambo, de Bolivia. Gracias, Francisco, por presentarme. En esta oportunidad vamos a hablar sobre la conservación, protección de semillas y prácticas tradicionales mantenidas y utilizadas por los agricultores, ¿no? A la pregunta, en este caso, ¿cómo se vive la cultura de la quinoa en mi pueblo, en sí, en Bolivia? Bueno, la quinoa más conocida como jupa o huira en idioma nativo aymara y en quechua como kiuna, ¿no? Es una planta y su semilla es sagrada. Además es un sustento ancestral en la alimentación para el ser humano. En otras palabras, podríamos decir que aún se vive con la quinoa. ¿Por qué? Porque es un alimento milenario para el presente y futuro. Y, ¿por qué no decir, frente a esta pandemia que vive todo el mundo entero, ¿no? ¿Quién conserva la semilla? Eso era la otra consulta. En el ámbito in situ, generalmente conservan los agricultores, ¿no? En su mayoría. Por otro lado, en algunas regiones es olvidado la conservación adecuada, generalmente guardando en lugares como ser en pirguas, llamado que es una infraestructura hecha por ellos, para que duren de 15 a 20 años, incluso más años, la semilla. Pero en otras regiones sí realizan la práctica de conservación, generalmente esto para mantener la semilla nativa del lugar, ¿no? Y en el ámbito ex situ se tiene bancos de germoplasma, ya sea en países productores de quinoa a nivel mundial, donde se realiza la conservación de diferentes ecotipos, ¿no? De semilla de quinoa. Acá en Bolivia se tiene diferentes instituciones públicas y privadas, en este caso INIAF, que depende del Ministerio de Desarrollo Rural y Tierras, tiene, ¿no?, un banco de germoplasma que conserva mayor a 3.200 accesiones. Por otro lado, las universidades, en sus estaciones experimentales, en este caso tenemos en Viacha, La Paz, en Choquenaira, en Patacamaya, provincia de Roma, y también en la Universidad de la UMS de Cochabamba, en Toralapa, y también en Oruro, en la Universidad de Utu, ¿no? Y entre otros, donde generalmente su objetivo de estos bancos de germoplasma es garantizar el mantenimiento de la viabilidad genética de la quinoa, ¿no? Y además, por otro lado, recuperarlas porque faltan aún recolectar de algunas regiones, ¿no?, para su generación, multiplicación y conservación de la semilla. En sí, en Bolivia existen según datos, mayor a 3.200 ecotipos, obsesiones procedentes de cada región y más de 30 variedades mejoradas, ¿no? En diferentes regiones adaptadas. Bueno, ¿qué ritos generalmente se celebran en torno a su conservación? Antiguamente se realizaban varios ritos para la conservación de la semilla, ¿ya? Inicialmente, hoy en día también se sigue practicando en algunas regiones. Inicialmente para la siembra y la cosecha piden permiso y a la vez agradecen a la Pachamama, que es la madre tierra, ¿no? Para la cosecha de la semilla, podríamos decir, generalmente ellos utilizaban herramientas necesarias, como es, por ejemplo, Huachtana, que se conoce como una herramienta ancestral. Ya, esto es para la separación, para la trilla de la quinoa, podríamos decir, ¿no? Y de tal manera lo conservan, ¿no? En esta semilla una vez trillando, venteando, en unas guayacas, que son tejidos hechos de lana, ¿ya? De oveja, generalmente tejen en este caso las mujeres, o costalas también llamados, como yutis, similar a los yutis, pero hechos de lana de oveja. Conservan generalmente, aún anticipadamente decíamos, en piruas, que son infraestructuras hechas por ellos, ¿no? De adobe y de paja. Y eso sería la respuesta.
Excelente. Si pasamos ahora a otro tema que hoy en día ha sido importante a lo largo de este simposio, es que la quinoa está presente hoy en día en más de 100 países, con diferentes avances, para su producción.
Ujú.
Y la pregunta es, ¿cuál es la visión de las comunidades campesinas respecto al uso de la semilla quinoa a una escala mundial?
Bueno, inicialmente dicen, generalmente, ¿no?, de los agricultores y productores, que está bien a que se utilice la semilla de la quinoa para la producción y alimentación a nivel mundial, ¿no? Pese a que la quinoa en Bolivia generalmente es de producción ecológica, podríamos decir natural. Obviamente hay regiones donde producen a mayor escala, pero aplicando con algunos productos donde hoy en día abren los ojos los mismos agricultores y productores que producen a mayor escala y dicen que no está bueno utilizar esos productos porque causan daños a la salud y a la misma Pachamama, que es la madre tierra. A diferencia que otros países también donde implementan innovación tecnológica, ¿no? Donde la producción a mayor escala es convencional. No en todas las regiones, también se practican en algunas regiones andinas de Chile, Perú, sobre todo Chile, Ecuador, que producen igual quinoa natural, ¿no?
Y en ese mismo aspecto, ¿qué es lo que opina la gente, por ejemplo, en el sentido de, y que lo hemos visto durante el simposio, se ha hablado mucho de las variedades, el uso de las semillas mejoradas? ¿Qué se opina con respecto al mejoramiento genético? ¿Se percibe el beneficio de mejorar su cultivo o lo tradicional sigue siendo una alternativa muy buena, muy productiva, según tu experiencia?
¿Qué opinan los productores de quinoa en Bolivia con el tema del mejoramiento genético? Para ellos es una buena información en primera instancia y buena opción, en este caso, para mejorar su cultivo, pero con la finalidad de producir mayores rendimientos para generalmente pensión, ¿no? Y generar ingresos económicos. Y por otro lado también hay variedades mejoradas, en este caso que son variedades dulces y lo utilizan actualmente para el consumo, ¿no? Y ya que el mejoramiento genético es un proceso y esas semillas mejoradas tienen o sea, tienen una calidad han sido mejoradas con una buena calidad, ya sea que sean resistentes a enfermedades, a factores bióticos, en este caso a la helada, a la granizada, ¿no? Entonces, ellos generalmente sí perciben el beneficio de mejorar su cultivo. O sea, mejorar sus cultivos, ¿para qué? Para generar buenos ingresos. Pero siempre sin olvidar el consumo y seguir conservando sus semillas nativas, en este caso para el futuro, ¿no? Porque ellos creen que es mucho mejor en sus propiedades nutritivas, a diferencia que una variedad mejorada, podríamos decir, ¿no? Entonces, pero sí perciben mejorar sus cultivos.
Dora, tú has participado ya en 2 eventos mundiales representando los saberes ancestrales de los campesinos en la zona andina, en medio de todo lo que se ha visto durante este simposio, que tiene principalmente una mirada desde lo moderno, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál es tu opinión? ¿Qué crees? ¿Cómo ha sido esta experiencia? ¿Ambas son compatibles? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué es lo que tú percibes desde esta experiencia que has tenido ya en el Congreso Mundial de la Quinoa en Chile y ahora en este segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación?
Bueno, al respecto, una experiencia única, ¿ya? Y como joven, valorando los conocimientos ancestrales que nos heredaron nuestros abuelos. Pero para algunos y algunas personas ha sido increíble, ¿no? Tal vez un poco chistoso también, eso me comentaron, ¿no? Pero la ciencia ancestral es una ciencia que se debe valorarse. Creo que son compatibles, ¿no? Bastante. ¿Por qué? Porque, como decíamos, la ciencia ancestral es una ciencia que nos heredaron nuestros abueos. Sirve para atender las demandas de los problemas de la vida que se vive cotidianamente, ¿ya? Que está uniendo al conocimiento académico, ¿no? Hoy en día, para solucionar ya los problemas que limitan tal vez su desarrollo y sus posibilidades de acceder a lo que es a la mejor calidad de vida. Por lo tanto, yo creo que sí es compatible, ¿no? Ambas ciencias.
En ese mismo sentido de lo que veníamos hablando de las semillas, en tu opinión, ¿qué opinas con respecto al acceso de las semillas? ¿Estas debieran ser libres o debiese ser restringidas? ¿Qué opinas con respecto a ellas?
En sí, el acceso a las semillas de quinoa en el mundo, si bien se adaptaron en algunas regiones que, bueno, antes no eran zonas productivas, pero podríamos decir que en sus propiedades nutricionales no son casi similares, podríamos decir, ¿no? Que se producen en las regiones altoandinas, donde generalmente se originó lo que es la planta. Pero pienso que debe ser libre, no restringida. ¿Por qué? Porque somos humanos y nos alimentamos, más al contrario, debemos seguir incentivando mucho más el consumo de este producto, que es la quinoa.
La seguridad alimentaria, Dora, se refiere a garantizar el aprovisionamiento de alimentos, mientras la soberanía alimentaria se entiende como la facultad de cada pueblo para definir sus propias políticas agrarias y alimentarias de acuerdo con objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y seguridad alimentaria. La pregunta, ¿con cuál te quedas y por qué? ¿Cuál es la experiencia que se vive en Ñae?
Generalmente yo me quedo con lo que es la soberanía alimentaria. ¿Por qué? Porque producir un alimento sano, de calidad y cantidad, además incentiva su consumo.
Excelente. Y ya para ir un poco cerrando esta conversación, una última sería, ¿cuáles serían tus reflexiones para compartir con la audiencia que nos escucha en este minuto respecto al rol de la conservación de las semillas de quinoa para la agricultura y la alimentación, en el contexto de lo que hemos estado viendo en este segundo simposio internacional de quinoa.
Si bien se consume quinoa, ya sea in situ o ex situ en bancos de germoplasma, pero se ve también que en algunas regiones se va olvidando esta técnica que se practica, ¿no? Entonces nosotros debemos reflexionar y recuperar este saber ancestral que también viene año tras año, ¿no? Y por otro lado, en los bancos de germoplasma, continuar con los estudios que se debería realizarse, pero ya en el ámbito de que sea continuo, ¿no? En este caso, porque sabemos que algunas semillas nativas que se han recolectado de una región, debemos hacer anticipadamente estuvimos hablando, debemos multiplicar, debemos conservar una vez recolectando. Entonces, tal vez haciendo algunos estudios, ya en su porcentaje ya de calidad, en tema de germinación, si es baja o no es baja, continuar en sí con los estudios, ¿no? Y obteniendo lo que son los documentos de información. Y así duplicar, triplicar en las comunidades o volverlos a llevar a las comunidades que han sido recolectadas lo que son las semillas nativas. Y por otro lado podríamos decir, hay que considerar también no solo que es la quinoa, ¿no? O la semilla de quinoa o las semillas nativas de quinoa. También debemos considerar lo que son las semillas silvestres de la quinoa, el pariente silvestre, que es la ajara, ¿no? Y por otro lado, el pariente silvestre de la cañagua, que es el illampitu, lo decimos aquí en La Paz, en Aymara, ¿no? Que son mucho mejores en sus propiedades nutritivas, son más altos que la quinoa o la cañagua, podríamos decir, ¿no? Hay que también eso considerarlo, ¿no? No solo hablar de la quinoa como tal, porque la cañagua silvestre, más conocida como illampitu, o sea, nosotros podemos elaborarnos diferentes productos, ya sea en el ámbito de cocina, para el desayuno, por ejemplo, el pito de cañagua que tengo acá, por ejemplo, acá, ¿no? Yo siempre consumo lo que es el pito de la cañagua, pero silvestre, en este caso illampitu, que es muy bueno para la diabetes. Hoy en día te recomiendan los doctores, ¿no? Para tu salud. Y incluso ha habido experiencias de que te piden a algunos compañeros de las universidades, licenciadas, te piden a que tal vez les puedas vender este producto, ya sea ajara o la cañagua silvestre, ¿no? Porque les han recomendado a los doctores a sus propios hijos. Generalmente esto me decían para la diabetes que contenía, bueno, esta enfermedad su hijo, ¿no? Por lo tanto, yo pienso que se debe considerar también. Eso sería como una pequeña reflexión y bueno, pues ha sido una experiencia bastante amplia y única que siempre lo voy a llevar en toda mi vida.
Bien, Dora, muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante respuesta, experiencia y reflexiones. Agradecemos a todos quienes nos han acompañado a lo largo de todo el simposio y los invitamos cordialmente ahora a participar de un foro a través de los temas que se han estado conversando en esta ocasión. Muchas gracias.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hola Dora, hola Georgina.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Georgina, ¿está bien? Hola, Dora. Hola, Georgina. I think you're still muted here. I can't hear you. Let's see. I think we still can't hear you, Georgina. Well, while we're getting that figured out, I just want to say a welcome to everyone. My name is Abba Kaiser, and I work with the WSU Food Systems program to manage the Cascadia Grains Initiative. And I had the pleasure of co-hosting the International Quinoa Research Symposium, where Dora Tambo Laime was a speaker. And once we get Georgina back on the line, we'll be able to do some translation for English and Spanish and hear more from Dora. If you all have any questions, you can pop them in the Q&A. I see we have some already starting to come in. And while we get that set up, I'll have Dora introduce herself, and we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A. So I think we still can't hear you, Georgina. Might try on the bottom left, there's the microphone button. And then if you click that top arrow, you can choose the speaker, the microphone, or you can just take out your headphones and use the computer audio. Sorry, we can't hear you. Dora, ¿te gustaría presentarte en español, si te quieres?
Sí. Bueno, primeramente, muy buenas tardes. En principio, agradecer a la organización por este evento. Soy Dora Tambo desde Bolivia. Muchas gracias por la invitación y un saludo cordial a todas y a cada uno de ustedes.
Muchas gracias, Dora. Gracias por unirte a nosotras. En un momento, Georgina, ¿está aquí? We can't hear you still. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do my best to Google Translate my way through this. So bear with me, folks, while we get Georgina set up. So I just want to say thank you to Francisco Fuentes of the Quinoa Lab in Chile. Muchas gracias a Francisco Fuentes at Quinoa Lab in Chile. He was the one who was speaking in the video and is an incredible advocate for quinoa and quinoa production in South America. Without him, we would not be able to have interaction with a lot of these farmers in South America. So just a big shout out for his help in that. Yeah, Claudia, do you want to maybe can we make Claudia a panelist? Claudia Carter offered to help translate. Let's see if we can get her promoted here. That's wonderful.
Hi.
Excelente. Okay, awesome.
Hola, Dora, ¿cómo está?
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo está? Jordina.
Bueno.
Claudia.
Georgina, meanwhile, she can figure it out. Va a tratar de ver lo que le pasa con los ¿cómo es? Los speakers. Pero si quieres también tras la ayuda a traducir, Dora.
Muchas gracias, Claudia. And I just want to introduce Dora officially. I'm going to pop the intro in the chat so you can also see the translation, Claudia. It was also in the video, but we were hoping to do a little bit of consecutive translation. So I'll keep things short, but I'll just read the full bio for now. So again, welcome to Dora Tambolaime. She is an agricultural engineer from the Universidad Mayor de San Andrés in La Paz, Bolivia. She is in agronomy with a career in agricultural engineering. She obtained her postgraduate degree from the same university and focused on environmental impact assessment. She's a quinoa producer in the Pomani community, Ayo Ayo municipality, Aroma province in La Paz in Bolivia. So welcome to Dora officially. So, Claudia.
Hola, Dora. Ahorita lo que hicieron fue leerle la biografía y le están dando la bienvenida a esta sesión. Entonces ella leyó justamente lo que está en el chat, que está su biografía en español.
Excelente. So this video was recorded in the summer of this year for the International Quinoa Research Symposium. And I'm wondering for you, Dora, how have things changed for your community in Bolivia since that time?
Dora dice que el video que usted hizo fue filmado hace ya varios meses y le está preguntando que cómo su comunidad ha cambiado desde ese entonces.
Bueno, sí, aún actualmente ya iniciamos lo que es la siembra de la quinoa, ya desde primera semana de octubre y finalizando la última semana de octubre, ¿no? Ya las quinoas en esta época están en sus 2-3 primeras hojas verdaderas. Entonces, el clima también nos ha desfavorecido. Como estábamos observando algunos indicadores naturales que generalmente utilizamos en la producción de quinoa, nos decían que va a ser este año un poco la siembra retrasada.
Dora, usted dijo la siembra en octubre, ¿verdad? Sí. Okay, so she's saying that they started the planting in October, but they have had some issues with the weather, and that might delay them the crop. So they might have issues related to the weather. Georgina, ¿cómo está? Okay, todavía no se le escucha. But yeah, so that was the part that she was saying. Since October, they started planting, and it will be delayed due to some weather issues.
And we had a question from the chat. What are some methods for encouraging food sovereignty in populations that are experiencing systemic disenfranchisement?
Dice, aquí hay una pregunta en el chat que dice que cuáles son algunos métodos de la soberanía de los alimentos. La palabra esta, ¿cómo se dice? Déjame ver. Puedo ver la pregunta, ¿verdad? Can I see the question?
Yeah, I'm going to post it in the chat there.
Okay, let's see. Okay, ¿cuáles son los métodos para incentivar la parte de la alimentación, la soberanía en las poblaciones? Es que tengo que hacer el Google Translate por esta palabra. Es justo una de las preguntas que le hicieron a usted, Dora, pero déjeme ver la palabra exactamente cómo se traduce.
Thank goodness for technology.
Como el señorío, será, ¿no? O sea, del señoría de las comidas. De mantenerlas, déjeme ver. Ay, y ahora se me fue la pregunta donde estaba. I missed the question that I missed the chat. Sorry.
Perdón, dice cuáles son algunos métodos para fomentar la soberanía alimentaria.
Exacto.
En
Exactamente.
poblaciones que
Exacto.
están experimentando una privación sistemática del derecho a voto. Esa es la pregunta.
Sí, muy bien, Dora.
Nosotros generalmente utilizamos varios métodos, ¿no? Con este tema en una región andina, fomentando en sí lo que es la alimentación de este grano milenario, que es la quinoa. O sea, ya en diferentes ferias expositivas, en algunas rutas que vienen con el tema de la agroturística, vamos fomentando nosotros el consumo de este grano milenario. Y así también en la siembra de la misma quinoa, un pesca de quinoa, en la cosecha también. Y así, ¿no? Vamos incentivando y fomentando lo que es la alimentación de la quinoa. ¿Me lo traduce?
Claudia, you're muted. Claudia, can you translate?
Okay, I'm sorry. This is my first time doing this. So.
You got it. You got it. If you can just focus on Dora, I'll feed you the questions through the chat and I'll try to Google translate them too.
Okay. Dora, ¿me puede repetir la última parte, por favor, que se me cortó?
Ya. Repito, nosotros utilizamos varios métodos fomentando lo que es el consumo de este grano milenario que es la quinoa. Ya en diferentes eventos, ferias experimentales o ferias expositivas consumimos la quinoa, y en algunas fiestas agroturísticas generalmente que vienen a la región, y por otro lado antes de la siembra también consumiendo en forma de pesca, de sopa de quinoa, y también por otro lado en la cosecha de la quinoa también vamos consumiendo, ¿no? Y de esa manera fomentamos el consumo de este grano milenario.
Okay. So they say they use different methods to fortify in a way what they the quinoa, and they use, for example, fairs where or parties or events where let's say throughout the harvest they can be tasting it and inviting people to also be part of that. So that's one way how they encourage the consumption of quinoa, utilizing basically the inclusion of the people throughout these the harvesting time. That was one of the things that she mentioned.
Great.
Ya, y también como indica la pregunta, en poblaciones que están experimentando, dice, con privación sistemática del derecho a voto, yo creo que el consumo de este producto es un derecho para todos los seres humanos. No podemos decir privación a este derecho del consumo. Dice que la quinoa en el futuro y en el presente y en el futuro va a ser nuestra alimentación sagrada.
Okay, so she also said that that she thinks that the consumption of quinoa and to make it available to everybody, it's a human right, that it shouldn't be privatized, it shouldn't be like kept, but it should be shared. And that she said that in the future, they say that this will be a sacred food item.
Hmm. And the next question is, I'll do it in English first and then in Spanish. En inglés primero y en español. Despite the use of chemicals in the production of quinoa, is there another harm that has created the worldwide demand for quinoa? A pesar del uso de químicos en la producción de la quinoa, ¿hay otra daño que ha creado la demanda mundial por la quinoa? Hay otra.
Dora, ¿entendió la pregunta ahí? So dice que a pesar del daño que tal vez la producción de quinoa con químicos se ha creado, ¿qué otro daño usted ve que ha producido esto?
En Bolivia nosotros tenemos la experiencia general es de producción ecológico, ¿no? Nosotros producimos nuestra quinoa, nuestra planta de quinoa naturalmente. Pese que en otras regiones se utilizaban algunos productos químicos, pero hoy en día la gente ha despertado, ¿no? Viendo que estos productos químicos llegan a contaminar nuestros suelos y además nos hace daño a nosotros mismos.
Okay, so Dora is saying that Bolivia has a general experience of growing quinoa ecologically or naturally. Even though other regions, they say they might have used some chemicals, they have been waking up to realize that the use of chemicals are not good for the environment and they're not good for people.
And we have time for just one more question. Thank you so much, Dora, for your time. Muchas gracias para su tiempo. What do you think are the most important ways for indigenous peoples to synthesize traditional crops and foodways with science-based approaches to adapt to climate change? And the translation is also in the chat here, if you want to read it, Claudia. I can try.
Okay. What do you think are the most important ways in indigenous? Okay. ¿Cuáles creen que son las formas más importantes para que los pueblos indígenas sinteticen los cultivos tradicionales y las formas de alimentos con enfoques basados en la ciencia para adaptarse al cambio climático?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, Claudia, por favor?
Sí, seguro. Ok, ¿cuáles cree que son las formas más importantes para que los pueblos indígenas sinteticen los cultivos tradicionales y las formas de alimentación con enfoques basados en la ciencia para adaptarse al cambio climático?
Ya, gracias. Generalmente es muy importante que los pueblos indígenas sinteticen este cultivo que es la quinoa, no solo la quinoa, como otros productos, la quinoa y otros granos que es el trigo, la cañagua, ¿no? Generalmente nosotros debemos consumir estos productos, ¿no? Además, frente a este cambio climático ha habido una variabilidad en el tema de la producción en toda la fase fenológica de la planta. Evidentemente, en los pueblos indígenas, generalmente algunas regiones han olvidado algunos conocimientos ancestrales que manejamos generación en generación. Entonces, frente a este cambio climático, van adaptándose a aquellas plantas, pero ya utilizando las variedades hoy en día, más las variedades nativas, así le comentaría, ¿no? No tanto así las variedades mejoradas. Yo creo que hay que hacer algunos estudios continuos que se vayan a adaptarse frente a este cambio climático, diferentes variedades de otros productos también, ¿no?
Okay. So she's saying that this is synthesizing, it's very important for the indigenous people. But not only for just quinoa, she described that also this should be done for cañagua and for wheat, for example, and that we should be consuming all these products. She said that climate change has actually have shown that had changed the plant physiologically. But that the problem is that she said that some indigenous groups have forgotten already on how to perhaps take this crop and keep it growing. So she says also that that with the climate change, adaptability is very important. so that we should take in consideration, you know, that the varieties that are adaptable from today, but also the ones that are coming from the past. And with those also to take the new ones that are improved with those two traits, for the ones that are being adaptable from the ones from the past. And that there should be a continuous research on these.
Excelente, muchas gracias a Claudia y Dora y a Georgina también. And thank you so much, Claudia, for jumping in and for helping us. And thank you so much to Dora for joining us. I think we are at time. There are still a few more questions. Hay otras preguntas, pero no tiene tiempo. I think we're ready to head into our next segment here. Cassandra, are you here?
Yes, thank you. Gracias, Dora. We will start the second part of our seed saving panel very shortly. Thank you, Abba. Gracias. Hello. Thank you all for joining us for part 2 of our Seed Saving and Food Sovereignty panel. I will let the 3 of you take it away from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cassandra. So hi, everybody. My name is Rachel Wah, and I am the director and founder of Museum of Food and Culture, which is a new startup museum, and we are working to co-create a community that uses food as between history, cultures, and personal experiences. And I'm so excited for this conversation today with Dr. Rebecca Webster and Angela Ferguson. And so I wanted to just get started. Would you guys give a little bit of an intro about your backgrounds? Angela, are you good to start?
Sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Ferguson. I'm from the Onondaga Nation. I'm a member of the Eel Clan, and I'm happy to be here today to talk about my work with our ancestral foods, grains, many different things that we grow here. It's my passion, and I really enjoy sharing information with others, anything that I can.
Wonderful, thank you. And Dr. Webster, would you mind going as well?
Sure. Sekoli Swagwake, Ganyeta Gay, Luniunget, Sungwehwene, Becky Webster, Nyunget's Oat Slunige, Wagwaho Niwagit to load, Oniota Aga, Niwagura Humwajot, Delunkawane, Neatwagenu. So I said, hello, everybody. My name is Ganyeta Gale, which means snow scattered here and there, trying to protect the land. My English name is Becky Webster. I'm Wolf Clan, I'm Oneida, and I grew up near Duck Creek in Oneida. So I am just super excited to be here with one of my most favorite mentors, Angela Ferguson. She really helped us get going with our seeds. And we've been growing the seeds that she's given us out here in Oneida and sharing those with the community, and they're making their ways around here. So I'm one of the founding members of a co-op here in Oneida that grows our indigenous white corn together. And we also, a few years ago, decided to change plans for what we were doing with our lives and create a homestead on 10 acres. So we're relatively new to this, but we are so excited to be on this journey.
Awesome, thank you. And I would love to hear a little bit more too about how you each got started on this journey. Angela, would you mind telling a little bit about your background, how you got started with seed saving and interested in food sovereignty?
Sure, absolutely. I grew up on the Tuscarora Nation, even though I'm Onondaga. That was my my first home, and it was a huge agricultural community. So we grew up surrounded by cornfields and husking bees and field trips to the farms and things like that. And pretty much every one of our families out there had some type of connection to farming and agriculture. And I moved out here to the Onondaga Nation about 15 years ago, which is my ancestral homeland. And I'm the first person in my family to return back. So I'm happy about that. And when I grew my own gardens here in Onondaga, I noticed that there weren't as many cornfields and things as such that I was used to seeing growing up. So I was really interested to get back involved with that here. And originally I started working in an elder's garden that was here. And the food was grown for the people who really couldn't, just couldn't maintain gardens on their own anymore. So there was a community garden that was strictly for elderly people in the community that the younger people would grow the food and harvest and everything. And as it was prepared for, to be ready to eat, we would deliver it to their houses. And through that process, it was a really great idea because I got to actually meet every single one of the elders that was here in this community, and they would invite me in to visit, and I would hear their stories about their gardening days and their techniques and their recipes. And so I learned a lot through that elders garden, and a lot of them aren't here anymore. So I'm really thankful that that was how I started out here, because I got to really understand the connections that a lot of these people had to the land. And so I thought, why can't we expand it further than the elders to the entire community? And, I saw that we have a lot of food related illnesses in our community. And my dream was always to see everybody getting back to the traditional indigenous diets. And over time, for the last 10 years, that's what we've been doing here. And it's really been a success. And we decided, okay, we're helping our own nation, but can't we expand now to the other nations? And so we started helping out other nations in our own Iroquois Confederacy here, our Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And then even on to that, through Braiding the Sacred, we moved on to nations outside the Confederacy as well. So we've been all over Turtle Island from coast to coast, and we've been helping different people reconnect with their ancestral foods.
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that and talking about how much food has kind of been that community basis for you, and also a way for knowledge sharing. So Dr. Webster, would you mind going as well and kind of sharing your experience and how you got involved? I know that your story intersects happily with Angela's. And so, yeah, would you tell how you got interested in seed saving and food sovereignty?
Sure. Like I mentioned, I'm relatively new to this. I've only been doing it about 6 or 7 years. So my husband and I both had really demanding, busy careers. We were raising our 2 young daughters at the time, and we would come to the tribe has a farm, it's called Junhenqua, meaning life sustenance, where the tribe grows the corn for the community. And we'd go there every year and we'd help at harvest time. And, then they would take those, the harvest and then have it processed at the tribal cannery and then sell the corn at the Oneida market. So when we got hungry for our corn in different meals, corn soup, cornbread, we would just go to the cannery and purchase it. Really, we didn't think much of it. We don't come from agricultural families. There are some families here in the community that do and have continued to grow it on their own, but we were really relying on the tribe for that. And then the tribe did such a good job of getting people in the community interested in eating more of our indigenous foods, so much so that they could not keep up with the demand. So regularly at the market, they would have signs that said, sorry, there's no more corn here. And people would get just mad. They would be, why isn't there enough corn? What's going on? What's happening? And then a few of us families got together and said, well, wait a minute. Maybe we should do something about that. We shouldn't always rely on the government to fix these problems for us. So as a community, we all got together. Most of us had no idea what we were doing. We thought, oh, we've been to a few husking bees over the years at Junhenqua. We got this, right? Well, we didn't have this, but we gave it a try, and our corn responded beautifully to us. We had an amazing harvest. we still didn't really know what we were doing. I think that first year of our co-op, Ange came out and helped us, showed us different things, and really catapulted us into this really a deeper understanding and a connection with our corn. And just as every year went by, we were able to grow more corn, grew different varieties. And at home, we, like I mentioned before, we left our careers. I became a university professor, so I have summers off. My husband left his career and he now homeschools our daughters. So we just had a really huge life change. And now on our homestead, we, this summer was a bit different because of COVID, but we host tours, we have events here, we have classes here on how to do things. And we even started a YouTube channel on this learning journey. So we have so much to learn, but we feel those little tidbits of information that we have learned, we want to be able to share those with other people who don't have the opportunities to get to know that stuff the way we did, because this is also new and exciting to us. We thought that we wanted to really get other people excited about it too. So Angela has given us a number of varieties of corn, beans, and squash, and sunflowers especially, that we continue to grow out here at our farm. And then in turn, we share those with the community. So we have a lot of community members, especially this year, because of COVID, people really stopped to think about what our food systems and how they're broken. And you know, the things that you just go and buy from the grocery store, we kind of take that for granted, and we don't always know where it's coming from, what chemicals were used on it, how was this processed, how old is it? So we had a lot of people that were interested in growing some of our gardens, and I had planned to help people, but because of COVID, we couldn't quite make that happen. But what we were able to do is do social distance porch trades. So I packaged up a whole bunch of seeds, and I put them in had little labels on them with little instructions. And I would put those on the porch, and then people would come and take some, and then, you know, leave a jar of jelly or maybe some honey behind as a trade for them. And then throughout the summer, they would send these really amazing pictures and oh my gosh, look at what these beans look like. Have you seen this? This is so beautiful. Or what else? They would send panicked questions about things. What's happening here? And it was just so funny because I'll text Angela every now and then, what's going on with these beans? Or how come this looks that way? Because I have so much to learn, and it was nice to be able to pay that forward to some other people who are also new to growing and reestablishing those relationships with our seeds.
That's awesome and incredible how seed saving for you has become kind of this learning along with your community experience, just like it was for Angela. So kind of to build off of that, I want to jump in with some of the topics that we had discussed in our pre-meeting about thinking of the different ways that traditional knowledge and kind of Western scientific studies can align, and how those things converge for you guys, and how kind of knowledge sharing contributes to food sovereignty and seed saving with your experience.
Whoops, sorry. Well, for me, I think the scientific arena has now proven a lot of the things that Native people have actually been doing for a long time with the knowledge and the relationship that they've had with their land and environments. And one of the main things that the Haudenosaunee people had as a responsibility that was given to them at the time, from the beginning of time till now, I guess you could say, is that we are the caretakers of what we call Turtle Island, which is here, North America, this continent. And so that's a huge responsibility for people. And I think when it comes to like our younger people learning these educations, finding a pathway where you can connect those two educations of understanding the way, you know, the explanations that come in another language. Science is really just another form of language. And so understanding that the scientific language sometimes actually coincides with the indigenous ways of doing things. It's not really that they're different. It's just that they're explained in a different language. And so that's been kind of interesting for some of our young people, because my next vision, I guess you could say, when it comes to the seed saving and things like that, is teaching that as an actual, like a class. So for young people, that could actually be the science class. That little square garden can be everything they measure, that they talk about, and that they experience and have that relationship. So for me, I think it starts with our younger generations and teaching them the things that we know that we could actually meld into some type of form of education. You know, there's actually hands-on learning. It's the best way for the younger people to learn. And I think right now, even with this pandemic occurring and a lot of the kids being at home and doing online things and stuff like that, this is a perfect time to have gardening and things like that as a science class, because you're still having a safe environment. You're still being able to just, you know, keep yourself in a small area with a few people where all of the social distancing requirements could even be met. You know, a lot of times being in the garden alone is actually very healthy. And I think it's also the cure for a lot of the things that the social issues, like the sadness and the depression that occurs when you're isolated. So, you know, all of those things combined, the kids, that's where we're going to get the interest, you know, is by utilizing that scientific knowledge with the indigenous ways of doing things to see that they're actually, they can coincide. And that if we can learn to be more connected with the land, instead of thinking that we need to control it. So that's where I see there needs to be that understanding that it's an actual relationship. So if you were in a good relationship with a human, you wouldn't want to control them. You would want to, you know, kind of mesh with that person and move side by side. And that's exactly how I think our planting procedures and the scientific methods, where things are kind of falling apart in the big agriculture arena, or a lot of reliances upon machinery and things like that, that human connection of the element that's missing.
Yeah, I would echo some of the discussion about how modern science is just reconfirming some of the things that we had, our original instructions talk about them. And I think it's a more holistic, and I think it's a more appropriate way to see things from the eyes of our teachings. So even though, you know, we might have a good grasp of the science behind things, I like to think of it in terms of the way our ancestors thought of it. And it just really pulls in all of the different aspects of all of creation together. And it's not singling out one thing or the other. So for example, so I have here a braid of our Haudenosaunee black sweet corn. And if you'll notice, it's kind of skinny and it's kind of short and it's very dark and it's very wrinkly. So, and this kind of thing has happened before. So I planted this in a field, and then during harvest time, I was harvesting, and then these two cobs came up. Notice they're huge compared to that corn. They're very plump, so they're not wrinkly, and they have these beautiful colors to them. So when things like this happen, of course, I'm, you know, on the phone with Angela, what's going on with my corn? And I loved the way that she explained it. And she said that this corn, she's remembering her relatives. So we can talk about cross-pollination and the science behind that, but really what I'm interested in, what does this mean to us? What is this corn trying to tell us? And if you work with the corn and you work with these foods, you're not going to learn stuff from a book or from, you know, your science classes. The food will tell you. And I always wondered what it meant when they said the plants talk to you. I was always envisioning, you know, hearing them say something, and other people have had that happen. I'm still waiting for that to happen, but they really do talk to you. You can tell when the plants are happy. You can tell when the plants need something. And if you just give them the time and attention and care, and they'll really respond to you. So I think it's you know, looking at the soil health, but being able to still have that mindset of it's a relationship with that food, and there are relatives and we need to take care of them. And if we approach it from looking at it from that perspective, I think we are still pulling in that science in there, but we're doing so in a way that makes sense to our people.
Awesome. I would love to circle back with you. Both of you, when we talked earlier, told stories of kind of different messages being told through the food. Of course, the that one example of the corn remembering its relatives, but also like the little baby corn. And I would love to just hear some of those stories and kind of what you're taking from those messages of what the food is conveying to you.
Well, there's so many, I don't know. There's so many stories. This year, I had a very emotional experience with the corn. You know, I had suffered an injury back in August and I was kind of laid up for a while. And that's not like me because I sleep for probably 3 or 4 hours a day. And I was just like, I have to get out of this bed. Even though I'm in pain, I have to get in that cornfield. I felt like it was calling me. So as much pain as I was in, I dragged myself up and I went over to the cornfield, and I was barely able to stand up for more than maybe an hour at a time at that particular time. But I went into the garden and the corn leaves like crisscrossed over my shoulders. That my injury was on my right shoulder and in my neck. And it kind of like hugged me. It kind of crisscrossed over me. It was almost choking me around my neck. And I just was like, I just stopped and I paused and I could like feel the energy of the plant wrapping around me. It was like enveloping me. And we have stories in some of our teachings that talk about that actually occurring to people, you know, in the past that have shared that experience. I never had it before, but this was the first time. And I was so thankful because I felt like I got some kind of power from that, or I can't explain it. But I felt so good after I left there. I was so glad I went in there. I was surrounded. The plants were in full bloom and they were, 10 feet. Some of them were 12, 14. They were huge plants and they were 14 feet high. And I'm just this little small person in this big cornfield. And when it did that to me, I mean, it really did heal me because my shoulder bounced back. I was able to be okay for harvesting time. We had our ceremonies right after that. And so that voice, that when it was wrapped around me that I heard was like, it was kind of like, you're going to be okay. You're going to be all right. You'll be okay. And I do feel like that even now. So I think it was an experience that I'm meant to share with people because, sometimes they say seeing is believing. And so for me, I had the experience myself and I was so thankful. And one other thing that I was thinking about, because I kind of thought you might ask this question. So I brought one of these out and I'll try to let you see closely what it is, okay? So this is what we call, can you see here? This is grandfather corn. So this is one of the ancient corns from the beginning of time. This is the ancestor to every single kind of corn that you guys see growing. There was Teosinte, which was the very original first one that grew wild. And this one is the one that came after. So this for us is called our Onaho Unwe, which is our original corn. And so this particular one, it comes in two forms, that original corn. There's a male and a female version of the plant. And sometimes you'll get female, 7 or 8 cobs will grow on one stalk. And this one is like amazing because at the time that it showed up, which was last year, we didn't know the message, okay? So if you can see here, each one of these little husks, at the end of it is the seed. The seed is wrapped in husks like a blanket. And inside of there is one big female. These ones with the long husks are the female version of the plant. So this kind of had popped out of it. This was the head almost. And this had kind of, just because it was dry, it had come off. But inside, you're able to see the seeds. And surrounding it, the big female in the center, are all these little tiny ones. There's little tiny separate cobs of corn all the way around it. And these are all supposed to be children, right? So sometimes they call these storytellers or grandmothers. And at the time we were wondering, what does this mean, right? But now you see that we have all of our children home with us, right? They can't go to school. They're not allowed to be where they normally are required to be. as per the law, you know, that they have to be at school. Now, all the things we've been wishing for is that these children could come back and kind of be more in our care, and we have a little more say in what we consider to be education to them, you know. So I have my grandchildren here with me today at the farm. They're here all the time. They grew up here, and they're going to continue to grow up here. So their education occurs here in between online classes. They can play at the farm. But also, I think that grandmother was telling us, like, it's going to be that time where we have to stop what we're doing and pause our busy lives. And now you're going to have all these people looking at you. What are you going to teach us? We're here. We're sitting right here. We're given to you, you know. So I feel like part of this pandemic is actually a blessing. You know, they say, be careful what you wish for, because your wish may come true. So now we wish that we had our children around us more. Now we have that ability to, you know, be a little more proactive and participating in their education. And I think at the time that we didn't see it, we got a lot of those that year. That was just one example of what I'm showing you, but there were so many. And a lot of us that work here at the farm, by the way, we're all women, all the people doing the agriculture here. We do everything by hand. So we don't use any fossil fuels. We don't have any tractors. We use our old Iroquois methods of slash and burn and crop rotation for our gardens. So we're trying to show people in different communities that if you don't have the money for equipment and you don't have these certain things, it can be done. So there were 5 women here this year in 2020, and we grew 12 acres of food by hand. We planted it all. We prepared it. We hilled it up. We did the weed pulling not once, but twice. And we harvested, you know, over almost 500 braids of corn. So there's only 5 of us. So if 5 women that really dedicate themselves with their passion to doing something like that in a community, it can be done. And that's what we try to do, is encourage young people, because we don't turn any kids away. We want all the kids here. We want to teach them how to braid corn. We want them to know how to plant. My grandchildren planted their own corn this year. We had several people come up from the nation and say, our kids are out of school. What should we do? Bring them up to the farm, and they can do whatever they want here, you know. And a lot of the people have actually become interested, especially the young girls, in the seed keeping part of it, because people don't realize that when you plant, you need to save the seeds for the next year's harvest. So that seed keeping is a whole nother technique and art form. So every single seed in this farm has been touched by human hands, because we wipe them all off. We treat every single one like they're sacred, you know. So these experiences that we see come out of the corn, and it's amazing. And not only that, with what I have had happen last year, is this year, I might even have it here. I'll have to show it. So
this is my favorite part.
Okay, I had a little teeny tiny cob of corn here. And this little cob of corn, if you can see my finger, okay, my finger is about maybe 2 inches. Teosinte was growing out of this in our red cornfield. So, you know, this kind of even verifies the last question you talked about with the science and everything like that. There's this academic dispute. Did the corn originate from Teosinte? Was it another wild grass? How did the indigenous people domesticate that plant, etc.? But here is the ancestor to all of these things show up in a cornfield without the seed of it being planted. So to me, this is like our science right here. And this tells me now it's time to go back to the ancient ways, go back to the very beginning and kind of start over. And that's what we're doing. We're working backwards in time to learn how to go back to our ancient ways. And some of us don't actually know all of those things. So then it causes us to go on this search where we're speaking to elders and, you know, learn from different, we can travel from nation to nation. There's all different tribes all across this whole continent here, and we all had relationships at one time. So now there's these oral traditions that we've been sharing and learning things about. And to me, it's all so valuable. It creates these food pathways and connections. So that's been my experience this year.
I love that. Thank you so much for doing the show and tell. It's one of my favorite parts. Becky, do you have some stories you'd like to share as well? I remember we mentioned some last time.
Yeah, so the one that actually comes to mind also deals with the grandmother corn. And that's the corn with each kernel has an individual husk on it. And I've grown that for a few years now. So a little bit about our family history is we're very Christianized, and nobody really from our family went to Longhouse. That's where we practice our traditional ceremonies. Several years ago, actually probably about 10 or 15 years ago, my grandpa's brother, my Uncle Jim, decided he's gonna start to go to Longhouse. And several years ago, our family decided we're going to too. So we were the only ones from our family that were at the Longhouse. And you know, I would look across because he's in a different clan than I am, and he'd be across the way, and you know, we'd see each other, and it would just be a really great thing to be able to see him there. I'm gonna try to do this without crying, but he passed away last year. And so one of our chiefs that lives here, Bob Brown, he was really patient and kind with our family because my uncle wanted to have the ceremonies in our longhouse, how we traditionally buried our people. And my family never experienced that before. So he was so kind and patient and understanding with that. I wanted to thank him for that. And I had no idea, how do you thank somebody who is going above and beyond what anybody would expect you to do? So I went to our field in our harvest. He passed away in November. And I looked at, and I picked out the beautifulest, most perfect grandfather cob of corn. And I wanted to share that with him. So through this whole process, at the end of 10 days after somebody passes, you have a death feast. And at that, right before the feast, I went up to him and I said, I want to thank you for everything you've been doing and answering my family's probably pretty bizarre questions, because this is all new to them. And I said, I want to give you this. And he thanked me, and we carried on. We had the ceremony, we had the death feast and everything that goes along with that. About a month later, I remember I was doing some research for a project on our corn I was doing, and it was by a Seneca anthropologist, Arthur Parker. And I've read the book before, and I never really thought much about it. And there was a provision in there that said that it was customary to give somebody a kernel or a cob of corn to invite them to the death feast. And if you accepted the corn, that meant that you had to go to the death feast. And I said, wow, that's kind of crazy. So I copied that section and I sent it over to Bob, and I said, check this out. Look what this book is saying. This was in Parker's book. And he says, oh, you know, I forgot all about that. I haven't thought about that. And then he proceeded to tell me about this memory he had when he was a young boy, and he found a kernel of corn laying somewhere weird, and he picked it up and he asked his grandfather what that kernel of corn meant. And his grandpa said, oh, that's right. That's because I had been invited to go to a death feast, and this means that I need to go. And he said that for the longest time that wasn't a memory that had surfaced until I had given him that corn and told him about the passage in that. So I don't know what it is that was telling me that I needed to do that. I mean, I could have given him tobacco, I could have given him food, I could have given him all kinds of things, but for some reason, that one cob is what I wanted to share. And then that then in turn triggered some of memories that he was able to share with me. So yeah. Sorry for for getting a little teary there.
I'm glad it's you. Usually I'm the one crying every time I talk about corn.
Right?
Emotionally, you know?
I'm not gonna cry first.
We have an ongoing joke because every time we talk about these at the Braiding the Sacreds, where there's always somebody that ends up crying, and we're always saying, it's not going to be me this time. And then I remember we had one of the gentlemen from Oneida, Wisconsin, he was like, I never cry. Give me that corn. I'll stand up and talk. And he didn't even finish his sentence.
Oh my gosh. And so a funny story, we were at one of the Braiding the Sacred events in Ho-Chunk territory. And my family and I went there, but I actually had to teach that weekend too. So I had to scoot out for a bit to go teach and come back. And I was feeling really salty that I had to leave this beautiful event. And I was kind of crabby about it. And, you know, we left our kids with friends and family that stayed at the event. And when I got to the classroom, one of my students, do I even still have it? I think it's in another room, but she, where is it? Huh. But I go in the classroom and she has this red cob of corn. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. What is that for? She said, out of my whole entire white cornfield, these 2 red cobs came up and I thought of you and I thought I'd have to give this to you. And of course, you know, I'm in class, I'm like, oh my gosh, right, crying. And then, you know, it turned out to be a really good experience that I had to go back for class. And I come back and we're all having a talking circle to talk about corn and whatnot. And I happen to have this cob of corn in my hand. And, you know, we're going around and it's my turn to talk. And I bring up the cob and I say, and one of my students gave me this corn, and I lost it and I couldn't even finish, right? So my girls, they're teenagers, right? Little evil teenagers. That whole weekend, and even still, I would hear them to each other. You know, they'd walk around, and my student gave me this corn, but you little brats, they were mocking me. No.
It'll be their turn one time. It'll be their turn. Yep.
Yes.
Everyone, they get bit by the bug.
Yes, I'm sure. And you know, as much as we make fun of these kids for, you know, being teens or, you know, their attitudes or whatnot, it is so amazing to be able to have them around our gardens and our foods and our cooking and just immerse them in this. And sometimes we think that they're not paying attention, but I really love the times where I overhear my daughters talking to somebody else about this and explaining things and talking about our foods. Like, they're really listening. They are really understanding that. I think we don't give them enough credit sometimes, but they're really absorbing this stuff and taking it in. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. That's for sure.
I love that. That's excellent stories about corn. Thank you both for sharing. And your children making fun of you. That seems like a very classic thing. Pivoting a little bit, because I'm also mindful of time. I'm interested in thinking about like food sovereignty and sustainable agriculture, particularly in relationship to climate change. How have you guys thought about climate change in relation to the farms that you work on and kind of the teaching practices that you're engaged with?
Well, I'm at a different point in time, so I don't speak that language called climate change. I call it now climate adaptation, because the change has already happened. So now for us as Haudenosaunee people, that's been our lifelong motto, is adapt or die, because if you cannot adapt, you're not going to survive. So what we can do from my perspective, what we've been doing is, like I said, going back to the ancient ways of doing things, and we're kind of adapting to circumstances. So when it comes to the seeds are so amazing and resilient, and they carry so much memory and history. And, you know, even if you just hold one little seed and you think like that, you think how powerful that one seed, that is the sovereignty. You know, if you have one seed, you can feed yourself. And so we take those seeds to different parts of the country here now. So we have the same seeds that's maybe indigenous to this area, right? Northeastern woodlands foods. We take them out to the Midwest so they have time to adapt to the climate there, and we have people grow them there. We've taken them over to Portland, Oregon, so they're growing in the Northwest and they can adapt to the climate there. We've taken them down to the deserts in New Mexico and all that area. We've taken them to the panhandle of Oklahoma. You know, we have them growing in the Southeast now, so that they're adapting to each particular climate, because as our earth is heating up and the temperature is rising, the corn needs time to adjust to those things. So we're just like people, right? If you move to a new city, it takes you a while to get your way around the area, understand what the temperatures are like, the amount of daylight hours you have, and things like that. The corn and different seeds, I've noticed that after 2 to 3 years, they will do just fine in your area. So I always tell everybody that first year, you're not going to get a great harvest. Your corn's going to look a little rough because it's kind of in shock. It doesn't know where it is. And it takes a little time and love and nurturing and keep growing it, keep on, adapting it to that climate. So I've found that that's actually been a very great way of making the corn be very, not just corn. We've had beans, sunflowers, squashes. We've had the seeds of our 3 sisters growing all over. And this year I actually brought up some wild potatoes that I dug up from the Pueblo of Acoma. And I got permission to bring some back here. I had, I think, 12 potatoes, 12. They're just like little stones. They're no bigger than maybe a quarter, not even, I would say maybe a nickel. And so I took those potatoes out and I brought them here and I was like, I'm going to see if I can tame a wild food, if I can actually get it to grow like in a row, all nice and neat, not just like a weed loose. And sure enough, they just start popping up and they just took off. And it was like my highlight of my growing season is that, I reconnected with another one of our Haudenosaunee foods, which is potatoes, and I was so excited that I had to send pictures to the leadership there in the Pueblo of Acoma to let them know, look at how they're thriving here. And they couldn't believe it, because they're used to growing in sand in the desert and everything like that. And now they're growing up in quite a cold temperature up here. And, for them, it's not cold for us, but I think adapting to the different situations has been something that's non-threatening to the environment. And it's also a good way to look out for the seeds for the future generations, because sometimes the temperatures are going to rise, it's all moving north. And a lot of our foods are actually moving north too, where our corn belt used to be across the middle of the country. It's moving north towards Canada. And right, even where Becky lives now in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, all of these northern states, right, that border Canada, a lot of our foods are thriving in those areas and they're actually jumping over that border to Canada. So our people have always migrated north. We've had to migrate south during times of cold. So we have to kind of follow the foods. And I also believe that one of the things that people call invasive species or weeds, those things are very important, because one of the things I learned this year is that these plants speak a language that some people can actually speak. They can actually hear it, translate it, they understand it. I'm not there yet. I would be honored if someday I will ever get to that point, but I do know people who do have that ability. I have known people that have that ability, and they call upon helpers. That's one thing I've learned. So, for example, last year, our entire field was surrounded by like these huge burdock plants and these big, huge prickers. And we didn't want to pull them out because we're pulling weeds by hand. I was like, well, let's just leave them. And that's when I found this out. Like, actually, the corn called that plant to surround the entire cornfield so that animals wouldn't get in there. And, it kept out all of the deer and, the little wildlife that would run into a garden. So sometimes if you be more cooperative with nature, instead of like trying to, compel yourself to fight against it, but work with it, there's changes that you naturally will make that can be helpful. Water is the most important treasure that we have, and we don't water any of our plants. We solely rely on rain. And when we don't have, people say, what do you do when you don't have rain? I say, we have the ceremony to call the rain, and it always comes. So it depends on your level of belief, and I think your level in cooperation with nature.
So last year we had a record-breaking wet year for us, and where our homestead is, we have a high water table anyway. So it's the water table here is so high and it's so wet. We weren't able to put a full basement in our house when we were making our house, or we were building our house. So our plants, one of the garden plots that we had was actually completely underwater for a week. And we just thought, well, nothing's going to come there. That's okay. You know, we tried, we're just learning, and stuff came out of that garden and it was fine. Those seeds were just fine. In our other gardens, they struggled, they really did, but they produced. And we know that those seeds that they produced are survivors. They are adapting, they are changing, they're going to be ready to bring us into this changing times that we're experiencing right now. So we knew that we had to do things a little bit differently based on our environment here and how it's getting even wetter. So we decided we're going to go all out and have Three Sisters mounds. So we had over 100 mounds here that we planted our corn, beans, and squash together in, and they really thrived. So when it was really wet and it rained hard, you would look and the aisles might be a little bit wet, but the plants were never standing in water anymore. And we planted some corn in regular rows too, just because we had extra corn and we wanted to plant her. And that corn really struggled because it was a lot lower. It was wet. It didn't sprout as fast. It didn't grow as tall. It didn't handle the beans as well that were growing with them. So we're just learning that there's so much more to our original ways of doing things that make sense in different circumstances. So for us and our family, the circumstances here are that we need to plant more in mounds and plant the Three Sisters together as companions. It's like Angela was talking about those pickery plants. That's what our squash did over here in our gardens. They cover the ground, keep the weeds out, keep the moisture in the soil. But if you've ever, messed around with squash leaves and vines, they're pretty prickly and they get kind of irritating. So those really help stop the animals from coming in, and we had no animal damage at any of our corn this year. So we were very lucky in that regard. We had some birds, but apparently the squash didn't deter the birds, so as it shouldn't. But one of the other things that we're also trying to do is keep our seeds in rotation. So I'm still learning about our seeds, but from what I understand is they don't always like to just sit on a shelf somewhere. They want to be planted. They want to be in the ground and to fulfill their responsibilities to either be food or be seed again for next generation. And as with a lot of things, I get carried away. And this year I got carried away again with my bean varieties, and I had over 20 varieties. So, I mean, that's insane. Who does that? That's crazy. So I just said, I know, right? Why do we do this? Because this variety, like Angela's like, oh, check out this variety. I'm like, oh, I need to grow her. And then, all these other people will come across and give you these beans, and then, oh, I can make room for her over here so she doesn't cross with anybody else or whatnot. So, but I thought, I need to do something else here. So actually just yesterday, I put a notice out on social media for our community here locally to say, who wants to help me grow out these bean varieties? We're going to start an informal bean cooperative where we're going to keep these in rotation. Because if somebody, if I get 3 or 4 people and they grow out 3 or 4 varieties, or maybe even 1 or 2 varieties, maybe we need 6 people or 7 people and it'll be great, right? And that would just be a big help and alleviate a lot of the stresses of trying to do too many varieties. Well, within, I think, 8 hours of me posting that, I had 28 people sign up and make a commitment to grow out some of these seeds. So I was like, oh my gosh, so this is going to be really exciting. I'm a little nervous about it, but I think it's going to be really great to be able to share these seeds with our community. And then the idea is that when they grow it out, they'll grow, they'll send seeds back. And this way we can keep those seeds in a healthy rotation to make sure they're not just sitting on a shelf somewhere, and make sure that they're fulfilling their responsibilities, making sure that as they grow year after year, they're adapting to our changing climate and they're being able to work with us instead of having to, spring them out of a jar in 20 years and hope that they can still thrive.
That's awesome. I have seeds for you for that project if you want. I did 32 varieties. I know, I did go crazy. You know what? I got these seeds. They were 1,400 years old. They were given to me at the Youth and Elders Conference by a Hopi man there who just made friends with me years ago, and he's always given me little gifts. He gave me, I think I had 8 seeds. That's what he gave me. 8, and he told me to put it as part of my bundle that I always carry with me. And I thought, I'm going to plant those. I wonder if they would grow, because he got them from a cave out in Arizona, one of their archaeological sites. And he had different seeds that many different things that were there, but these were like really old. And I thought, oh my gosh, I wonder if they'll grow. And I just had the vibe to plant them, and they did.
Nice.
And I couldn't believe it. Yeah. So out of that first little bunch, I got this little jar, this little cap full, this little mason jar cap full to start with. Yeah, I haven't counted them all yet because there's 2 more plants out there. But out of my 8, I got more, and I'll just keep building it up. So he was like, I can't believe they grew. I go, me neither. Wow.
They really wanted to come back for you. That's for sure.
So, sometimes science doesn't jive with indigenous information, because they say a seed only has a shelf life, right, of this long. And I've planted corn that was a few hundred years old, and it grew, so it's like I said, it's all sometimes it's a matter of faith.
Did somebody find some beans in the rafters of the longhouse or something?
Yeah. Roger found them, and those beans we don't know. We actually will not ever know how long those beans were up there, because the oldest man in that community was 96 or something. He's passed now. That man passed away. He was close to 100 anyway. But he said, I've never seen anybody put food up there in my entire life. So it had to have happened before my generation. So we don't really know. But he said, I'll grow them, I'll plant them. And he planted them. And we keep those. I grew those this year too. And we couldn't believe it, because people had not seen them. So it was pretty amazing.
Wow. So I am getting the note that it is almost time to wrap up. We had a couple of questions that I was hoping we could just kind of go through rapid fire, because I didn't want to cut either of you off with your amazing stories. So Jennifer asked, how best can the seeds for corn be protected from cross-pollination with GMOs?
Well, for me, I do what I call the GMO dance, because what you have to do is really connect with the person that's farming around you. If you don't actually know that person, I paid attention to the cornfields around me for years, and I documented when did their pollen flow, when do they plant, and I danced around, because I know my seeds and I know how many days from the minute I put it in, the pollen will drop, so that those 2 things aren't crossing at the same time. So it's this whole informational, that's like a whole nother workshop, but that's something that you really need to learn, because it has to be taught. Not how many days does it take for you to plant and then have food at the end, but when does the pollen fly in the middle, and when does it accept pollen? So that's that might be something we could talk about in the future, because I'm trying to teach a lot of people how to be aware of that and pay attention to their own corn.
Definitely.
So I've been able to plant. I'm surrounded by GMO corn growers. And when they didn't plant this year, I was like, why didn't you guys plant? And they told me that Monsanto's holding on to all the seeds right now, because they're going to decide who gets to plant. When the pandemic hit, they didn't just freely hand out seeds. They picked and choose, they would pick and choose who they're going to actually let plant this year. So that controls all the cattle and many other things. And so that was kind of scary. Someone else determining your sovereignty, and whether or not you're going to be in business anymore or whatever.
Definitely. Wow. Well, and kind of, I have many thoughts, but I guess the last question from Abba is, she's wondering if either of you are measuring nutritional density in the traditional varieties of food that you're growing.
I haven't measured quantities of that for me personally, but we do have students that are in food studies right now who are interested in doing that kind of thing. We know the basics of what is present after the nixtamalization process occurs when we use our wood ashes and stuff, how certain foods are, there's certain elements that are not present if you don't participate in that process. You have to do the nixtamalization in order for there to be calcium in white corn. There's certain things that aren't present until that happens. So we're actually working with some Indigenous studies students right now that are wanting to do the nutrient content of the food so that we could actually give out figures of how much nutrients are coming out per acre instead of numbers, like how many, you're getting this many cobs, but how much nutrient value is coming out of that. So that's kind of in our next project.
Oh, very cool. And with that, I think we should wrap it. I want to say thank you so much to Angela and Becky, and everybody. Make sure to check them out on Instagram and follow them and everything. And I believe the baking demo will begin shortly. Thanks, everyone.
So much.
Thank you.
It was incredible to hear your stories. We are going to hear from Adriana from Three Sisters Nixtamal next, and she'll be doing a tortilla and a sopa recipe. So continuing the conversation on corn and nixtamalization very soon. Thank you so much. It was an honor to hear your stories and to learn from you both. So thank you. And
thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, we're here with Three Sisters Nixtamal. I'm in Portland, Oregon. My name is Adriana. I'm a naturopathic doctor here in Portland, but also a business owner. And my business partner, Wendy, is taking the video. So thank you, Wendy. Welcome everyone. So we're here to talk about corn and how the process of nixtamalization, how to make tortilla. I'm gonna make a tortilla, a sope, and a quesadilla for you. So one thing that it is very important to talk about is that many times people say the color corn is an Indian corn, but all corn is Indian. It's a grain of the Americas. It's a fantastic grain that the people in the Americas, indigenous people, figure out how to pair together with the corn to develop all the corns that we have now, from a little tiny grass called teosinte to now our wonderful corn. In this case, I brought some dry yellow corn, which is very beautiful. This corn gets cooked in limestone. That's the process of nixtamalization. We make a solution with limestone, which is calcium hydroxide, and then we cook the corn there in limestone. Then once the corn begins to peel off skin, called the part of the pericarp, it looks gooey, becomes kind of like gelatinized a little bit inside. It gets a little gooey, and you can like see a little bit of the skin. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little bit of the skin that comes off of the corn. That's what you can see. In this one, we can see also in the blue, the skin coming off, as well as in the white. So it becomes gooey, and that's what you want. You don't want it to overcook and then open up, because it will absorb too much of the limestone. And what happens, it becomes a little more bitter and a little prickly in your mouth, okay? This is a great process that began thousands of years ago. And it's fantastic because we as humans cannot digest very well corn this way, that is dry. But this process makes the corn so much easier to digest. So it kind of, what it does is like gelatinize some areas of the corn. It makes it more bioavailable. Some of the nutrients like niacin, which is vitamin B3, which is very important. And then we also have more viability and easier to absorb nutrients like our minerals, like zinc and iron from the corn, and other vitamins as well. The corn also has fiber, which it's really good for our digestion, and also with the limestone increases calcium in our diet, which it's very important. They actually compare it with milk
and the diet and the corn cooking this way, and you get a lot of calcium. Also, you have to use a good quality limestone, which is for food processing. There is also limestone for construction. You don't want to use that, so you need to differentiate that. So now we're gonna talk about how we're gonna make tortillas of pan. Well, before we get there, how do we get to the dough, to the masa? So once we cook the corn in the limestone, we grind in a stone mill. It's a wet milling, which is different than what the Europeans did. In the Americas, we did a wet grinding in a stone called metate, where we did a lot of our grinding of peppers and the corn and seeds and all that. We did it all in the metate. Now we have electric stones that we use now, okay? Then what we get from the grinding is a wet dough. It's never a flour. The flour is an industrialized process, okay? So it's always a dough. When you do it this way, you don't lose a lot of the nutrients. When you do it in an industrial process, you lose a lot of nutrients, okay? In this way, it's so much easier to digest. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make a tortilla with a yellow masa. I always tell people, have a little container of water, and you can knead the whole water and knead the whole masa, or you can just knead the amount of masa that you're gonna use. So in this case, we're gonna add moisture. You wanted it to be Play-Doh-like consistency, okay? It's soft and very pliable. You don't want it too wet where it's too sticky, okay? But you don't want it too dry that then your tortilla will break. So we're gonna use a tortilla press. You can do it by hand as well, but definitely by hand, you won't have a tortilla as thin. We have to have a plastic bag. In this case, I'm using a produce bag that works really great. And I'm gonna put my bowl there. The bowl doesn't have to be perfect, as you can see. You can make it perfect if you want, but it always comes out brown. Put your piece, press it. Also begin with a small size, like a walnut size. Don't want to make a big tortilla because it's really hard for people to begin. So we're gonna begin with the first tortilla. Don't make it too thin. Sometimes you have to turn your tortilla and do it again, okay? Depending on the press you have. In this case, I made perfectly with this press. It's a hardwood press, so you have to know also which presses you get. The best is cast iron or hardwood. How do you put your tortilla in your pan? My pan is already preheated. You need it preheated. If not, it's not gonna work. And then I'm gonna put it down. You can put it down this way, however is easier for you. In this case, I'm gonna put it this way. We're gonna have our tortilla here. We're gonna wait for it to begin losing some of the vapor. As you can see, you can probably see the vapor coming out. That's when I'm gonna turn my tortillas when I see the colors changing. It doesn't have to change the whole way, but we're gonna turn it and then we're gonna leave it that side. A tortilla, you turn it one more time than a pancake. In this case, we put it down, we turn it. This is the side that we leave the longer time, okay? So for like probably 30 seconds to a minute or so. If your tortilla is thicker, you need to leave it longer. If your tortilla is thinner, it will cook faster. So it just all depends. The same thing with the corn. When we're type of corn is how long we have to cook it, how long we have to soak it. All of this has also always intuition things that you have to use. In this case, we have a thinner tortilla, so I'm gonna look and turn. What happens if you turn it too soon? That's okay, you turn it again. It's not, you don't make such a mistakes. Now my tortilla looks like it's looking really good. It's puffing already. And you can use like a spatula to help it puff a little bit more, or you just let it puff the way the tortilla wants to. If it's not puffing, what's the reason? One, maybe it has a hole. In this case, it has a little hole in here, but it still puffs really well. Two, you didn't add enough water in your dough. Your pan is not hot enough, and you forgot to turn it, or you turn it too soon, okay? So that's our tortilla, looks great. I'm gonna put it down here. Now we're gonna make a quesadilla with the white masa in this case. Also, depending on the corn is how much nutrition you get. The white corn has less nutrients. The yellow corn, for example, has more carotenoids. That's why it's yellow, like carrots and all those yellow orange colored foods. The blue will have more antioxidants like blueberries and, you know, purple foods, okay? So it all depends too. I'm gonna press it now. And a little bit more. And we're gonna make our quesadilla. This is the easiest quesadilla where you don't have to cook the tortilla ahead of time. You just put your tortilla, add any cheese you want. So I'm gonna add, usually we use Oaxaca cheese, but you can use mozzarella cheese, you can use pretty much any cheese you want. And in this case, I'm using one called botanero that has also peppers and cilantro on it. It's delicious. Now, instead of turning the tortilla, we're gonna close it, okay? So once we're gonna, right now, it looks like it lost some of the vapor here. I'm gonna close it and I'm gonna let it cook, okay? While this is cooking, we're gonna make another thing called sope. It's like a little basket. We're gonna add water into our masa. We're gonna knead it, okay? The kneading, sometimes if the masa has been cold in the refrigerator for a while, it's harder, so you do need to knead it more. This one is just really fresh, super soft and warm. So you need to knead it, and then once it's nice, like Play-Doh, then we can make our wonderful sope. I'm gonna turn this one, looking great. The sope is easier to do by hand if you wanted to, because it's a thicker tortilla. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna turn it. You can turn the whole bag, or you can turn just the masa. Okay, I think it looks beautiful. I tell people, do not make it too thick if you're not gonna deep fry it. If you're not gonna deep fry it, a 1/4 inch works great. So we're gonna put it there to cook. And as you see, I'm not putting any oil. This is a dry pan. You can add oil too. You know, things with oil always taste good. Okay, so we're gonna wait for that. And the quesadilla is looking great. Once my cheese begins to boil and it gets browning, then it's gonna be ready. As I tell you, you can add a little water into, a little oil into that. So I'm gonna turn, when it's a thicker tortilla, it's harder to know when to turn it. So sometimes I just, you know, turn it and looks pretty good. And then if it's thicker, it's gonna take longer, as I told you with that tortilla. It's thicker, it's gonna take longer, so you just need more patience. And sometimes the sope, the stick also puffs, which is good too. Okay, it's looking really good. I can even smell it and hear it. Hear the boiling of the cheese. It's wonderful. So I really got interested in, you know, the nutrition of these because I'm a naturopathic doctor. Wendy is a chef, so then both with our background has been really, really strong. That's why our business is so strong. And we met in Primera Yoga, and we began our business, you know, as mothers in 2012. And here we are, you know, in 2020, still going. I'm gonna turn this now. And, you know, as I tell you, you can use the spatula to help it puff, or you can use this, or your fingers, you know. Also, sometimes people put another tortilla to give some weight and help it puff a little bit. The weight helps that. Why do we want the vapor? It keeps moisture inside, makes your tortilla stay softer. If it doesn't puff, don't worry, it's so fresh, it's not a big deal. But as I tell you, there is the moisture, the heat of your pan, you forgot to turn it, you turn it too soon. And so now we're gonna do a sope. You could do a gordita. You can open up this that is puffing and make it like a pita bread. Just be careful, the vapor can burn your fingers. Now I'm gonna do my sope. I always tell people you're gonna burn your fingers, so use water. And what you wanna really do is you want to do it right away. You don't want to wait for them to dry because you won't be able to do this, okay? So use the thumb to pinch and pull the dough to the side, and the index finger will be more helpful, more as a wall, okay? So I'm gonna just do it like this for you to see it, okay? So I'm pushing the dough, breaking it, and pushing the dough to the side. Now I'm gonna show you how it's done a little faster, like this. And that's what the sope looks like. It's like a little basket. It's beautiful. And you can make it big or small, however size you want. So we're gonna bring here some beans. I have some beans, salsa, and some cheese. But in sopes, you can add many things. You can put beans, you can put chicken on top, onions, lettuce, you know, vegetables, lentils, anything. Usually the classic one is with beans, salsa, and cheese. Those are the classic sopes. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add a little bit of green salsa that we have around here that Wendy made. So Wendy set up all these for us to be able to do this today. And I'm gonna decrease the fire in here because we don't need it anymore. And that is how it looks. It's beautiful and delicious. Thank you so much. So this is how we make a tortilla, a quesadilla, and a sope. And I hope this was helpful. And thank you so much to being with us here in Portland, Oregon with Three Sisters Nixtamal. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, Adriana.
Hi, sorry.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do a short Q&A. So if anybody wants to throw their question either in the chat or in the Q&A feature, we'll get to those now. Katerina asked, is there any alternative to limestone?
Yeah, some communities use wood ash. So from their own wood that they cook, they use the wood ash. And I think it all depends where you live, what you have access to. So like in Oaxaca, Yucatan area, central of Mexico, there's limestone. So we use limestone. So I think it depends of where you're at. I know in a lot of places in the United States, they use wood ash. So just depending where your culture and where what you have access to.
Awesome. Someone else was admiring your tortilla press and was wondering where they could find one.
I got that one in Mexico, in Michoacan, and it's a hardwood. You want to make sure you want a hardwood. Softwood will like dent when you're making tortillas. After a while, it'll dent. So with hardwood, I wish I can get more. I'm trying to convince my brother to make me some. He works with wood, so I'm working on it. But yeah, I got
quite a market if you did.
Yeah, but I'm not sure yet. I was lucky to find that. Yeah.
I'm curious how your background, you spoke about this a little bit in the video, but I'm curious how your background as a naturopath has kind of influenced your relationships to grain and cooking, and specifically how you make tortillas.
Well, I really began this business as I think it's like a call from the spirit of the corn, because that's the path that opened up for me. But the nutrition of how we cook traditional foods is very important. And so as a naturopath, that influence, like, okay, we have the difference between the industrialized and what people have been making traditionally. And, you can see the changes on health in a lot of communities from when they move from their traditional food to a more industrialized food. So I think going back to the roots of what we're eating, so maintaining the nutrients, so even from like the planting of the corn, like you don't want, like monoculture is not as healthy as polyculture. So we, because you get other things like the Three Sisters, like the corn, the squash, and the beans, but also other plants grow around. So for example, we have quelites, and there is something called romeritos, and we have huauzontles, all of these greens that get put in the mix with all what is planted, then it brings a lot of nutrition, and we're moving away from that and losing the culture of eating all these other foods that grow together, and limiting our nutritional values. So for example, quelites and all these greens that I'm talking about have like zinc and copper and iron and antioxidants, and it's like they're super rich. And then when you cook, you have corn from different varieties, you get different nutrients as well. And when you cook in limestone, it kind of really makes it easier to digest. And so the traditional way of food is like easier to digest, you get more nutrients, you're giving to the land is giving to you, and then you eat in community. So that's, I think, is that answer the question?
Yes, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Great. Well, I think that's all the questions. If you want to quickly just let everyone know how they can find you and follow Three Sisters and what you guys are doing in Portland.
Okay. Well, we have an Instagram. We're older people, so we're not as big as posters. You know, we do have our Facebook. Our business has been mostly from person to person, but we do post. We try to post. We're getting my business partner's daughter, who's 15, to help us post more. Don't send us messages through Instagram, but yes, through our emails, and we'll answer. We just realized recently that we can get messaging through Instagram, so you can find some pictures there. You can call us. Our website is www.threesisterspdx.com. And we do great things with corn. You know, we don't sell outside of like the Northwest for now and some areas of Montana, because we're a perishable product, because we don't put chemicals, as our tortillas go bad if you don't refrigerate them. They get moldy. They get this pink mold. I just got a client recently from Mexico. She just moved to Seattle, and she's like, I got you tortillas and they have the pink mold. That's awesome. They're the real thing. I've been working with sustainable agriculture in Mexico with the corn growers, and that's exactly what a tortilla should do when it gets bad. It's like she was excited. So our tortillas are the real thing, you know? Yes. Awesome. And I want you to see our video of how the process is. We have a video on our website of like the nixtamalization, and it's really awesome to see and understand it more, because people don't understand that it takes a couple of days to make a tortilla. It's not opening a flour and mixing it. You know, it takes time. There is a lot of, if the corn is different, we cook different. If the weather changes, we have to change the cooking. If the stones are sharp, then the masa is more powdery, harder to make tortillas. If it's more dull, it's more sticky. So it's always changing. So many people, I have an issue that people are like, well, this time a little stiffer than last time. Yeah, this is an, artisanal way of, this is an art. This is you're working with what we have. Like, things change, it's like life. I always say corn teach you that life is like this. You have to go with what's happening at the moment and change and observe and use all your senses.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we didn't have enough time to show that video, but we'll include it in our post-event email, so everyone can find that there as well. Thank you so much, Adriana. It was great to talk to you. And we're going to have a little break, and then we'll move into our last session of the day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Down, down, down on the floor. 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 Niggas get fade and they feel it on their face. Talking all day, then they feel it on their place. Take it on down, they gon' feel it on the day. Take it on home and they feel it all the way. Take it on shots and they feel it on their face. Hey, hey, hey. Take it all down, make them feel it on their face. Hey, hey, hey. Men get down and they putting on a show. Girls getting down every day. Working out of town on the floor. Making things rain, gonna go. Niggas get down and they feel it on their face. Feel good. Down, 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 you know. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah.
Hello, this is Mark from Deer Creek Malthouse. I'm guessing we're live here.
We are. We're just waiting for everyone to join. I think we have everyone here. All right, Mark, I'll let you take it from here. We made it to happy hour. All right, thank you, everyone. Excited to hear this conversation and to try PA Pride.
All right, just updating my name there. Yeah, welcome. So this is the happy hour portion of the Grains and Revolution conference. My name's Mark from Deer Creek. We're the sponsor of the happy hour. Thrilled to be here and joined by a few friends or panelists, if you want to call them that. So far you've heard from a lot of chefs, farmers, bakers, millers, historians, showcasing a diversity of grains and a whole bunch of different culinary applications. We're going to talk a little bit about beer, specifically craft beer during this segment. It's going to be a light, free-flowing agenda. We're going to talk, we're going to taste. And like I said, I brought a few friends with me online. Maybe you can wave quick. And I'm going to let them each tell their stories a little later. But we've got Tess Hart from Triple Bottom Brewing Company, Mike Potter from Black Brew Culture in Pittsburgh, and John Trogner from Trogs Independent Brewing Company. Along the way, if you've got any questions, you can type those into the Q&A portion of your screen, and we'll do our best to try and get to some of those along the way here. So yeah, my name's Mark. A little bit about our story. So Deer Creek's a very mission-driven company. We were founded back in 2014 to try and improve the regional grain value chain for all stakeholders. So from the jump, we were really thinking a lot bigger than ourselves. PA has a lot of really old breweries. The oldest, actually, Yuengling in America, produces some of the most beer by volume of any state. Yet at the same time, there really wasn't a whole lot of grain that was coming from the region for most of the beer that was being produced. So that really was kind of what drove our work early on, to try and shorten the value chain, decommoditize ingredients that were being used for beer, and just strengthen the value chain for everyone, and try and create a more sustainable, equitable food system. And for us, that really kind of started with building infrastructure. So there wasn't any malt houses. We started growing grain, processing it, turning it into malt. And for those who don't know, to make malt, you sprout grain and then you dry it and cure it in different ways. And you can create a range of styles, colors, and flavors that can be used to produce beer, spirits, or certain foods. And that was really where we started. Worked with a lot of farmers and agronomists and other folks in the area to try and build awareness and provide resources for those who were trying to either grow grain or process it or use it in their breweries or distilleries. And did a lot of advocacy work too, and continue to do that. So we founded the Philly Grain and Malt Symposium with some friends, and really as a way to try and create a convening event to build the grain and malt value chain, bring everyone together, talk about challenges, opportunities, and really kind of three primary goals for that event: network, bring people together, educate, and share products made with grain and malt. Now in our, I guess, 6th year. This past year, we brought a consumer-oriented component to the event, which is pretty cool, called the Grain Train, and had some immersive consumer-oriented experiences where people could be in the kitchen or in the brewery talking and tasting and learning from some of the practitioners. So it's a pretty cool way to get more consumer engagement this past year. And we also do a fall harvest field day called Maltapalooza, partly why we're sponsoring this happy hour this year, given some obvious public health challenges. We teamed up with our friends at Chatham Craft to sponsor the happy hour, and this is kind of doubling as virtual Maltapalooza this year. But Maltapalooza really is a way to just bring people out to the farm and enjoy some beer and food made with local grain. Usually have live music and hay wagon rides and all sorts of activities. Even let people turn the malt with a shovel. But because we couldn't do that this year, we're doing an online event, and also decided to brew a collaborative beer with a bunch of breweries in Pennsylvania. And since you couldn't come to us, we thought we would bring some beer to you. So I've been babbling here enough. With that, why don't we slide into the tasting portion of the agenda. I don't know if any of you online have been able to get a can of PA Pride. It just released today. It's we're going to talk and taste, and hopefully, actually, I think we may be able to do a poll. If any of you online are drinking PA Pride or in PA, let us know. But yeah, I'm going to try and crack this and pour it without spilling it all over my laptop here. And I'll tell you a little bit about the beer while I'm pouring, and then I'll let some of the panelists chime in here and tell you what they're tasting. So this was brewed with 100% Pennsylvania grown barley and spelt, hulless organic spelt. And you can see that it's pretty hazy. So the style of beer is a hazy pale ale. It's intentionally not clear, and the spelt is actually contributing a lot of that haze to the beer. So all PA grown. It's got Simcoe, Citra, and Cascade hops. The hops are not local. Neither is the yeast. We used London 3 ale yeast from Y Yeast. And yeah, we brewed a beer. So I'm going to take a sip here, and maybe Tess and Mike or John can chime in and tell you what they're tasting.
Yumminess. It's delicious.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's like a juice bomb, right? But it feels a little bit lighter and more balanced than a lot of them. You get a lot of mango up front, but a nice bite sort of as it's crossing your tongue, and then you get some more fruit at the end. So it's a really nice beer.
Very good. Nice and juicy. Little mango, like you said. I can definitely smell the grain, which is a good thing. Yeah, it's delicious, man. Great job on this one.
Yeah, there's definitely there's a lot of hops. So I mean, that's definitely a predominant characteristic. All late additions. So for the non-brewers, that's at the end of the boil, primarily during the whirlpool, and then some dry hop as well. So after the fermentation was finished, some hops are actually added to the fermenter. And yeah, a little bit of, I think some malt characteristics still come through. The spelt, in addition to the haze, is contributing some mouthfeel too. It's got high viscosity, and hopefully it's helping a little bit with the foam retention too. So yeah, I think it's tasty. It's a beer flavored beer.
That's great, man.
The new beer flavored beer. Yeah, I like how the nuttiness of the spelt kind of comes through. Maybe a little peanut shell coming underneath the passion fruit and the grapefruit citrus of the hops is awesome, and balanced with a little bit of residual body there. I'm not quite sure where that's coming through. Maybe with the malts or some other additions, but yeah, it's delicious. It really coats. It covers the potential hop burn from all those hops nicely, and balance it really makes it really smooth. It's very delicious. And my dog keeps running in and out of the room. So I know we talked about not having kids running in and out, but I can't help the dog. He has total control over everything.
I keep hearing our dog scratch on the door to the office right now. So
yeah, Max will literally, he has gone through doors before, so I can't not stop him.
The other thing that we've noticed from brewing with spelt, and I mean, we're maltsters, we are not brewers, but from our limited experience brewing directly with spelt, it has that nutty flavor that you described, but it also has kind of a drying, bitter effect on the palate, and it's almost perceived like hop bitterness. So we didn't use any bittering hops for this, and I still think you get kind of a back of the tongue kind of bitterness from the spelt, which kind of balances some of the flavor hop.
I personally like that. I like how that livens it up a little bit. Often beers without bittering hops or some kind of, you know, addition to liven it up are flat. So this has a nice dimension that brings, you know, through the flavor of the hops, but also I guess it's the grain in this instance, you know, the balancing aspect of a little bit of bitterness, which is awesome, and unexpected to have that from a grain. Didn't think that could be a thing. I've had that come through in bad ways before, but that's great to hear that, you know, you can bring that through organic spelt. Like that's pretty cool. I learn something every day.
Yeah, so this was brewed at Susquehanna Brewing Company. I guess I failed to mention that. And it's part of a statewide collaboration. So 40 other breweries were involved, mostly in spirit. We couldn't all get together for the brew day. And there's a map actually on the Craft Chatham website of where you can find it. It released today, like I mentioned, and hopefully some people are able to get their hands on it and taste it before it's gone. Yeah. Why don't we, while we're sipping here, Mike, I know we've got a video that's kind of an introduction to both yourself and Black brew culture, excuse me. So maybe we can get that teed up. It's a pretty unique and historic event that I'm really just kind of learning about, a month-long observance of Black beer and food culture. And I think this is a nice way to kind of introduce you and let you tell your story.
Yeah. I'm founder, CEO of Black Brew Culture, and co-founder of Blacktoberfest. And it's just it was our way of putting on an event that showcased the talents of Black brewers. We wanted to demonstrate how we could produce a product through group economics from the beginning to the end, with the name of the beer itself, the design of the can label, the actual recipe, where it was brewed, and how it was distributed. This was our effort to showcase that, you know, we could do a circular economy and put out a product that was distributed again by all Black-owned companies. So I'm not sure if you have the video teed up yet, but we can get into that, and I can probably explain a little more after you see that.
I think what you're trying to ask is why am I so insistent upon giving out to them that Blackness, that Black power, that Black pushing them to identify with Black culture. I think that's what you're asking. I have no choice over it. In the first place, to me, we are the most beautiful creatures in the whole world, Black people. I mean that in every sense, outside and inside. And to me, we have a culture that is surpassed by no other civilization, but we don't know anything about it. So again, I think I've said this before in the same interview, I think at some time before, my job is to somehow make them curious enough or persuade them by hook or crook to get more aware of themselves and where they came from and what they are into and what is already there, and just to bring it out. This is what compels me to compel them. And I will do it by whatever means necessary. When I'm finished working, as tired as I am, and my work completely takes all my energy, unfortunately. But when that nothing remains.
All right. So yeah, that is the trailer for the documentary for this whole process. It is called Blacktoberfest Evolution 2020. And we just felt like this was a crucial year to demonstrate just a new way of thinking in regards to the beer industry and how Black people are looked at or focused on or participating in. We were able to, at this point in time, we have roughly 60 Black-owned breweries. We were able to get 8 to fully independently join in on this collaboration. We sourced everything as much as we could locally. We did a honey roasted squash in the mash, which turned out really well. And we did it as a traditional Marsden style ale. Came out really, really well. Did this with Tito Simmons Valenzuela. He's the owner of Dirtbag Ales in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So we were able to have Black Frog Brewery, Harlem Brew, Sankofa Brewing Company, Spaceway Brewery, Brew and Feed, Montclair Brewery, Cajun Fire Brewery, and I think that's it. And of course, Dirtbag themselves. And it was a really good collaboration. Like I said, it was everyone was able to make it out from start to finish, and ended up with a successful beer festival, which is kind of tough to pull off with this time that we're in. But we were able to keep it safe and managed to get that, the initial first year of the festival. So looking forward to building upon this next year. One of our bigger goals for 2021 is to kind of bring in some of the farmers. And so this is a great opportunity for us to, learn more about farming, grain, malting, and get Black farmers connected with Black brewers, which is something that's been on the agenda for a couple of years now. And now with this festival, we're really able to move forward and start talking about broadening that conversation.
And this, correct me if I'm wrong here, so Blacktoberfest, this was the first year that you guys did the festival.
Yeah.
Right? But you started Black Brew Culture a little while ago. Like, tell us a little bit about your journey and kind of how you got started and what you've learned along the way.
So I started out with Black Brew Culture in 2015. And I was kind of doing some home brewing. I'm not that successful at it at the time. Did a couple of Pliny clones that came out pretty well. But, my aspirations in the beginning was to start my own brewery. But I just didn't realize how difficult that was, and learning to make beer and then run a business, 2 separate monsters. So one of the things that was always an underlying kind of a thought was how many other Black people are in the brewing industry, and are they accessible? This was 2013, 14, 15-ish, and over those 3 years, maybe 2, maybe 3 that surfaced. So I kind of got interested in that and how that could be put together into a network, how those people could be represented through a platform of some sort. So the first person that I actually reached out to and got successfully was Celeste Beatty from Harlem Brew, which I still work with, extensively to this day. But she was the first person that I got in touch with and understood her role as being like one of the first African-American brewers in the U.S. and just started to feel my way out as how we could be of service, how we could provide a bigger platform. So we continued on that mission and then grew into event planning. We've done collaboration beers, we've done festivals, and now we are here with Black Table, Black Tent, which is a panel series that we created, just designed to have that conversation every year about what are the needs of Black-owned brewers, how are we advancing as a collective, how are we expanding that conversation of diversity and inclusion, and more importantly, equity and ownership. So it's been a great journey thus far. We've made a lot of strides. We've done a lot of great partnerships, and happy to be, talking to you guys today on this panel, Drinking PA Pride.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. I mean, there's very clearly some inequality in craft beer, and I was surprised during my search just how few Black farmers there are too. and was involved with a few of the Black is Beautiful collabs in Pennsylvania this past year, which was a really cool thing that the folks at Weather Souls started.
Yeah, definitely.
We actually brewed a beer with John at Trogs.
Okay, yeah.
Which is really cool.
Were you guys involved with the Harris family collab? Okay.
Yeah. John can probably speak a little bit more about that beer, but it was pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, the beer was born. I mean, we took guidance from the original collaboration beer, but ultimately kind of made it our own. And we really like to sit down with people and when we do collaborations and talk about flavor and inspiration and ingredients and how ingredients and that like storytelling can come forward through in taste and beer. So ultimately landed at actually a cornbread inspired recipe. So we brought in some Pennsylvania corn and made a lager, actually not a stout like the original collaboration was. So we made a dark lager and really drove from the Harris Family Brewery's inspiration into a recipe. So that was super fun. Each collaboration we do, we like to try to make different and inspiring and fun and try to learn something. So in this case, it was learning how Pennsylvania grain or corn actually combines with a lager and a dark lager in this case, and create some really fun flavors. So yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, those guys were excited. I remember when they first told me about it. I had spoke to Tim and Sean, and they just let me know that they were working with you guys and just kind of kicked around what the initial thoughts were on the recipe and the beer. And I was excited for them. They were pumped up, man. And
yeah, I mean, when we first sat down and started talking about recipes, I think they thought I was crazy. I was like, just kind of poking, like, what about this? What about that? And like, we're all over the board and we're talking about recipes. And at first they were like, what is this guy doing? But eventually like pulled in I think it was Sean's aunt's cornbread recipe. I don't even know where it came from. We were talking about picnics in summer and like what people bring and the kind of foods you have. And we're like, cornbread, oh shit, yeah, no, we can run with that. Like, and especially the charred layer and when you make it in a cast iron pan, you get that like Maillard and really nice charred flavors. We're like, oh yeah, like we can dial this into a beer recipe pretty nicely. Nice. So it was funny how that came together. You never know what's going to come from a conversation. So you kind of go into it with a total open mind and just like keep poking and prodding and seeing where it can go. And that was awesome. That was super fun.
Yeah, it's dope, man, that you as a larger brewery, I've been to Trogs a couple of times and really enjoyed it. But it's really nice that you guys as a larger brewery can collaborate with smaller breweries and take the chance, jump out there and put a product out that it's not traditionally along your larger scale releases. So tip your hat to you, man.
Thank you.
Continue.
Yeah, I try to get out of our comfort zone as often as possible. So the more uncomfortable we can make ourselves, I think the stronger brewers we can be.
Great. Was the beer on tap in the tap room?
Absolutely. Yeah, we had it on tap. We canned it. So we had a small can release. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of COVID, so that did restrict our ability in general to do much with it. But that was definitely something I wish we could have, if COVID wasn't a thing, we could have had it in restaurants all around central Pennsylvania, and we really could have opened up, exposure to the concept. Because outside of our bubble, most people don't understand what Black is Beautiful collaboration was. So that was our goal originally, was to kind of like expose more people to that, but it kind of got snowballed. But yeah, we had fun with it. It was awesome. It was great.
One last quick question, and I don't know where we're at in time, but how do you think? What do you think the results were? Did you kind of do any metrics on what might have yielded from the actual collaboration itself? Not in regards to sales, but in regards to just awareness and kind of, the beer, getting it out there and getting the story told.
That, we ask ourselves that all the time, and not just with that collaboration, but with small releases in general. And we're not able to capture the data that we need to know, like what it reached or what it meant to people in general. I will say, so sales is a great metric for us because, you know, if we, especially for an in-house release only, so if we don't get the word out, then people don't show up to buy it. So it's anecdotal evidence, it's not direct evidence, but we've gotten more community outreach from people excited about the cause than really anything else we've ever done. And we've done a lot of different beers that benefit a whole lot of different charitable organizations. I mean, we did beers that all the proceeds went to gift cards that went to frontline workers. We did beers that try to preserve land for the Kitty Titty Ridge through Nature Conservancy. Like, we've done a lot of different cause beers is kind of how I see it. And none of them had the same emotional connection that it did with Black is Beautiful. So we definitely saw a non-traditional response to that beer, which is great. Like, it's people I would have never really expected would reach out and was like, dude, I love the beer, but I also loved why you did it. And that's not normally like what we'd see. So that was super fun. Like I constantly am trying to figure out how we can connect emotionally with our consumers and our customers on a very personal level. Like I love so Mad Elf for us, we have grandmothers that come in and buy Mad Elf because they want to have it home for when their kids come home, and now when their grandkids come home, because now it's part of their like holiday tradition. And so every beer, like if it could live up to that, it was like, holy shit, like that's fucking amazing. So we haven't seen that kind of emotional connection since Mad Elf, but we did see it with Black is Beautiful. So that was phenomenal to see, community outreach on all levels. Like anyone, like the typical people you wouldn't think would be like, yeah, dude, this is awesome. Like it was super cool to kind of like, I don't know if you could say bridge that gap, because that's a bit of a stretch, but like just people accepting and wanting to try it and be a part of it, which is super cool.
Well, that's awesome, man. We all appreciate your guys' efforts and continue to do great work over there. I apologize, there's a little background noise, but hopefully it's not interfering too much. But yeah, man, thank you guys for the conversation, and I guess you'll continue on with the next panels.
Always open for that. Absolutely.
Right on.
So we got an interesting question. I'm trying to keep an eye on the questions that are coming in, and I don't know the answer to this just because of how few Black brewers I know and beers that would have been involved with like this. But the question is if we know of any Black brewers who are performing African brewing rituals and or brew using traditional African grains, which I thought was an interesting question. So I know we have not malted too many of those types of grains, ancient grains, because they don't grow pretty well in this region, with the exception of sorghum. So we have malted sorghum. We've made some sorghum based beers, but I don't know, Mike or John, do you know anyone who may be using grains or doing some traditional rituals when they're brewing?
Well, I'm not sure about the rituals per se, but that's something that we always kind of continue to explore, as far as that gap between, or that bridge between Africa and African American in the United States. But I can name 3 companies that are exploring that, and that's one is actually a brewer, I should say. Garrett Oliver did sorghum, is it? He did an outstanding beer with sorghum, and I can't remember who he actually collaborated with that, but it was a Black chef in Brooklyn, and it was a phenomenal beer. So he's been exploring and experimenting with that for at least 4 or 5 years. Background noise. Sorry about that.
What? Did they just crash? Like, what happened?
Yeah, they freaking. Long story, but of all nights, tonight they have a night delivery in my warehouse. So, and then there's Celeste Beatty's always experimenting with different ingredients from, you know, ancient ingredients and ancient techniques. And then I know for a fact, and this is really good beer, Brianna Breaks, who owns Spaceway Brewery in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. She does a stout with cardamom in it that is just phenomenal. But that's a great question, and that's something that, you know, the more we can delve into that subject, we'll definitely put those recipes and those beers on our platform.
Hey, Tess, why don't you hop in here and tell us a little bit about Triple Bottom and how you got started. I mean, you guys have a very clear social mission for your immediate community in Philadelphia and your Triple Bottom line. And I'm sure folks would love to hear kind of how you guys are approaching making an impact with grain and beer.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I'm very sad that I haven't been able to try the Black is Beautiful collaboration. My family recipe is corn pudding, which is kind of similar. So I'm curious if there's any similarities there. But I'm one of the co-founders of Triple Bottom Brewing Company. We are here in Philadelphia, just over a year old. We turned 1 in September. So at this point, our experience as a brewery that was based entirely on taproom sales is completely different than what we expected, and has been more than half of it during the shutdown. So we've pivoted to cans and mostly direct to consumer, but we're sort of starting our distribution now, just trying to figure out how to get through winter. But even though we opened this past September, we've been a work in progress for many years, as I think most breweries are before they get started. It's a really long, tedious process, as Mike sort of alluded to. Like, it's just, there's so much red tape. I mean, even just the red tape alone in Pennsylvania slows you down so much. But I think what that did for us was it gave us the chance to really establish our identity and our mission, because we spent so much time not being open, but having this vision and being able to sort of shape it and build it as we were getting everything else in place. So we're called Triple Bottom Brewing Company because we have a triple bottom line. A lot of businesses have like one bottom line, which is their profit margins. We also, we call our bottom lines beer, people, planet. So it's also like, how are we affecting our community? How are we affecting the environment? It's kind of like a business school wonky term, but it's also something we wanted to have in our name as a signal to people who knew about social enterprises and could sort of see that that's something that we were trying to hold ourselves accountable to. And I think the biggest element of that triple bottom line for us is these amazing partnerships we have with nonprofits here in Philly that were grown over many years of just like learning from them about their work. So we work with Project Home and the Mural Arts Restorative Justice Program and the Youth Sentencing and Reentry Project. And they've advised us all along the way in terms of how do we become the type of employer who can create a safe and good environment for people returning to the workforce from experiences of homelessness and incarceration. And so that's the mission. We're a fair chance business. Our team is amazing. About a third of our team are folks we met through these nonprofit partners. It's also just like, it's a very different team than a traditional craft brewery. Like half of us are women, half of our team members are people of color. People joined our team having never had craft beer before. And so there's been this like very deep educational journey for all of us. And it's great. And it's hard right now because so much of the experience of the brewery is walking into our space and like feeling how different it feels. But we're still all connected. Our team was all giving each other rides to the polls the other day. So it's been a pretty good ride so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy year, and especially in Philly. I mean, and recently too, with just a lot of social unrest and election stress, and it's a crazy time to be a business owner, a human, a brewery in Philly.
Everyone in Philly right now needs like a raise, a vacation, and a therapist. Like it's just, it's been a lot.
Yeah. Well, I admired what you guys are doing, and even before then, I mean, you visited the malt house before you guys even opened your doors, and
Yeah.
was just really excited about how you guys were approaching brewing beer and it being more than just putting liquid in a glass or a can. And you know, kudos to all you guys are doing.
Thanks.
Yeah. We had a question that just came in while Tess was telling her story. That's also pretty interesting about how much grain is being used in Pennsylvania for beer, and what consumers can do to support the effort. So I wanted to maybe address that quick, and maybe in the context of Trogs and how you guys approach recipe development, John, in designing beers, sometimes around ingredients. You guys are masters of ingredients, and watching you with the Black is Beautiful collab and the guys from Harris Family, just like smelling hops. I know this is a grain-based discussion, but and trying to figure out kind of how you were going to design the beer, you know, on a recipe, like a per batch basis, you know, that was maybe 300 pounds of corn. And the PA Pride beer that we're drinking right now is maybe 6,000 pounds total of both barley and spelt. But yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for more grain to be used for brewing, distilling food in Pennsylvania. And in terms of what consumers can do to help, I mean, beyond buying beer and asking, you know, the people that are making food and beverages where they got, you know, their ingredients, you know, maybe you can comment on kind of your guys' philosophy, because you do a lot there.
I'll probably dial back a little bit and talk a little bit about Trogs. So, because most people don't probably know who we are. So Trogs Brewing Company has been around since 1996, founded by my brother Chris and I. So two brothers found a brewery. Not only are we brothers, we're also two brewers. So the whole brewery is based on brewing. We were born and raised in Central Pennsylvania. We both left Central Pennsylvania to go to college. I went to Philly. I didn't go that far, not that adventurous. Chris went out to Colorado. And kind of from there, we found our path. We knew we wanted to start a business of some kind. We just weren't quite sure what it would be. And Chris, going out to Colorado, found brew pubs and breweries to be pretty intriguing, and kind of convinced me to get into that mindset as well. So, make a long story short, the two of us became brewers. I became one through moving out to Colorado and getting a job at a brewery. He became a brewer through going to a brewing school in England, and learning, and started as a home brewer, kind of got his feet wet that way, and then went to brewing school and solidified it. So we moved back to Central Pennsylvania and built a small brewery in a time where no one knew what craft beer was. They had no idea. They knew what Yuengling was, which was awesome. So they'd go to the bar and order a lager and get a Yuengling lager, which some people in our age complain about, but we were like, this is great. The incredible support that Pennsylvania has gave and given is why we are what we get to be today. And that kind of goes towards the question you asked, like, you know, being born and raised in Central Pennsylvania and moving back to the area to start a brewery, we thought it was very, very critical to give back to our community in as many ways as we possibly could. And agriculture to us is paramount in brewing in general. It's really hard to brew phenomenal hops in Pennsylvania, I will say. But boy, we can make some great grains here, like through barley and wheat and spelt and rye. Wow, there's all sorts of stuff that grows really well in Pennsylvania. So we kind of shifted our focus to, I mean, we're 24 years in, and holy crap, the brewing industry is incredibly hard to make a living in. It's definitely not a get rich quick scheme. Like, it's super hard to get people to continuously drink your beer. You have to be at the top of your game. You have to be coming up with the recipes all the time, and you have to have a reason for it. So it's been a bit of a challenge for us to concentrate on anything other than survival for as long as we can remember. But along the way, we're working on community the best we possibly can. So agriculture to us is the basis of that. And the best we can do with brewing, we started with actually honey, believe it or not. We have a holiday beer we came out with in 2002 called Mad Elf. Cherries in Pennsylvania, we have some great cherries here, but they didn't have enough for us to do for the beer, and the cherries didn't really come out. They didn't harvest the right time for us. But boy, honey, we could ramp it up with honey. So we started with tons and tons of, literally tons. I think we're up to like 50 to 60,000 pounds of honey a year that we get from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, for a bunch of little apiaries all around Carlisle, which is awesome. And then kind of ramped it up. So, and I'm all over the place on this answer, but to get there, grains are well, grains and, believe it or not, dairy, which is a different conversation altogether, collaboration wise. So we formed a couple, we came up with a couple different recipes that take Pennsylvania grains and are a component in two of our seasonal beers, Lollihop and Field Study, which come out and are critical component in regards to flavor, not only flavor, but haze. And haze, I saw one of the questions was about haze, can be a really nice carrier of hop flavor, believe it or not. If you build your haze in a certain way, it holds the hop oils in the beer and carries it to your taste buds. So not all haze does that. Some haze actually carries so much through that it becomes like off-putting and astringent and like terrible. But if you build it right, you can bring in really nice flavor and aroma through haze. So we have Lollihop and Field Study that are taking up about 100,000 pounds of barley a year. In comparison, for us, we do 9 million pounds of barley a year. So it's a very small component for us, but for the industry in Pennsylvania, it's at least a start. So we're promising to buy, that 100,000 pounds, and those beers are doing awesome. So we're going to continue to buy that and grow that every year. We're expanding from that point. This year we we just brewed our first batches, actually with Deer Creek Malt. Troganator, a beer near and dear to my heart, is a highly malt-centric beer. We've altered the recipe to include Pennsylvania barley. So we're hoping now to ramp that up and have at least 50,000 pounds a year, if not more. We can constantly feed into as Troganator grows, so can our use of Pennsylvania barley. So we adjusted that classic recipe that's from 2002. That's hopefully people know, but the people that do know, love, can become a carrier of the cause of Pennsylvania barley. And we hope to expand that as much as possible. And I just started working on that haze component that we talked about. So haze comes from all certain different places, and unmalted wheat, if it's a certain protein content and has some other components in it that we need, can really carry haze through really nicely. So I started working with a mill house, bringing in some unmalted wheat that can carry haze in some of our hazy beers. And those are not only original recipe or existing recipes, but we hope to incorporate them in some new ones that I'm working on. So Pennsylvania unmalted wheat, whether it be organic or not organic, will be a large part. So we're hoping to ramp up to about 200,000 pounds in 2021. Out of 9 million, I know that's a small percentage, but 200,000 pounds, I think that's a pretty good pledge for Pennsylvania. I hope it's a good pledge for Pennsylvania. It's as best as we can do for now, but we are definitely dedicated to expanding that as much as possible.
John, are
Yeah,
you
no,
working...
I think that's a great answer. Yeah, go ahead, Tess.
Sorry, I'm amazed at that quantity. I know it's a small percentage of what you do, but to a small 10-barrel brewery, it's enormous. Are you working with just a ton of small grain farmers, or do they sort of combine to malt together?
I really don't have the bandwidth to do that, quite frankly. You know how it is. There's so much in the day to deal with. So I rely on people like Mark to work with the farmers to really dial in how, I really need them to take care of farming, harvesting, storage, and then malting. Because I don't have the people or the bandwidth to do that. So, people like Mark are critical to that chain of supply.
Yeah, and that's part of what we viewed as our mission and our job when we started making malt. And since then, I mean, there's now, I think, 4 other small malt houses in Pennsylvania, and other people trying to help connect farmers with brewers, distillers, bakers, and shorten the value chain and increase utilization. And same thing's happening in other regions. There's a wave of people trying to, for both food and beverages, help provide a local source of supply and not rely and decommoditize both grain and other ingredients for food and beverage. So yeah, it's just really cool to see how you guys, John, like design beers around ingredients and then sometimes reinvent existing brands to use local ingredients, and just really cool to see what you guys do.
Thank you. I mean, it kind of depends on what the muse is and what the recipe should be. So we try to talk through, there's a team of us that sit in a room and talk through what the beer should be and try to drink it in our head first. And, why? We just ask why. Like, why should the be here? Why should the beer taste the way it does? And what should the ingredients and process be to get there? And the answer to that can be all sorts of different things along the way. And that's actually the fun process. So Troegs in general is a collection of people that are super curious about the why and want to master their craft. And it doesn't have to be a brewer. It can be anything. It can be anything from mastering your craft in sales to mastering how well you can design a piece of art that goes on the can, to how well you can have customer service for the customers come in the door. That's just Troegs in general, is that constant looking to have continuous improvement along the way.
Yeah, one thing that you made me think of when you were talking about your story and kind of how you approach recipe development and marketing, and this is an agricultural product, and there's an educational component of communicating that to consumers, and grain isn't often the most sexy ingredient in beer, but for Mike, John, or Tess, any ideas or success stories you have of how you've kind of used grain? You just shared a few, John. The Lolly Hop and Field Study, I think, are great ones, and Troegenator, but it's a challenging thing to do. We're a wholesale business. We sell ingredients to brewers, distillers, bakers, and we have very limited interaction with consumers. But how do we tell that story and use grain to kind of drive change?
Tess?
Yes, good answer.
All the answers. No, I have no answers, but I do think that there's something really special about craft beer and craft beer customers, that they are looking for a story. And that's one of the reasons that we built Triple Bottom the way we did, that we wanted beer and a brewery to be central to this other mission of creating opportunity. It's because I, as a craft beer customer going to breweries all over, when I was just first learning about it, I wanted to know how the beer was made. I wanted to know why the beer was made, to John's point, like that question, why. And I think that was, maybe I was extra curious because I ultimately ended up starting a brewery, but I think that was something that was really shared, that people go into breweries with an open mind and a curiosity. And so I don't know the answer to how we tell that story, but I do think that people are interested in hearing it. And I think that's a really good place to start and to continue to build on.
Yeah, I agree. And I really hope that in 2021, we can tell a few more stories about, Black-owned farmers getting into the process, the supply chain, value chain. That's one of our big missions, because like you said, Tess, the story is what kind of has helped Black brew culture, kind of thrive in and of itself for this, the short period of time that we've been in existence, because we have tales to tell and we have stories to tell. And the more you can add on to that, as far as we've yet to tell a story about the actual grain coming into the picture, and how Black farmers or producers are able to get adjuncts, grain, any form of product into the beer. So that's giving us future stories to tell up in at 21, 22, 23 and beyond. So I'd like to be able to tell stories like John at some point,
Wouldn't we all?
Yeah. I mean, so if you think about it, like I don't know if you think about it, but I think about it all the time. Like when we started, like we were begging people to just try the beer. So like, I swear, for the first 3 years we were in existence, the only people that drank our beer were the people that knew us, and we were like begging them to buy it, and they like felt bad for us, so they like bought the beer. It was before craft beer was even like, they didn't know, the craft beer wasn't a term, like we called microbreweries. So it wasn't until like year 4, actually, quite frankly, it wasn't until year 5 when we came out with Troganator, and it was a malt-centric beer, so it had nothing to do with hops. So I hear what you're saying about like the glory of hops and how people talk about that all the time. But we made Troganator, which was like a weird nickname for us. Our last name's Trogner and Troganator, like ha ha ha. That the beer came out that we were like, holy crap, people care about the story behind the beer, just in general. So we came out with Troganator, we had Nugget Nectar, we had Mad Elf, we kind of opened up our horizon in regards to creativity on all this large spectrum of ingredients. It wasn't just hops by any means. Most of it actually was malt based. Things happened and things grew. So I definitely, from our experience at least, it's not a hop world, it's a malt world. Malt's been a pretty paramount part of what we've done. Everything from Troganator to Mad Elf to all these other beers in between. We do a lot of lagers that people love, but ultimately it comes down to the story, and it comes down to the why. And people, like, again, in '96, they didn't care about the why. They talked about liquid, they talked about boxes, they talked about product, all terms that I've outlawed in the brewery. Like we don't say these terms. The fact that I'm saying them right now, if any of my people hear me saying it, they're gonna call me out.
We're recording this, John, so they're gonna see that.
I know. They're gonna call me out, but like that's not how we talk about beer. We talk about mastering your craft, understanding what ingredients do, and like it's the art and science of brewing put together to come up with something that tastes super unique and interesting, and that's ultimately all that matters. If we're proud of what we're doing and we can explain the why. Like if we make something that we don't know why it tastes the way it does, it kills me. I'm like, what the hell happened? Like I should understand every single component that went into this recipe and why it tastes the way it does. And it's almost always, well, water-based. I'll start with that. But then malt-based. That sets the basis for everything we do. And you asked earlier, like, what can a customer do or a consumer do to help that cause? And it's really just care is all it really comes down to, is ask that question, what's in my beer? What's in my food? What am I eating? What's going into my food hole in my gullet? What am I tasting and why am I tasting it? And how it got there. I am super excited to know, like when we started coming out with beers that had local grains, people wanted to know what farm it came from. And they're like, oh yeah, I by that farm all the time. Like this is the last, I'd say for us, it's 5 years has been a giant advancement in regards to people caring about where their ingredients come from. Because I'll tell you what, when we first started, no one knew barley and hops went into beer. Like they didn't know what was in beer. Like they had no concept. So we were just like, barley, hops, water, yeast makes beer, and that was it. Like that's all we could get through. But now it's like, no, this barley came from down the road over here. These hops we hand selected from the farm in Yakima Valley, and this yeast we cultured up that used to come from whatever this range in Quebec, blah 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 blah. Like it's awesome. Like we can finally tell the story that I think Mike's talking about, that we need to drive into, is who's farming, where it's coming from, how they're doing it, what their practices are. It's super exciting that we actually have this opportunity now.
You're right. I think storytelling is a big part of it, and giving people the information so that they can make the decision when they're purchasing things. But just conveying that emotion. And you guys are, I feel like everything you brew has a story. So I won't ask you this question maybe, but Tess and Mike, I mean, any grain-based beverages, beer, I guess, because we're talking about beer, that has special meaning to you, either from your childhood, things that you brew yourself or you drink. We'll try and we're getting down to the wire here. Maybe this will be a good end cap on the discussion, and we can maybe get to one or two more questions. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll be brief. Again, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. I can only kind of bank on the future. I don't have specifics on that because we're fresh into this whole platform and brewing in itself. So that's a question that I'd love to answer in 2021 and beyond. But Tess, put you on the spot again.
Okay. I mean, like the first beer that I ever had was Budweiser, like as a 5-year-old on my granddad's lap. He's a real good role model. Oh, should I speak louder? Is that what John is saying? So that in a way is special, but I have to say, like, the malt doesn't really come through in that too strong. We brewed a Saison last year, and Saison is my favorite style of beer. And we used some Twilight wheat from Mark, and it was just like, so it's just a beautiful beer. It was beautifully caramel colored, and something that we actually put in 750 milliliter bottles. So it's sort of specialty, and we still have a case. I just brought some home for myself today. So it's sort of like the little treat to keep diving into. It's the first beer that I think we did really well.
Yeah, Saison, I think, is a great example of a grain-based beer style. Both Bière de Garde and traditional Belgian Saison really inspired by grain. It wasn't good enough for food often, so definitely one of my favorite styles too. Yeah, it's a good example. I think for me, one of the most memorable beers I ever brewed was a sorghum beer, which coincidentally came up earlier. And sorghum actually does grow pretty well in the Mid-Atlantic, and we malted and wanted to make a dark sorghum beer with only sorghum, and did a lot of research and tried to figure out, how I could get it to convert. And in the end, had to use a little bit of barley. But I mean, it took me weeks to like hand roast all the ingredients and try and make this perfect sorghum stout to impress my friends. And in the end, I probably made a mediocre sorghum stout. But just like the whole process to me is something that I'll always remember as a home brewer. And it aged pretty well, so I ended up having some bottles in the cellar that I could bring out from time to time and share the story with friends, and that was always really fun. And it's a grain story, so yeah. I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the questions, so I'm really sorry if I didn't get your questions. We're sort of getting up against the end of the time slot here. We'll make our information available though for anyone who's on and wants to email us, or I can respond on behalf of some of the panelists. But yeah, thank you for having us. I hope you enjoyed the Grains and Revolution conference. We were thrilled to be part of the festivities, and hopefully you learned something, had some fun, and tasted some beer. Cheers.
Cheers. Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Mike and Tess, if there's anything I can do to help you guys on your path, please reach out to me directly. If there's like anything from, especially Tess in your world, grain and hop procurement, lab analysis, like anything in regards to brewing. We didn't get to talk earlier, so I kind of feel like I should shove this in real fast at the end of the talk. Anything what you can do from Trogs Brewery's perspective, all of our resources available to both of you that we can possibly provide. If you need yeast, we have tons of yeast. We can grow yeast for you, like whatever we can possibly do to help you on your mission. Especially today in COVID world, things are messed up. Like, so any way we can help, we will.
Thank you.
Much appreciated, John. We'll be in touch, man.
Cheers.
Cheers to everybody. Thanks for having us.
Thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful panel, and the beer is absolutely delicious. We are drinking the craft office right now. Yay, cheers.
How are you drinking through the masks? There's
Well, we're
like a
calling it-
How are you doing that?
Okay.
We have a lot of
Art we all have to master.
Super weird. Like, what is going on?
But thank you all so much. This has been wonderful to hear from all of you and to hear more about your businesses and the work you are all doing, and how craft beer is, making an impact within your communities and beyond. So we really appreciate hearing from you. We hope to see all of you again tomorrow at 10:30 for day 2 of Food in Uncertain Times. But thank you to everyone who joined today for Grains and Revolution. It has been an honor to put this conference on and to hear the stories from everyone who shared today. It has been an absolute honor, and we are so grateful to everyone that participated and that helped us plan this event, and to all of you. So thank you so much, and we will see you back here tomorrow at 10:30.
Cheers.
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 When I'm weary and so worn out, ooh, my mind's clouded and filled with doubt. That's when I feel the most alive. Masochistic kisses are how I thrive. A stiffness inside my neck and banging my head against the desk. Well, if there's no pain, is there any progress? That's when I feel the most alive. Endurance is the source of my pride. Might not be healthy for me, but seemingly I need. What cuts me, cuts me, cuts me, cut me, cut me, cut me. Guess I'm a true immigrant son. No vacancies, no vacations. Sure, I could do better than this, but I don't, I won't, I don't. Might not be healthy for me, but seemingly what gets me, gets me, gets me, get me, get me, get me. I don't